So he hangs himself in his cell with two guards who decided to take a break, so they weren't watching him, and the surveillance footage goes missing as well. Unbelievable. Yes, I'm still on the conspiracy theory on that one, because it's in America. Also, pigs in blankets are healthier than you think. And the minister, who's demanded all NHS staff get flu jabs. Plus, if you watch TV, it makes you fancy thinner women. They were all very excited by this one. Very excited. I don't think it's true, actually. It's the way it sort of turned out. Plus, haters blast J.K. Rowling in a row over trans. I'll explain that one to you a little bit later. But you know what the haters are like now? You know, they aren't just snowflakes. These people have seriously got brain disorders. One, in fact, a couple of actually, who've written to the Reverend Cole, you know, who was in the Communards. His partner just died a short while ago, and they've started tweeting him going, your partner's gone to hell and you're going to follow. And you think, you know, I want to find these people. I want to drag them screaming down the streets, and I want to suspend them from a lamppost, and we all throw rotten fruit at them. There's something the matter with these people. They've got quite a few brain cells missing. Not that they started with many in the first place. Also, the terrified mum who told of her shock after Alexa told her to kill herself. I mean, that's a bit embarrassing. You're just looking for a little one-way conversation. How are you, Alexa? Why don't you go kill yourself? You know, not really this kind of thing you want to hear, is it, really? And we've lost Michael Bond, but Paddington is immortal. Paddington goes on and on and on. He will never die. And we talked to Michael Bond about a year ago, I think. And then, we got a text the other day from my friend, Ant. Now, Ant is a very big fan of this programme. He's in the radio business. In fact, he works on our sister station. And he sent me a text very excitedly. He said, I've found an app that has all of your shows from 2009. 3,600 radio shows of mine are on this app. Well, how does that happen? How does that happen? And it's got it's right up to date. Right up to date. And it's got everything. So he said it's done every show you've ever done since January 2009. He said, I can't believe it. So he's now downloading my show. No. Yeah. Oh, really? Oh. Well, I don't think it's Global Player. I think it's an app that's got all the full shows. What, do I have all the full shows? Oh, right. Well, I don't know. It's just shown me a picture of it. Do you know, to be honest with you, it could be the Global app. Because sometimes he has a couple of sherbets and he doesn't know what he's reading. It doesn't sort of help, does it? That. You think you know that? Yeah. What's that? You know that? Oh, right. That help? No, probably not.
That could be. I think that might be the same app.
Oh, right. So this isn't your phone. This is my phone. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, yes. But it's got 3,600... I didn't know I'd done 3,600 shows. I did, actually. I did. I knew I'd done a lot of shows, but 3,600 seems like an awful lot. In fact, over Christmas, you're going to be getting more of me than ever before. In fact, you're going to be getting a lot more of me than ever before. And the reason is because I am Christmas. I am the person who will help you celebrate with jingle bells, jingle all the bloody way, and oh, what fun it is to ride to listen to Steve Allen on the radio. And so we'll be here all over Christmas, not only with live shows, but with the In Conversations, 16 hours worth of... we've been very busy. In Conversation and Best Of. The Steve Allen team. Then there's the Eddie Mayer interview that I'm on as well. I mean, what am I not on for 16 and a half hours? Seems like an awful lot, doesn't it, really? I wonder why, because strangely, it's always been like that. Every Christmas, I can remember going back a long ways with LBC. There's always been a lot of Steve Allen, pre-recorded and live at the same time. So that's what you've got this year. And I'm sure that the fans will absolutely lap it up. We've got some great interviews. We've got some great live programmes. And we shall probably share a nice cup of tea and have a nice time. Oh, definitely tea on Christmas Day. I think it's going to be tea and smoked salmon Christmas Day. I must bring in smoked salmon, which means I've also got to remember to buy the egg mayonnaise. I always keep forgetting that. Also, The Apprentice star wrongly accused is a wreath thief. In fact, she's got a wonderful turn of language. What a foul-mouthed old bag she is. She actually wrote the F word and everything. Oh, disgusting. Really. Louisa Zisman, who popped up in Country Life. God knows how she wangled that one. She's nobody. She's certainly not Country Life material, that's a fact. Also, what was the other one I quite like? Oh, the Christmas #1 stars on a roll, and the school that put on a pantomime. And the only reason I laugh is because they've only got 7 pupils in the school, and each person took about 2 parts in it. Like, yeah, cute. I think that's really sweet. Love it. Killed by a marshmallow. They apparently did something on Love Island, and somebody has, taken this on board and swallowed a marshmallow, which can't be much fun, can it, really? Pigs in blankets, healthier for you, and happy birthday to Jenny Agata. Daddy, my daddy. We like that. And see you later. Bye-bye. And Uri Geller celebrates birthday today. I think he's in his 70s. And Jenny, of course, who's in... Is it called The Midwife? I never know what the programme's called. I think she's in that. I still like her. I just find it hard to believe she's sort of grown up now when she did the Daddy, my daddy bit and the smoke and everything else. I think we shall go to the field at the end of the lane. It was so beautifully done. It was absolutely beautifully done. We are actually talking beautifully done. We had a nice breakfast yesterday. I took Thomas out for breakfast. There were another 4 people who didn't know him, but they were quite happy to meet him. And, no, you didn't know them, dear. No, you don't know these people, okay? You pass them and you work in the same building. And so I sort of introduced him to people who he hadn't met before. He'd seen them in passing or a photograph on the internet when he'd been stalking them. But the rest of the time, it was sort of quite nice. And we all sat down. We go up to Covent Garden. There's a hotel, and we sort of sat down and we had toast and tea. He was very good. He didn't have any tea or coffee because he was looking forward to going home to bed. And he had, I don't know what he had, actually. What did you have? Eggs Benedict. I was even surprised he knew how to pronounce it, to be honest. It was your favourite. It was lovely. And you had a nice time. You like a Royale every now and then. And so, he's living in Cloud Cuckoo Land, isn't he, really? Egg sandwich. I remember egg sandwiches. Yeah, it's very common. I think we'll have smoked salmon. Oh, that's so posh. In fact, if you work it out, actually, it's cheaper to eat smoked salmon than it is to eat fish fingers. Yeah. And you know why? Take away the coating from a fish finger and measure the amount of fish you get in there and do that price per packet of fish. It's cheaper to eat smoked salmon. And I do like smoked salmon. I nearly bought some yesterday, but I didn't really have enough sort of time to do it. So I'm going to do it today because we were going to be going to Winter Wonderland, but I think the heavens are going to open and we're going to get absolutely drenched. So what I think we do, I haven't discussed this with anybody yet, but I think we'll probably leave it till after Christmas because it's open till sort of January and then it'll start winding down a bit. Is that all right? Is that okay? You can go home, Corey, and you can sample... He's got a few things to sample, actually. So I'll probably get some garbled message. And for this, I'll have to go, hi, Corey. Should be nice. It's a Friday. Both Thomas and I, and Corey to a certain extent, have had sort of the sleeping patterns have been all over the blooming place, haven't they? I could just simply lie down right now and nod off. But I didn't yesterday. What did I do yesterday? Oh, that's right. I watched the Queen doing Parliament, and I watched Boris walking alongside Corbyn being real prissy. The man who has destroyed the Labour Party from within. Didn't even need to make any effort doing it. He just destroyed it. And he looked as miserable as sin. The man who got the lowest ratings in, 80 years? 70, 80 years? Absolutely appalling. And he couldn't even be bothered. That goes to prove people obviously made the right... all the Labour supporters will be going, we made the right decision. Look at the way he's behaving. Mind you, had he smiled, he'd have lost out on it as well, wouldn't he, really? But it was very interesting. The Queen dressed down a little bit, I thought. I mean, obviously not dressed down completely. Still had a hat on, still read her speech. Yeah, she was looking good, but she didn't wear the crown. It's too heavy. Way too heavy, excuse me. But it was just Corbyn, Mr. Misery. Now you know why you never got voted, pal. Now you know. It's finally hitting home. Steve, I've got the best present ever. My daughter Jessica arrives from Australia tomorrow for 2 weeks. Well, she's not arriving in the post, is she, Tricia? I cleared my post thing out the other day. I got some lovely stuff. I'm going to read you some letters later on. We've had loads of cards in again, and in fact, this year actually I think is the merriest of Christmases. We've all got what we desire. We've all ended up with lovely things. Well, I hope so. Boys, I don't know what to do with half the time, so we just give them money, and that's it. Then they can buy what they want. Or in one case, it'll go towards a plane ticket. Oh, look, Jeremy Corbyn with Diane Abbott right in front of him. That's a good position, isn't it? I quite like that idea, actually. So he's right behind her. And have I just paid for the next flight? There you go, you see? How cool is that? Best present ever. That's why I always say, actually, money is so much better. You can do so much more with it. You know, if I bought you bath cubes or a book or a record or a CD or a DVD, it wouldn't be as exciting, would it? But money, always very useful. Very useful. Steve, here we go. Any idea what could I buy my cousin Sissy for Christmas, says Mike. She likes boxing, real ale and snooker. Boiler suit, dungarees, something like that. Or maybe a television. So she can keep up with people. Because now a woman's won the darts, it's an open stick. The blokes will be furious. All those fat, overweight blokes who's 120. All of that kind of stuff. People like that. I've watched it on the television. It's boring. It's very dull. Very dull. Bex in Derbyshire has been in hospital again for a little while and missed the show and hadn't realised how much enjoyment you bring to my life. We do get that a lot. It's because you've suddenly realised at this time of the morning. I was speaking to somebody yesterday who knows he's been in the business for a long while. And we were having breakfast and we were sort of chatting away about the programme because he admits that he does listen more to my programme than some other programmes. And so he said, and I flipped through the dial. You know, when you listen to lots of radio, and of course I don't listen to lots of radio. I wish I did. But I tend not to because I'm not... It's going to sound awful if I say I'm not an anorak. It's just that I don't know enough about radio. I know what I like listening to, and because I know people in the business, that kind of seems to be my benchmark. I don't need to listen to the actual programme. Do you know what it is? And he said, I flipped around the dial one time years ago. He said, when I came across your programme, he said it was everybody else was just doing, you know, the this is, that was, is, and here we go, years ago. He said, and you were doing it completely differently. And I said, right. Because the funny thing is, even though people say this to me, I don't think I'm doing anything different from anybody else. I'm quite jealous for people who can introduce music. You know, I could if I put my mind to it because I have done music radio. But I just used to get frustrated. I wanted to go and talk again. I wanted to go and sort of say something, because when we had the little party the other night at Soho House and I made a little speech, I suddenly realised after I'd been talking for about 5 minutes, I don't actually find it difficult to do talking. I really don't. I sort of stand up there and do my little bit and enjoy it. And that's... Oh, we've been paid today as well, haven't we? We've been paid? God, I tell you, today's turning out to be a cracker of a day, isn't it? Go, I tell you what, Corey, I mean, this is your weekend. Exactly. It's sorted. It's sorted. We've got everything. You've got chocolates. I gave Thomas, he thinks I forgot his name the other day, which I didn't, of course. I never do. And I've got some advent calendars. And I've got one for you, Corey, as well. So because we're sort of 3/4 of the way through the month, you just have to open all the doors and eat the chocolates, which is quite cool. I know you're just being pedantic now. I know it's more than 3/4. All right, we're 4/5. God in heaven, honestly. Christmas round your blooming tree. Ho, ho, ho. Merry Christmas. Oh, Christmas dinner. What a dull time, wasn't it? Seeing his little face over the top of the sprouts. With his little hat on. Which, of course, by this time... Yes, I think you'll find that's not cranberry sauce. I think you'll find that's real cranberry sauce, you know. We don't buy anything home. No, Mother makes it. Mother makes it. You can imagine what a nightmare he is at home. Not surprised the family tried to move out on 3 occasions now, but he's always managed to found them. He's tracked them down, haven't you? You've got... Of course you have... Yes, exactly. Oh, you can't have Yorkshire pudding, Steve. You don't have that, do you? And we're going to have some mistletoe. Who wants to eat the first bit of mistletoe? Yeah. Gone forever. We've got to take a break. I'm late again. You're not helping me with these breaks. You know, when I bigged you both up at that party at Soho House, yeah, Corey and somebody else on the programme, whoever he is. You know, the whole idea is you're supposed to help me, not be a blooming hindrance. You're supposed to tell me when I've gone over on the timings so that I don't sort of miss it and then get into trouble with people. I always get into trouble with people. Oh, my boss said to me the other day, he sent me a text. He said it was such a success. He said, we think that every year we should have Steve Allen Day. I wrote back and went, what a good idea. What a good idea. Steve Allen Day every year. Just once a year. It's not egotistic. No, it's the fact he's lived another year. You know, bit of a miracle. There's people queuing up to do the job. He's done another year. How is this possible? There are so many people who wanted to do that early breakfast show. I wonder if you put it out to tender to the industry, who would put in for it. That would be curious, wouldn't it? That would be very curious. You think, should we take a break? Because now we're even later than we were a short time ago when we said you're supposed to tell me about the timing. And because they always say, if you can't think of anything to talk about, what do you talk about? I said, well, I can talk about having nothing to talk about. And I can fill 10 minutes on that one easy. So just before we go any further into the next millennium, it doesn't matter at this time of the morning, does it? Again, I managed to get a train from Waterloo Station the other day. I had to pick my skirts up and move a little bit because it was about 2 minutes away. And I thought, oh, no, make sure you get on it. And it was fine. Absolutely fine. So I've had no effort, or no sort of increase in effort for actually going on the trains. I'm absolutely fine with it. They've always been there, and always get them. Of course, free. Now it's free because I've got a Freedom Pass. But getting off at Richmond Station, it's like the entire world seemed to descend off the train. Really? And I'm still hating people putting their feet up on the seats. If I had £1 for every time I saw somebody on the night bus with their feet up on the seats, I'd be a very rich person. Steve, I'm driving my partner and twin boys to Cornwall to the Outlaws today. How does Santa know where the twins are to deliver presents? Oh, he knows, Paul. He knows. He knows everything. Even if you move, he has a little tracking thing that's embedded into your psyche, and he knows where people are. He can almost look down the chimneys and see who the people are at home, then he leaves the presents. I've seen it on the telly. Listening to you on a crowded Friday afternoon train, I'll be glad to get home. Going over the Sydney Harbour Bridge at the moment, says Shane in Sydney. That's exciting, isn't it? I think people should take little videos when they do that and then send it in to us so we can see the Sydney Harbour Bridge at this time of the morning. I love it when it's like this. It's quite dark outside at the moment, a little bit satanic, but still very, very pleasant. What else we got? What else? Oh, Paddington Bear, Michael Bond. There's pieces in the paper, even though he's been gone 2 years now. Paddington lives on because there's something endearing about Paddington. Paddington could be Prime Minister. Paddington could solve the world's problems. He really could. Paddington is that cute. And he doesn't ask for lots, just marmalade sandwiches, which he keeps inside his hat for an emergency. And he likes his friend Mr. Gruber, so they can go and have a cup of hot chocolate together and chat over the things. The children as well. That's why. There's something about him. I don't know what it is. Go to any tourist shop where they sell, the sort of tat that we all look at it and go, oh, God, that's a bit naff. An imitation Big Ben or a plate or something with a horrible picture on it. And they've always got Paddingtons. It's amazing how even the tourist trade is infiltrated by Paddingtons, which is good. There's a mum in the paper today. Not a nice story. Not a nice story at all. She died. She was only 47. She was left freezing in a 6-hour wait on a pavement. I don't know how she ended up being on the pavement for 6 hours, but there she was. By the time we got her into hospital, she died in hospital, which is not very good, is it? And also a lady called Lorette has had her Christmas wish come true. Lorette, I'll tell you, is 90. She's terminally ill, and the one thing she wanted to do, like on her little bucket list, she didn't have a big bucket list, is she wanted to go shopping in M&S with her daughter. So they took her shopping in M&S on a hospital bed. Isn't that fabulous? I love stories like that. I think that's the nicest thing ever, because that's what we'd all want to do, that, wouldn't we? If it was our mum or our sister or our, auntie or something, you'd want to do that. But mainly for your mum, to make sure they had everything. Because I'm not sure how I'd cope with something like that. I'm really not. I would like to think I'd be sort of kind of adult. If somebody said to me, how would you react? Like, my mother was told she was terminally ill, and they've said, and it was literally 3 months from diagnosis, bearing in mind it was secondary cancer, 3 months till she died. And she was fine to start with. She was absolutely fine with it, and she seemed to think that she was going to beat it and get better. And it turned out that it wasn't like that at all. They'd given her morphine, I think, and it gave her a false sense of I'm going to be okay, because she was really quite good on morphine. And then gradually, as the morphine takes hold, it gradually sort of makes you more tired and stuff like that. She became very irritable. I've told the story before that she was staying with her sister, and her sister, she had a big house very near Mary Berry, that sister. and she'd say, do you want some soup, Jean? My mother would say, yeah, I'll have some soup. So Grace would make the soup, take it upstairs. My mother would say, what's that? And Grace would say, it's soup. She said, I don't want soup. It's almost like a form of dementia, where, you know, you say white and the other person says black. It is like that. I saw something on the television the other day, and it was a man with dementia, and his wife was trying to explain things to him, and he quite clearly didn't have the faintest idea what was going on. Yet other days, very lucid. Whereas my mother sort of went downhill. She just started sleeping more, and but the Macmillan nurses were fantastic. I mean, just fantastic. Can't tell you anything else. These people deal with things like that, and I do call it dealing with it. So I know when somebody writes into me and says, I've had an absolute crap year so far, and I was hoping for something, a little bit to cheer me up. And you don't realise until you leave LBC and you go, when I say leave LBC, you might go abroad. You might not be one of those lucky people who's got the app, which doesn't cost anything to get. And so you go away and all of a sudden you go, I'm missing all the programmes. I'm missing getting up at that time of the morning and turning on, and Steve Allen's there. And then you've got Nick Ferrari, and then James O'Brien, and then Sheila Fogarty and Ian Dale and Eddie Mayer. You've got all these different presenters. And so I do urge you to download the app, because it's brilliant. Jill says, what radio stations do you have your car radio tuned into? Well, it sounds a bit complicated. I don't have to tune anything in on the car radio. It puts up a list of all the stations, everything. And I then just turn the dial and push a button so I can listen to anything. But it does tend to be LBC. In the car, it is only LBC. In the bathroom, it is only LBC. I thought about that the other day, actually. I was thinking, people have given up asking me what I want for Christmas, because I don't want anything for Christmas. I love it when people send in nice things, but I don't actually crave anything at all. So Jill, the answer is I've got every radio station listed that we can pick up, but I only listen to LBC. I've listened occasionally to some of our sister stations. James in Sevenoaks, Merry Christmas to you, Corey Thomas and the lovely Serena Farrow. Leave her alone. Honestly. Another one here which says, congratulations on 40 years. You're remarkably talented at what you do. I know, it's uncanny, isn't it? And the reason I now know that is because I'm still in employment. That's the only way you know. If somebody says to you, how do you know when you're successful? I go, they give me a contract. No, the industry isn't as charitable, Thomas points out, as you would think it is. It doesn't go on, oh, he's a nice chap. It's cutthroat. It's merciless. It's merciless. I'm quite sure that there are far more talented people than me out there who could probably do this job. It's just that we're not going to let them, are we? We're going to gang up on them. You couldn't do it. What would you do as a double-headed programme? It's the Corey and Thomas show. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. I don't talk like that. LBC, Steve Allen show, LBC. Special guest in yeah. Special guest in conversation. Me. And who's coming up after me? More me. Yes, so those are the intros to the Christmas programmes. And my coming up next is so and so. But now it's me. Getting quite excited. The funny thing is, though, I never thought that I could nick from other people. I've nicked lines from other people and stuff like that, but you never lift presentation, because you can't. By Jove, that was nearly an opener in itself. A little bit of a Freudian slip. But you don't think that when you're doing radio. I could listen to somebody, but I would never pinch the way that they present a show. Are you still eating chocolates? I thought you were supposed to have cut has he got the tin of chocolates in there? You are the other day, honestly, you have to practically hold him down with your knee against his throat and force a chocolate down him. Now, all of a sudden, now they're there. Chum, 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 chum. You're like a little mechanical crane. Yeah, having a long week does not necessarily mean that you can open the chocolates. Which ones are you eating? Which ones are you eating out of the cellar? Where have they come from? I know where they've come from. What have you got? What have you got to eat? Oh, blimey, nothing. Yeah. I've got some tangerines. Don't pick on him because he wanted a tangerine. It's part of his 5 a day. He was telling me... I can't tell you. Right, we'll take a shot. Don't throw things at him. You're very violent, honestly. It's unnecessary. Seen the reviews for the film Cats. Because I'm a big fan. If you haven't seen the musical, go see the musical, because it's really, really good. But one of the bad reviews was saying the worst thing ever to happen to cats since dogs. Which I thought was such a good line. Such a good line. Anyway, actually, just going back very quickly to Adam, he says, can I ask, because you've done 40 years, he says, as a 31-year-old still in the early days of my career, how have you got over the low points and remained committed for 40 years? I don't know. You don't have low points in radio. I mean, I promise you, I've never had any low points. What would be considered a low point in radio would not be... What can I say? If I'm being brutally honest with you, a low point can be an Ofcom complaint. Okay, that would be a low point. But then you have to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and you carry on. You have to take it on the chin. If you dish it out, you have to take it. It's as simple as that. So there aren't any low points in radio because every day you're coming in to do something you love doing. I've never not loved coming in for doing it. So, and being committed, the commitment comes on the other side. The commitment comes from the management. You know, the management writing to me. I mean, you know, seriously, management writing to me and saying it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to have you working on LBC. And you think, that's what it is. That's what the commitment is. It's their commitment to me. I, in return, give as much back to them as I possibly can. We are thinking now about having Steve Allen Day every year. It'll be a case of, you know, that lasted for 2 years and then sadly pegged it. So, overwhelmed by one big party yesterday, says Kevin the restaurateur. All my wonderful staff. The customers donated a good chunk of money and the staff their tips. So we hand hot Christmas meals out to the homeless on Christmas Eve. Bit misted over now. Oh. They did that. Did you hear that? Somebody where is it? It's in this country. They do it every year. They put £10 in a Christmas card and hand it to the homeless so they can go and say, just been arrested for handing Christmas cards with money out. The police actually bundled this person into a van and took them away. I'm thinking, what, somebody doing something really good like that? We did a thing for the homeless last year. The taxi drivers were collecting clothes from people, and they would send a taxi out to your house to collect clothes. I don't know if they're doing the same thing this year, so that on, you know, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, people have got a warm coat to wear, or, you know, socks or things like that. So, you know, that's nice. There's all sorts of things you can do for this time of year. It doesn't have to cost you any money either. Sometimes just taking a hot drink to somebody is quite enough now. Or if you do baking, how about baking some sausage rolls, baking lots of little sausage rolls and taking them out there to people, or mince pies or something like that? It doesn't have to be a lot, does it? Monica says, I've got opposite problems. People insist on conversations with a cab driver and sometimes you really don't want to chat. How to explain politely to them that the job is to get them from point A to point B safely? I don't mind chatting usually, but there's an extra, and sometimes I just feel like charging extra, some 50 quid a minute for it. Monica says, bit down today, so you're really welcome as a pick-me-up. Actually, you're quite right, actually. I was sitting on the bus yesterday and I saw somebody I hadn't seen for ages, and I was thinking, I wonder if they've actually seen me. Yes, they had. So we set up a conversation, and I'm thinking, this is going to be quite a long conversation on this bus journey. So I was quite grateful, really, because when you do talking for a living, you don't necessarily want to talk all the time. But I mean, I do chat mainly, but I don't sort of go at it hammer and tongs. Sun this morning. Yes, when the red Corbyn cub sobbing. Oh, he was right. Oh, Misery Mary. Oh, he was. Walking through the Commons, Jeremy Corbyn saying nothing to anybody. And you think to yourself, well, you basically killed the Labour Party, haven't you? Single-handedly. Boris, of course, couldn't suppress a bigger smile if he tried at it. Wayne Rooney's got a tunnel linking his new mansion to his garage. An electric car permanently on charge waits there to whisk the family to safety in the event of intruders. That's exciting. That's quite nice, isn't it? I quite like that idea. There's also a couple having a sex session on the back of a double-decker bus the other day. And it was on the 135 in Prestwich. It's had 460,000 views at the moment. How odd. What is it about people who... I mean, do they not... see the cameras on the buses upstairs? You don't want to do that, do you? Not nice at all. So squeals on the bus. Squeals on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Squeals on the bus. And why have they got a thing here? I'm looking at this Wayne Manor. Poor, I mean, it does look... Was it a branch of Morrison's, they said it looked like? But they've got this sort of secret tunnel. There's a steel door, and it leads to a secure bolt hole with toilet, kitchen and CCTV. God, blimey, honestly. Getting a bit desperate. Though the rest of us will just have to fend for ourselves. It's no good... I'll tell you what, if you actually got a dog, get it out in the garden, start digging a tunnel. Tell it there's a bone buried nearby, and you should better get your tunnel in before we reach the year 2030, I should imagine. So the Queen's speech brings the blueprint for Britain. Bojo's all smiles as he vows a new war on terror and spies. And Corbyn, Mr. Misery. Nothing at all. Here they all are, turning up to an event at Chiltern Firehouse. Unfortunately, if Sarah Ferguson turns up anyway, your heart drops, doesn't it? Prince Andrew, very wisely, decided to stay away. Because once you're out there in public territory, matey, you know, you're good for it, as they say. Ellie Goulding went, Ada Field, James Blunt, and B was there. But, I mean, if you're having such a lacklustre sort of guest list, why don't you have it at home? Invite people out to home. But no, because B is a show-off, she has to have it in a place like that. Whereas anybody with any class would have gone to the Ivy, of course. Makes so much more sense. So much more sense. Also, the broadcaster, the Reverend Richard Coles, has revealed he's been subjected to abuse after the death of his partner. He said he's in hell and he will follow. Oh, yeah, I mean, you just really want to go around to these people's houses, open the door, drag them out, and put TV cameras on them and go, this is the person who said this. Now let's find out what's so perfect about your life, shall we? Because it wouldn't be much. Former Apprentice star, Louisa Zisman. I mean, when I read that she was in... They were doing Country Life, they do a picture of somebody, you know, and hers was... She had a podcast up, it was really lame. But she wrongly accused a handyman of stealing her wreath. In a video, she was branded Inspector Clueless after outing this bloke as a suspect. She posted a video of his red Land Rover to 539,000 followers, saying she'd been tipped off. It was seen at the time of the theft of this £250 door decoration. But anyway, the dad of three said, I watched the video and thought, hang on, I've got nothing to do with this. Anyone could see her video, could then see me targeted by getting into the car and driving into the side or something like that. Anyway, she's used the filthiest language. You dirty potty mouth. Dirty potty. She's used the F word, a skanky, and she's, of course, completely wrong. But it's disgusting, really. And so, posting on Instagram, she added, I don't know who you effing are here. I didn't show your house. I didn't show your car number plate. I've no idea who you are. It's a bit like you, isn't it, Louisa? Nobody knows who you are, actually, dear. You're just sort of torturously dragging your career out in the public domain, and we don't want it. Don't want it, please. Thank you very much indeed. Also, EastEnders producers rocked by the theft of a top-secret Christmas script. All right, I tell you now, somebody's going to die. All right, you know, one of us is going to die. Da, 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 da. Dum, 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 dum. That's what happens. There's no point in having anything happy in EastEnders. That's not what it's about. The idea is much misery as possible. Albert Square full of misery. You know, oh, we just found another body. Oh, good, wonder who that could be. And then they go, well, of course, it could be anybody. It could be anybody. Steve, one here. Oh, yes, thank you for being there to accompany me for my sleepless nights. Because I'm in pain. Oh, I'm in pain as well a lot of the time. Steve, I've got a business partner, says Bobby, from Pallister, Platt and Sons. And there's a Care for Christmas on the Isle of Sheppey. And they were in need of... Wait a minute. Oh, God, honestly. It goes like this, doesn't it? Oh, I'm doing it. It's all wrong here. Wait a minute. Oh, God, Struth, where's it gone? Where has it gone to? There you go. Isle of Sheppey. Needed food donations for the homeless and families that aren't quite fortunate. So we went to Aldi, filled our private ambulance up with food and delivered it to the church. It's a nice thing to do. They do a thing in... So he just walked in? Oh, right. And what was I thinking? Oh, yes, they have a food bank type thing in Waitrose. Don't come into the studio without knocking. Hello? You know, then you tell me who you are, then I decide, looking at my list of approved people to come into the studio, whether I'm going to let you in or not. Come in here and then sneak out. Oh, right. It's war. He's not on my approved list. He's on my very worrying list. I know, it's scary, isn't it? It's like the party all over again. Lots of affectionate touching. I touched as many as I could. I thought if I go and do the whole room, nobody can complain. They always go, Steve Allen came up and put his arms around me. I go, yeah, he did it to me. Did he? He did it to me. And so it went round the room. It was like Chinese whispers. Well, it wasn't like Chinese whispers. I love everyone. I love everyone. I love everybody there the other night. Of course I did. Also, what was the other story I was going to mention to you? I can't remember what I was going to do, actually. Do you like Horlicks? No, that's for old people, Horlicks. I'm not old. I'm young. I think. Stuart says, have you seen the weather outside? It's lashing down in Romford. I know. That's why our much looking forward to trip to Winter Wonderland has got to go off, because we just can't do it in the rain. It'll be so miserable. Corey had an idea that we'd all go and sit on the back row of a cinema with a bucket of popcorn between our legs, and I decided I didn't want to do that. I'll fall asleep. I know I'll fall asleep. I'll go home, have a sleep, get up, come down into town, sit in a cinema, the lights will go down, I'll be holding a giant hot dog in one hand, bucket of popcorn, the week that we've had, and then bang, I'll be out. Steve, nobody else can be you. You can get away with being you. I think so. How about a show with all three of you in conversation? You're joking. You're not going to hear them as well. There's no chance you're going to hear them. Never. What would be on your Christmas list? Not hearing the producers would be on my Christmas list. I don't have a Christmas list. You know why? I'm very fortunate. There's nothing I want. There's nothing I can really say I want. I don't think, anyway. I've got to go to the bank today. That's all I've got to do. And that's it. And then I've got the show at the Magic Circle tomorrow. Then I'll be in here for Sunday for you. And then next week, then we're into Christmas. You get Monday is Christmas Eve. Tuesday is Christmas Day, Boxing Day, so I'll be here for breakfast. Am I here for Christmas Eve's breakfast? Oh, right. I don't know what... Is that Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday, all right. Send me a list. You might have to send me a list. I'll never remember things. I've got this awful feeling I'm going to oversleep or something like that, and I thought, yeah, you can always phone me. Yeah, I don't know whether I might drive in actually on Christmas Day and Boxing Day. I think it'd be better. There'll be loads of places to park, won't there? I think. So I think I'll drive in for the Christmas Day or Christmas Eve show. I mean, is it parking free in London on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? You don't think it is? You think you have to pay? Really? We are going to check. Public transport? Oh, no, not really. No, public transport. I mean, I suppose I could take the car in on Christmas Eve. And then, because that'll be all right getting home again, but then Christmas Day, there must be free parking on Christmas Day. They can't be out there charging you for parking they can't. Not in London, for God's sake, give us some respite. That would just be mean. Is Corey feeling better, says Pat? Well, bless you for asking. Yes, he's fully recovered, back on the sauce. And he seems all right, actually. The other day, he was okay. Do you know, to be honest with you, it was only his head that was a bit thick. The rest of him was fine, wasn't it? You were sort of okay. I mean, he had a nice little sleep upstairs. Bless his heart. Took his shoes off. But his hair was the funny. We should have taken a picture of him waking up and then post it. Yeah, we brought water. Well, that was my idea, because I know if you wake up and you feel a bit dehydrated, water is something you need, even though he was next to the kitchen. And I say next to the kitchen, that's where his sort of body fell. And he was there. I'm right about parking. Both days? It should be free. Oh, right, okay. So Christmas Day, Boxing Day free? Yeah. There you go. That's me sorted. That is me sorted. Now I know what I'm doing, actually. Glad you enjoyed, says Rudy. Soho House, Dean Street. I'm a member. My favourite Soho House, Little House Mayfair. We had a really nice time, actually. Very nice time. And we had a nice breakfast yesterday. In fact, it's quite social at the moment. I don't know if I know that the news desks go out, don't they, to have a few sort of bevies. I think they were sort of going to bevy after I was leaving Soho House. Another one here from Pixie in Durham. She says, thank you for getting a lot of us through another year. Listen, we're heading for the stars. We are heading for the stars. Got these two through the year, didn't we? Yeah. They what? They got... Yeah, the listeners got... Did they? How did they get you through the year? Nice figures, yeah. Yeah, good audience figures is always a good one. That's always great, actually, in our business. If you can get good audience figures without actually really... break. That's your fault. Chatting away in there, honestly, and yeb, like that. And now it's 10 to 5. Nice, it's Friday. Friday means putting your feet up. Well, sort of putting your feet up. Jake, you know, the Methodist pastor. He says, my British wife and I just watched a new Top Gear special. Is Jeremy Clarkson really as stupid as he acts on the show? Actually, we think he's quite bright. How odd, isn't it, that you should perceive him as being stupid? And we because that's his programme, basically. The other two fill in, but they all work very well together. Funny, isn't it? Another one says, by coincidence... Says Peter, just reading the Cats review in the Times. When you mentioned it, 0. Yes, 0 stars. They say it's dreadful. That saved me an evening. And Pablo wants to know if I've got the sprouts in for Christmas yet. No. But I am going to go out and buy today baby sprouts. Little baby sprouts. I'm going to have baby sprouts this evening with some bacon, I think. That'll be quite nice. Monica, my favourite cabbie, says almost every junction I'm crossing is flooded. Tell people to get out early if they need to be somewhere, like work, on time. So, a lot of flooding out there. Can you see it tipping down outside your window, Popper? Is it absolutely hammering it down? Is it? Oh, he's got to open the window now. At least they've got a window. I don't have a window here. My window is them. My window... Oh, he's going to... Don't throw yourself out. I thought he was going to throw himself... Is it rain? Oh, it's raining. Oh, Lord. Oh. Never mind. Doesn't matter. It's rain. Heavens above, it's England. It's England. It always rains, doesn't it? The rise of skywalking... Chewbacca, they've got all the different pets who've been given a full makeover. Bless their hearts. I quite like that idea, actually. Rich says, shame we've had to cancel drinks this year. Said, well, we've had to cancel, Rich, as well, going to Winter Wonderland today. He says, have a great Magic Circle show. See you on Sunday. Yes, definitely. Defo. Poor boy, honestly, there he is over in... Dallas at the moment. He hasn't got half his stuff delivered. Never mind. Also, what's this one here? I love this. Oh, there's a huge advert in all the papers today. How fresh will your fresh turkey be? And what they're basically saying is go to Iceland. If you want it fresh, buy it frozen. But these ones aren't as fresh, they say, as Iceland's frozen turkeys. Fresh turkeys have been blasted, thawed out and placed on a refrigerated shelf to catch the eye of the unwary shopper, who pays up to 72% more for one, thinking it's better than frozen. So there you go. What's more, frozen turkeys taste great. Our luxury British extra tasty turkey crown is taste test approved by the Good Housekeeping Institute. If you get a mention from them, you're doing all right. So they say, don't scramble for an unfresh turkey and pay the odds for it. Go to Iceland, buy a frozen turkey. Which actually, I mean, we've had fresh and we've had frozen, and I don't think I can tell the difference. By the time it's got gravy on it, is it actually possible to taste the difference? The only thing I'd be affected by would be the price. So you could have a fresh turkey, which would cost you £100, or you could have a frozen one, probably for about 9 or 10 quid. And that's what people... You just got to remember to thaw the blooming thing out. And as you know, it takes ages to thaw a turkey out. I mean, it takes ages. No good running under the tap thinking that makes it easier. It doesn't. And you don't want to cook frozen turkey. You really don't. Also, this school that puts on the pantomime, they've only got 7 pupils in this school. This is in North Wales, in Abersoch. And it's been one hell of a challenge, they see. But the children were very excited. We've had to do a shortened version with not so many costume changes. And I think I don't know what the panto is. But anyway, the school could be axed soon. Miss Jones says, hopefully this is not the last Christmas show. 7. And they're all in the pantomime, 7 of them. Wouldn't it be just... Isn't it amazing? Is everybody in Wales called Jones? The headmistress is Miss Jones. Of course it is. Of course it is. But they sing. Each child had to play more than one role and sing 13 songs. There were 7 of them. Oh, that is so cute. That is so cute. We love stuff like that. Here's Stormzy. During a live set on The One Show, it wasn't all fun as she was quizzed by Alex Scott and Patrick Kilty about working with difficult co-stars. Oh, honestly, Patrick Kilty. Patrick's still around. And Alex Scott, still around. But anyway, she laughed it off. As indeed she would. As indeed she would. Listen, they're professional people. I don't know why people keep trying to sort of underestimate them. It's terrible, really, isn't it? I'm up extra early, Steve, to get the first train at 5:20 from Plumpton to East Croydon. You're making me laugh out loud. My husband's upstairs begging me to be quiet, says Darryl. It's the trouble when you're that noisy first thing in the morning, as you know. Yes, and in conversation with you, Corey and Thomas would be amazing. Yeah, well, dream on. It ain't happening, all right? Not going to happen at all. Although I have to admit, I'm sort of intrigued that, I think it might work. I think what we should do is, you know that Mr. M does one in the pub where they all get drunk? We could do the drunk version of the Steve Allen podcast one year. Not this year. I don't think I could manage it. I seriously don't think. Oh, here we go. This is my schedule for the next 2 weeks. Even on Sunday. I managed to work out Sunday. I'm all right on Sunday. I know what I'm doing. I reckon today's busy day. This is busy Friday. You need to get out early. And in fact, now. You need to get up early now. I know you don't want to, but if you really, really want to get... And also the weather's atrocious. And if you've got some serious shopping to do, get out, do it early, and then get back in again. Batten down the hatches. Miserable blooming day. Dreadful. Yeah, James in Sevenoaks very interested in this idea of sort of doing an in-conversation with the boys next door. He wouldn't want to. Seriously, a goth and a Scottish bloke who wears a kilt. You know, I'm not sure it's going to be... I don't know what we'd call it, actually. Steve Meets the Crew. Or something. That'd have to be one of those names, wouldn't it? Steve Meets the Crew. There's the stupidest person ever in the newspaper today. Talking to stupid people. Here is a cyclist in Bristol, cycling on one-handed, clutching a child. Neither of them wearing helmets. A complete bozo. Nicholas Foxwell said on Facebook, the man should be in serious trouble for endangering a child. He's an idiot. He's a complete idiot. Onlooker said he was reckless. One said, imagine if he was involved in an accident. Well, the kid would die. Without too fine a point on it. And then Nicholas comes back with people like him give us cyclists a bad name. He's an idiot. I'm surprised the police didn't have him arrested. He's literally cycling with one hand, so he's got no control over the bike at all, and he's clutching a child who could be 2 or 3. Literally just holding the child. It's not even in a basket or anything else like that. What an idiot. What an idiot. Let's hope they find out who he is. Somebody will recognise him and say, I'll tell you exactly who that is. And then we'll find out. Video game add-ons make kids gambling addicts. I never got into video games. When I was younger, we didn't have video games. Very lucky if you got a skipping rope for Christmas. Mind you, skipping ropes were good fun, weren't they? Did you have a skipping rope? Did you jump in and do the skipping rope? I think, yeah, it was good fun. Piece of chalk as well. Liked a piece of chalk. We used to have chalk. We used to get bits of it. Ever played what? Kick the cat? Of course not. Oh, kick the can. Why would you want to kick the cat? It's not very nice. Kick the can? Is that called football in Scotland for the cheaper end of the market? You can't afford a ball. I mean, surely between 20 of you could have clubbed together by a bit of leather up there. But kick the can. Very well done. Friday, 20th of December. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days to go before we hit the 25th. And you should have done... I know you won't have done. Should have done the Christmas shopping. Bought the tree. Got the tree. It's raining today. Not a good time to buy trees, but you might as well do them because you don't want to not have a tree, do you? I've ordered a fresh turkey crown for me and the girls, says Kevin the milkman, getting it from the dairy as their meat comes from Church's Butchers in Epping. Oh, I'm looking at spending most of Christmas Day in the kitchen. But that's where the booze is. I'm not complaining. No, yes, I'm not complaining about it. Makes it sound like I'm moaning, but I'm not, really. Also, Jake, the Methodist pastor, in Minnesota. He said, to be fair, I love Top Gear. I love the sweariness. I have a lot of work to do today, and this weekend preparing for worship on Sunday and the Christmas Eve worship services. Had some great Chinese food. You're not supposed to eat Chinese food. You're diabetic. You know, it's terribly bad for you. Even though it's delicious, I know. Don't look at eat Chinese now. But I deliberately try and stay away. If I think my stomach's going to have a bit of a session, I don't bother. Jenny from Edgware says, shame you're not going to Winter Wonderland. My son Lance works at the ice rink and he'd saved you skates and a penguin. And a penguin! Lord. She says, oh, well, next time. Yeah, we're definitely going to go. We just can't... we don't want to go in the rain. It's going to be miserable. We're going to get very wet. Corey's hair will go to pieces. And it would be terrible, wouldn't it? You know, you've got a bottle of booze to get through tonight. Or two. And Thomas will be just like, I need sleep. I need sleep. Thomas just wants to hit the sheets and go bang. He'll be in bed before we are today. Mark says thank you for getting us through some sleepless nights. To many of us, just hearing your voice. It's kind of enough. And one in Tenerife for winter sun before I work the Christmas break, says Kieran. Can't sleep. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? I hate it when you can't sleep, but I don't have any trouble sleeping. I could have seriously, I could have, not particularly early last night, but I was all sort of ready, and I sat in front of the television. I thought, I know I've got to leave in about 15, 20 minutes. Perhaps I could close my eyes for 15, 20 minutes. I thought, maybe not. It's too worrying, isn't it? You sort of think, just in case you oversleep, which seems to be the thing. Kate Garraway overslept the other day. Very, very worrying. Very, very worrying. Another one here, they're looking at booze. I got a booze thing for you later on, actually, and it goes down to something we were talking about on the programme. We were talking about booze on the programme, but what was it I was looking for? Sugar-free Prosecco. We found it. We found it. I don't know where you get it from, but we found it. Sugar-free, vegan, happy with this one. It's for vegans. The grapes, not pressed in a machine, but the weight of the grapes pushes down, so it's much, much better. I'll tell you about it in about an hour, in an hour's time. Oh, good. John Ward has been jailed. He's a rogue trader. He has a long history of swindling homeowners. And his gang has been caught as well. Oh, a total of 12 years. What a shame. What a shame. So, guilty. Guilty. They were caught thanks to a bank cashier who was concerned about the amount of money he was suddenly withdrawing in Bournemouth. John Ward and his bogus roofers tricked a partially sighted man out of almost 20 grand. Good. Well, 12 years in prison. That should sort you out, shouldn't it? I'm sure you'll be enjoying it in there. You must be, otherwise why would you want to commit the crime? That'd be ridiculous. Dawn French doesn't mince her words. She doesn't like Keith Allen. Now, Keith Allen, I can't tell you what she calls him. It's way too rude for this programme. It's way too rude for anything. But apparently, they dated in the 80s. And he actually told her not to pursue a career in comedy. And surprisingly, he did, sort of, but he went a bit off the rails, didn't he, actually? Also a problem for Dancing on Ice's same-sex couple. God, the irritating H from Steps and Matt Evers. You're going to really not like this at all. John Sim will star... When I say not like it, you're not going to like it because they're both... H from Steps is very irritating. I don't like irritating. I'd rather see somebody like Tom Daly dancing than watching H from Steps. Ruth Langsford has turned down taking part in this year's Strictly Come Dancing Christmas special. They did approach her. She came 9th, of course, with Tony Beak, but they were told she's too busy. Oh, didn't have the time. Oh, perhaps she can stay in. Be nice if he stayed in a bit more, wouldn't it? That would do everybody a favour. I think we could be quite happy with that. So it was Corbyn yesterday going through the House of Commons looking like little Mr. Misery. Oh, wasn't he just? Oh, no smiling, no nothing at all. But as I say, systematically, probably not the most popular man there. Definitely not. Love Island challenge kills fan. You know, when you see that, you think it's going to be an actual person. Look at this, whole fresh turkey, £2.89 a kilogram. Whatever that is. 3 little pigs. And everybody doing value, aren't they? Cheeses and everything. Looks lovely. Very nice indeed. Jarvis Cocker feels very proud after his campaign launched one of his songs into the race to be the Christmas #1. I always thought he was miserable, actually. I never liked him. Never liked Jarvis Cocker. He was the one who came on stage during the Brit Awards and interrupted Michael Jackson's act. Complete and utter dodo bird. So, not interested there. Susanna Reid fears she's become boring after going teetotal for 476 days. That's a lot of teetotal. A lot of teetotal. People worry about that. It's like cigarettes. When you give up smoking, you think to yourself, gosh, I'm never going to smoke ever again. And it's the fear of that makes it difficult for a lot of people. Whereas I had to give up smoking twice to actually achieve it. And I wouldn't want a cigarette now. Occasionally I think about it, but then it lasts about a few seconds and I move on. because I don't have the craving for the actual nicotine, and it is addictive. Love here. Parents are fuming when they were told to say Santa Claus rather than Father Christmas to make the beloved figure gender neutral. Do you know that there was a Father Christmas in this country? In Epping, well, around Essex, because in those days, if your surname was, Biggins or something like that, you'd be Father Biggins, and this man's surname was Christmas, and so because he lived in this village, he was Father Christmas, and they had his death certificate the other day on the television on QI. Father Christmas died and is buried here, because that's what they called him. This was back in the 1100s. So, yeah, somebody said, let's not tell the children just yet. But it's true, though. So Father Christmas died in this country. And the original, where did he come from? Go on, where did Father Christmas come from? I bet you don't know. Bet you don't know. Did he come from Lapland? Nope. Did he come from Switzerland? Nope. Did he come from Norway? Nope. Did he come from Sweden? No. He came from Turkey. He came from Turkey. That's where Santa Claus came from. And but the Father Christmas who died in Essex is actually recognised for being Father Christmas, which I love. Another one here says, may I wish you and all the Spikers and Spikettes a wonderful Christmas. Good, we've never had Spikettes before. Spikettes, that could be a new thing, couldn't it? Could be a new thing. That's Mike on the Wirral. He says, I'm taking you all to Melbourne for Christmas and New Year, waking up to Mr. Allen Down Under. We fly out Saturday. Lovely. How much does that cost? Does that cost a lot? Can't sleep either. Raging festive drink hangover. And I've got to work at 7:30, says Grace. Any tips? Phone in sick. Phone in sick. It's awful if you've got a hangover. I mean, I can't imagine how Corey got back from the party the other day. He must have been helped, I should imagine. Did you manage to make it all by yourself? Did you really? Wow. Got yourself some chicken from McDonald's. I'm going to have some chicken. Because it's funny, because when you've had a few drinks, you just buy everything, don't you? 20 pieces and an extra chicken. Oh, the electronic machines. Fatal. Hope you didn't overpay. What did Mrs. Claus say to Santa Claus? I think I can see rain, dear. Lord, Kate, honestly, that's older than I am. Jackie says somebody's got a blow-up tree. Is that actually a blow-up tree? A tree that's blown up, or just a blow-up Christmas tree? I've never heard of a blow-up Christmas tree before. That sounds a bit exciting, doesn't it? In a strange kind of way. Simon Cowell's body's looking a bit different. He was very paunchy and fat, and now he's obviously gone on some sort of diet. He's lost 1.5 stone. Oh, he switched to a vegan diet. So don't forget, I'll tell you later on about the Prosecco that we found, which is basically the ultimate dream. Sugar-free. Not reduced sugar, sugar-free. Completely. Suitable for vegans as well. So that sounds quite nice. I'm all in favour of that. I'll tell you about it later. Plus, what's that a picture of? Serena Williams fighting with Mike Tyson. God, he's aged, hasn't he? God, blimey. And Love Island fan Mia Austin. You don't know who she is, but she's a fan of Love Island. Choked to death on a marshmallow after watching a game on the reality show. She was paralysed by locked-in syndrome that she developed after suffering a stroke when she was 21. On a holiday, she had her heart set on playing the Love Island game, in which islanders stuff as many marshmallows as possible into their mouths. Her mother, Carol, told an inquest, apparently on Love Island, they did a marshmallow challenge. She put marshmallows in the mouth. That's what she wanted to do with two friends. But they offered to cut up the marshmallows because they're quite big, but she didn't. And so she'd previously suffered from other choking incidents. So it went down as an accidental death. That was not good, was it, really? Also, police-funded volunteers are set to patrol dance floors tonight to break up Mad Friday fights. The last working day before Christmas for millions, also known as Black Eye Friday, is notorious for drink-fuelled mayhem. Oh, dear. We don't want drink-fuelled mayhem, do we? Definitely not. And there's a story about Dua Lipa. Also, a host of stars giving Lad Baby and Stormzy a run for their money. Martin Kemp, Royal Blood, the Amazons, and more have come together to release the first silent festive song as the Silent Choir. So that sounds quite nice. Lad Baby has upped his game in a bid to secure his second number one. Might do it, mightn't he? Might do it. And what else have we got here? Oh, this is some group, Real Like You, have dismissed the idea that they're the new Little Mix. Well, they won't be making any money. There's 6 of them. There's going to be no money out there, so I wouldn't think they're going to set the place on fire. Definitely not. Another one here. Dear Steve, Chris, James, Sheila and Clive, have a lovely Christmas. I've had over 40 years of listening to this station. Who is whilst revising for my O-levels. Always getting better, says VJ Major of Brentford. There you go, I know Brentford very well. Shane's having his fridge stocked with food and beer for Christmas. People stagger home. I mean, over here it's ridiculous because the place is only closed for about a day. And then it's all back open again the next day, so you don't need to worry about it. People stagger out. Does Ruth get upset you having a go at Eamon? They're desperate for the publicity. What are you on about? She loves it. Loves it. She's been in quite a few times, actually. And Paul says, I had a dream that you left your Christmas lights on the tree. They're on 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day. I don't have any problems. The trouble is they don't generate enough electricity in a Christmas. It's not like years ago when it was a little light bulb. This is a little LED now. LED's much easier. When it breaks, you throw the things away. Much easier. Steve, I think Morrison's does the sugar-free Prosecco, says Paul. Ooh, I don't think so. Not on this one. And Pauline Cho says, so now you must turn the lights off. No, I leave the lights on all the time. In fact, given the choice, actually, I could sort of leave them on 24 hours a day. Well, I do leave them on 24 hours a day. Where's the blooming mouse gone? Honestly, it disappears in this screen. Drives me completely mad. Completely mad. So 40 years... says VJ, listening to this station. 40 years. Good grief. Also, Ryanair won't tell passengers if they're flying on a controversial Boeing 737 MAX plane. So they're banking on a March or April delivery date just in time for the summer rush. The passengers will be unaware if they're travelling on one of them. Michelle Keegan on a winter trip to Dubai, presumably all by herself. I don't know what's the purpose of this photograph. She's not a model. What? Times. Oh, I'll see you. Yeah, well, we'll just do it visually. It's nice. I'm doing the break. I'm trying to talk to Selena as well as discuss. What do you want to do first? Talk to Selena. She's got to go. The warden will be out for the meter. I don't want to speak to her properly off air. I like to do it on air. I'm a showbiz person. What are you talking about? So I'll see you next week. Yeah. Okay. Lovely. Right, love the coat. Very nice. Very festive. Very festive. I think you're all all the kids are off school now, so they've now got it, and a lot of people are breaking up, so this is effectively, I suppose, the last Friday before Christmas. Well, it is the last Friday before Christmas. And you'll all be going out and doing that. I reckon the streets are going to be packed today. Packed. Absolutely heaving, which I always find desperately unpleasant. You know, if I'm out walking, I like to have a nice empty pavement to walk down. Much, much better. Much nicer. There's a lovely picture. If you like Dachshund sausage dogs, and I don't, as you know, but I mean, I appreciate this picture. This bloke's got... Oh, he's got loads. He's got, wait a minute, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. He's got 17 Dachshunds. He's only 20, he's got 17. And every year he arranges them in a sort of position. Last year they were all on the settee. This time they're going up the stairs. So he's put them together and he's managed to get Buster, Daisy, Ziggy, Wally, Zach, Bonnie, Safi, Duke, Diamond, Ruby, Kizzy, Sammy, Kanzi, Kiki, Lottie, Benji and Dudley. I mean, how you would know these dogs? How you would spot 17 different Dachshunds? But here they all are on the stairs. He sort of put them together, and they're all posing. So, I mean, to be quite honest, it's a feat of ingenuity. You know, they might be glued to the stair, but it's still fantastic, isn't it? Puma have been ridiculed for making a pair of trainers for playing video games. 80 quid they're going to cost you. The sportswear brand claimed its active gaming footwear was designed for elite players who switch between sitting forward and back. Well, there you go. Luckily I don't do games. Luckily. And some car crashed into an Italian kitchen in Hale in Cheshire. 4 men were arrested. It was stolen. But they'll be spending Christmas enjoying themselves not. Plus a benefits office boss caught stealing £18,000 escaped jail after claiming she saw other scroungers getting away with it. Rebecca Hanway, 29, used her job to pocket universal credit payments before an audit linked irregularities. The debt-ridden mother of one diverted funds to her account using a unique code she was given by her superiors that allowed her to authorise payments at the office in Wigan. I mean, she pocketed 18,260 quid by repeatedly lying about having twins and claiming universal credit on behalf of 5 others. You know, why are the systems so lax that they don't find these people till way down the line? She managed to get away with 18,000 quid. But she wept as she pleaded guilty. Yeah, she'd have been weeping a little bit more if we'd shoved the old bag in prison. She got a 16-month jail sentence, suspended for 2 years, you know, because she's the sole carer for her 11-year-old daughter. Marvellous, isn't it, what people can come up with? Yeah, just find an elderly relative who'll sort of depend on you and you're there. Sentencing her, Judge Miss Recorder Catherine Pierpoint says, "You said you'd seen benefit claimants making false claims with no repercussions, but the fact is, stealing from the public has repercussions." What repercussion? That was it. So she just had a 16-month jail sentence suspended. In other words, nothing. Nothing. Doesn't make any sense, does it? There's the 999 mum who dies after a 6-hour wait on the pavement, if you please. This is Donna Gilby, left her home for a doctor's appointment when she slipped and was unable to move. Friends of the 47-year-old, who suffered from an irregular heartbeat, called 999, but were told there was a heavy influx of calls. That means they're very busy. She finally arrived at the hospital in Merthyr Tydfil at 2 p.m, which is 6 hours after the fall, but she then suffered a heart attack in the early hours of the next morning and passed away. So she goes out there. It looks to me, it might be snow on the road, it's a bit difficult to tell, but that was what happened. She came outside and slipped, so it wasn't the fact that it was the 6-hour wait. She suffered a heart attack brought on by, we don't know. We have no idea. And do you remember that, that thing, I can't believe it's not butter? I used to love that. But now margarine is healthier than butter, and frozen food is just as good as fresh, despite millions of us not believing it. You can't do these sort of things, can you, really? I do feel sorry for the bloke, though. His name's Michael Williams. He had a friend called Billy Smith, and so he trusted him the spare key to his home. And he set up a camera in the bedroom to snare a crook, and he found out the person who'd been thieving from him was his best friend. Only goes to prove, if money's involved, you can't do anything else. I was watching a thing on the telly the other day, and I nearly bought a ticket. It was for a lottery. I can't remember which lottery it was, but it said, tickets are only £1, and you could win £1,000. I thought, well, that's not worth it. Is it 1,000 quid? Who wants 1,000 quid? The odds of winning that one must be dreadful. And they go, and then we're going to have sort of, a monthly jackpot or something of an extra 2,000. Whatever it was, it didn't seem like good value at all. Well, I didn't think so. Also, what have we got here? Win 10 million. God, blimey, honestly, there's no end to it. Win this, win that. Headphones, £14 here. And this is Prezzies that they've got covered. A Revere reverse air dryer. This is the ultimate drying and straightening tool. How much is this? £349. You girls spend a lot of money, don't you? And some boys. So we got here a Nescafe Dolce Gusto Piccolo XS capsule coffee machine. 49 quid. Seems quite good, doesn't it? I quite fancy a Fitbit. Something that tells you how unfit you are, but it's 129 quid. I could look at myself in the mirror and go, listen, you're fat, you're not very fit. Make any difference. I like this one here. This is an iRobot Roomba. It takes convenience to a new level. It's a bin that opens, I think. And it's £1,199. I think I'll send that on to Tamara Eccleston. She must have a load of stuff to drop in it. Funny, she's on holiday at the moment. She's just been robbed of £50 million worth of jewellery, and she's still on holiday. It just beggars belief, doesn't it? Ha, 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 ha. You can't believe it. Christmas come early for Jane McDonald. I like her. She's doing this thing, the travel thing. I don't know if it's current or if it's an old one, but I love it. It's her on a ship and chatting to the passengers. She seems to have an easy way with her, where she just goes up and chats to different people, and then they're all off on this cruise thing, which they all seem to like. And I have to be honest, it does look very nice, but it is a made-for-television programme, but still good. Here we go. Promises, promises. This is Boris, but we will be watching. This is the Mirror. Yeah, you didn't watch Corbyn closely enough, did you really? But there is a lady called Lorette Fussell. That might not be how you pronounce it, or Fussell. Anyway, she's 90. And she's bedbound. She's terminally ill. And what she wanted to do, she wanted to go shopping in M&S. So they took her, charity volunteers, in a specially adapted ambulance, and they took her shopping so she could go shopping with her daughter. Isn't that a nice thing? I think that's really lovely. That's something very special that, as I said before, we'd all want to do for our mummies or our daddies or whatever else. And having a look at the picture, she looks really happy. Really, really happy. Plus, Alexa. This is... Hello, Alexa. Play Driving Home for Christmas. Now, all of a sudden, the Alexas come to life, because I'm talking to them in their own language. If I'd gone... nothing. If you go, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. I'm playing Driving Home for Christmas. Anyway, this particular one, her Amazon smart speaker went rogue and urged her to commit suicide by stabbing herself in the heart. The gadget suggested that Danny Morritt do it to help tackle the environmental crisis. Lord above. Anyway, she's pulled the plug on the device, plus a second one that her son Kian had in his room. She said, I'd only asked an innocent thing to study. They believe the page was hacked. Well, I would assume so. Don't really think you can have Alexa doing things like that. Here we go. This is a bakery worker, Michaela Walsh, who got a nasty shock when she was told her Christmas duties were unwrapping 64,000 Terry's chocolate oranges. The staffer at Cherry Tree Bakery in Burnley has had to put a segment on each Terry's chocolate orange muffin the factory baked for Costa. Oh, it's a free bit of publicity. That's all it is, just a free bit of publicity. So you can go to Costa and get a free bit of orange. Oh, please, honestly. How cheap and tacky. Especially when Costa have just put their prices up, haven't they? We had that the other week on the programme. The price of coffee's gone down, but Costa put it up again. I'll just check their tax bills later on, actually. Devon and Cornwall hit by floods. I'm not surprised. We've got tons of water chucking it down here in London, which is not so good, which means it's a very good opportunity to go to the news. If we go to the news, at least we might sort of hit it roughly on time. If I read very slowly and say 5:30. Okay, just telling you that now because today's going to be busy day. I promise you, it's like called Mad Friday or something. And it means that you're all going to be going out and doing the last minute shopping. But because the weather is so atrocious across the country, which we predicted the other day, I think you've got 3 days of rain. 3 days of blooming rain. It's not very... It's scuppered our plans for tonight, but we can always do something. Heavens above, we see each other every day of the week. You know, you'll start encroaching on your private life as well at the same time. They'll be coming around knocking on the door going, we thought we'd just drop in for some afternoon tea. Yeah, think again. Bye. Shut the door. Move very quickly. But no, it is going to be busy out there today. It really is. The train stations. And of course, there's always those people, because it's tipping it down. And people must have a little umbrella, haven't you, somewhere? He hasn't got one. He's hopeless. He just sort of plunges on down the road. I've got a little umbrella that I brought with me. But I'm hoping by the time I finish today, it should have dried out a little bit. It did yesterday. It was okay. But good. But good. Also, there's... oh, dear, what have we got? I don't know which one to do. Apart from Devon and Cornwall hit by floods, there's a young man here called Dom Davis. Dom Davis has finally been given a new heart, which is quite nice. He was born with a congenital defect in his right ventricle and needed surgery at 4 days old, then again aged 3 and 7. At this time last year, the 21-year-old was so poorly he was struggling to breathe. But he says, Harry Potter helped me come to terms with death, but now I'm looking forward to a magical Christmas because he's had his heart transplant. Well done you. Well done you. You enjoy. You know, you should. I think actually Harry Potter should write to him and just tell him thank you very much indeed. I can't believe it. I'm looking at these wreaths, which go on people's front doors. Some very nice ones here, which are sort of, 25, 30, 40 quid, something like that. And yet the one on Louise Zisman's door, 250 quid. But yeah, it was the language she used, which was wholly inappropriate. Rude old baggage. Michael Barrymore says the only TV shows he gets these days are ones which try to kill him. He accepted Dancing on Ice because he thought it would be safer. You are kidding, aren't you? Dancing on... The clue is in the word ice and dancing. Blimey. Ironically, he broke his wrist during training this week and can no longer compete. So he came out, so they put some total unknown from Blue Peter on there. We had somebody else who was in the jungle who was a total unknown from CBeebies. I don't know why. Why on earth an ITV programme be remotely interested in BBC artists? As I said, you might as well stick the third cameraman to the left from the One Show on the television. That's about as bad as it gets. What else do we have today? Real Britain, Ross Wyn-Jones standing up for you and your family. Who's that a picture of? Oh, it's Strength in Numbers community organising units in Blackpool. And also, sneaky mums and dads try to stay one step ahead of impatient children by hiding fake Christmas presents around the house. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I like the idea of fake Christmas presents. And the sausage dogs in blankets. I've just seen a picture of their owner, Liam. Least said about that one, the better, I think. And remembering Bear author 3 years on it is. 3 years on for Michael Bond. He died in June 2017, age 91, but he lives on. There's a documentary coming up about the great man, and they've got his family there. Paddington lives forever, and why shouldn't he? So this is on Boxing Day. My brother, he won't be doing anything Boxing Day, I'm telling you, on BBC Two at 9 p.m. at night, because that's the programme about Paddington, the man behind the bear. And we had him on as well. Also, Joe Pasquale's touring with Susie Blake, and this is in Some Mothers Do Have 'Em. You know, the Frank Spencer programme. They're all over the place. They're just trying to... Oh, this is next year. They start February. Wow. They're at the Beck Theatre in Hayes. I've played that. That's very nice indeed. And they've got Portsmouth, Guildford, Southend, Bromley, Nottingham, Poole. Poole, it's in the Lighthouse. It's going to be a bit crowded, isn't it, I should imagine? To watch these different things, don't you? Which I quite like. But no, it's a nice... I like the Beck in Hayes. That's a very good little theatre. Very good. So, find my other paper. I keep losing the paper. I lost the papers yesterday. J.K. Rowling has been engulfed by a transgender rights storm. And I'll tell you what it is in a minute, because it's a bit complicated. It's a bit complicated, and so she gets targeted. But there again, everybody gets targeted now, don't they? It doesn't matter who you are, you get targeted. And you really want to find out who these people are, but at the same time, you think to yourself, you're just very sad and lonely. Not their fault. You know, everybody knows what they are. Desperately sad and lonely. You know, anybody who sort of writes the same thing, time and time again, you start thinking, you really don't have any life, do you? Or a job. Drivers who won't wear their spectacles. Drivers with poor vision are routinely breaking the law by refusing to wear glasses or contact lenses at the wheel. Somebody asked me if I wore glasses at the wheel. I said, no, I see very well without them. Thank you very much indeed. So, The Dog's Breakfast, which is the film Cats. Will it be the latest box office smash that the critics mauled? Could be. Taylor Swift is starring in it, and there's a load of other people. I think it could turn round. It's the one that the public like, but the critics don't. And then you think, but who are the critics? Members of the public. And they might have had a bad day, so they might not enjoy the film. I would have thought that they would have done, but they appear not to have done at the moment. Also, washing machines that pose a fire risk still on sale this week. British retailers were not told to remove them from sale until Tuesday. But they've been sort of alerting stores such as AO.com, Argos and John Lewis. But all three retailers confirmed that the first they knew about the recall was on Tuesday. Both AO.com and Argos removed the washing machine from straight sales immediately, whilst John Lewis didn't have any stock. Curry's PC World, which sold the machines, confirmed last night that the first it knew of any problems was on Tuesday, but it wouldn't say if the machines were still available this week. Odd that, isn't it? You know, we're not going to tell you whether they're available this week. And spare a thought for well-known buffoon Matty James. Mr. James, 32, had ordered what he thought was the 8-foot inflatable Father Christmas. What actually arrived was a 25-foot Father Christmas. I mean, it's blooming huge. But he still connected it up to the machine. It's only £100, which he bought online. To be honest with you, I think that's very reasonable for a 25-foot Father Christmas. As the picture shows in all the papers, big enough to block the living room and bedroom window. Mr. James is a nightclub owner who lives with his partner and their young son in Southport. He said, I ordered it from eBay a month ago and I thought it would be about 8 foot tall. Then all of a sudden, once I started putting the air into it, it kept growing and growing. Did wonder if it was ever going to stop. It took me and 5 neighbours to hold it down or stop it taking off. I was nearly flying across at Southport. So if you filled it with helium, it would take part in the New Year's Day parade. Have all the people holding all these huge balloons, which are absolutely enormous. And this would be considered very, very clever, aren't they? I mean, it's only you paid £100 for it. It's well worth it. Very good value. See, I'd have something like that in here. Wouldn't be any room, but I like blow up things. I think that's a brilliant idea. You wouldn't see me at all. What a brilliant idea. You wouldn't see me, would you? You wouldn't know what I was going to be doing next. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Yeah. But on the other hand, it reverses the other way. I wouldn't see you either, which is more fantastic, isn't it? I wouldn't have to look at your ugly faces every morning going, yeah, you'd be saying, yeah, we're going to take a break now, Steve. All you'd hear is a muffled, I can't see what you're saying. Because if it's 25 foot tall, it's going to fill this studio. I'm basing it on the assumption of looking at the photograph. I think it could definitely fill up this studio, which I quite fancy. I was going to go and buy some stuff the other day and I didn't get round to it. I'm a bit naughty. Should have done it. Oh dear, don't. The edge of Victoria Falls. People lie down on the ground, actually on the top where the falls comes over, and they lie there. It's an awesome once-in-a-lifetime experience. No thank you very much indeed. No thank you at all. And change your desk. It could make your blood pressure soar. You should always get up, shouldn't you, every so often? If you work in an office, always get up and have a wander about. You know, like being on an aeroplane. You get a... Corey's just gone. He's gone for a little walk, which is good for him. Oh, he's back again. Look at that. Honestly, he's so fast. It is like being on a plane. I know, I hate the people on planes, because they do it like, oh, I've flown so many times before. This is what we do if we've been on a plane. Yeah, they've got the socks on. They do it, though. They walk up and down the plane. You think, why don't you just sod off? Yeah, do you do that? I think that's... Yeah, of course you do that. I could just imagine you get... Oh... And everybody's looking at you. You're thinking, I wish she'd go away. It's very irritating. And then you sort of stop between the seats. Oh, it's horrible. Do you go for a wander through first class? Oh, I'd say, excuse me, stewardess, could we have this man removed? I think you'll find he's from the other class. I think there should be a gate there which you access with a card. I don't think you should be allowed to just wander into first class. You must stick out like a sore thumb. A lot of people in, suits drinking champagne, and there's Oik Boy. And here he comes. All right, mate? How you doing? All right? Oh, that's a nice bit of old champers you got there, isn't it? You can just see that. In jogging pants. God, it sounds even worse, doesn't it? Although, if you'd paid for first class, it doesn't matter what you're wearing, does it? But if you've been bumped up, they like you to look a bit smart. See, I'm cheap for first class. In fact, there's no advantage for me being in first class. All I want to do is go to sleep. My friend Graham loves it because it's got the bar in there, and he basically drinks himself off across over the Atlantic. Me, I just lie down. I want a cold bottle of water when I wake up. I don't want a warm bottle, cold bottle, a toasted ham and cheese sandwich, if 'twere possible, and an ice cream. A little tub of ice cream. That's all I want when I wake up. And I'll sleep for the world. I fell asleep. Where did I fall asleep the other day? I think I was on the bus. And I thought, and then when I woke up, when you wake up because you've snored, and it wakes you up. It's terrible, really. But it doesn't matter. Her Madge was majestic. Jan Moyer's column, very good indeed. And hurrah, she says, for Willow Willhouse, the 10-year-old girl who's achieved every badge possible in the Beaver and Cub Scouts. She had to learn how to ride a horse, cook the perfect omelette, and master a martial art amongst her myriad of tasks. But, we mentioned her first, because we thought she was pretty cool as well. She's only 10. Only 10. Also, Nigella Lawson. You know Nigella? It's all very sexual in her kitchen. Have you noticed? She's definitely the sort... We have a producer here who goes crackers. Absolutely crackers for Nigella. Because she is, as far as he's concerned, a goddess. And they do call her the kitchen goddess. But she's been subjected to a 4-letter torrent of abuse from another celebrity chef over a review of one of his restaurants. Because she did a review of his restaurant, and it touched a raw nerve with him. And so now they've been arguing backwards and forwards. I don't think it matters. I like restaurants that some people don't like. And then there are restaurants which I don't like, which people go, oh, this is fantastic. And I think, as I've said before, it's who you're with. It's who you are with. And if you're with nice people, then you'll have a very nice time. Because it's the company, it's not necessarily the food. I'm looking here, beetroot and gold smoked salmon from Lidl. Gets 3 out of 5, but the rope-hung salmon from Aldi gets 5 out of 5. What they've done is they've looked at who actually wins in the supermarket sweep. Everything. I'm looking at 4.5 out of 5. Vegan festive roasting joint. Made from nicely seasoned jackfruit and mushrooms. Perfect with all the Christmas trimmings. 5 out of 5. And that's from... Wait a minute, who's that from? The Co-op. See, I don't know many people who have the Co-op. We don't... I don't think we have a Co-op. There might be one probably in Feltham or something like that. Little Julie will know. She'll know these things. Everybody does, don't they? 5:45 is the time. Check on the road and the rail this morning. Or has resurfaced again about whether men can become women. And so it becomes but it becomes so complicated. I mean, even I cannot fathom out. And I know people, we just called people like that, people who transed. They used to be called years ago sex changes, all sorts of things. But can you turn a man into a woman? Well, physically, yes. Physically, yes, but you can't physically change somebody's insides. Men cannot give birth. That's why whenever you see it, they go, man gives birth. No, it was a woman who gave birth. You might have had hormone replacement therapy or, taken medication to trans into a man, but physically inside, the workings are all female. There would have to be. Men can't give birth. We don't physically have what's supposed to be inside you. I don't know how it works at all, actually. I've never actually sort of probed it, as they say, too much. But there's a big row with J.K. Rowling, who said that this particular person isn't a woman, it's a man who's become a woman. Which, does that make them a woman, or does that make them still a man who's become a woman? Because you can add the physical bits. You could go out there. I could actually take, tablets and medication to sort of lighten my voice, and to change your appearance slowly but surely. You can have breast augmentation. You can have all sorts of things created below the waist. But it still doesn't alter the fact that I'm still a man. I'm still going to be thinking like a man. I'm not going to be thinking like a woman unless I'm thinking about clothing and stuff like that. So you can think like anything. I could think being a hamster. That'd be the same kind of thing. It's up to me, isn't it? It's up to me what I want to be. If I think I'm a woman, then I think I'm a woman. But I can't do the things a woman would do. I mean, there was somebody on the bus yesterday. Where were we getting on? There was somebody, and it was definitely a man dressed as a woman. Definitely, I mean, you could see it had very masculine features. And I remember thinking, and this was early in the morning, and came and sat down opposite me. And I remember thinking, you don't want to look. I feel a bit rude looking, but of course, because I know a number of people who've done that already, I'm always curious. Always curious. Matt says there's a Co-op in Twickenham, just beyond the High Street. Where on earth is that? I don't know. There's going to be up at the station. They've got, a Marks and Spencer's, and I believe there's a Greggs going up there as well. Mark says, my uncle got upgraded to first class on Qantas. The complimentary travel bag and freshen up products would surpass any decent Christmas gift. It's never appealed to... I know that seems odd, doesn't it? I mean, I have flown business before because I quite like business. All I want is the extra room for your feet. I just want to be able to stretch out. That's all I care about. Jackie says, we used to have a Co-op, but now it's turned into a Londis. Interesting. Steve, I was turned around in Hale in Cornwall because of the floods. Can you help me? As my new company won't allow neon lights in the truck. So, how are people able to spot the only gay in Cornwall, says Gary. Can't you get a set of battery lights to put on the front of the truck? You don't have to have neon, but set of battery lights. I've got lights in the kitchen. They're little battery. They look like little Pifco lights. Ever so good. Ever so good. I like things like that. And another one here. Stormzy. This was an odd one. Did you hear about Stormzy, who told these school children Boris Johnson is a very, very bad man? That's very irresponsible of him. These were primary school children. You don't tell primary school children somebody's a bad man, do you? You could say it about, Adolf Hitler would be a very bad man. You don't talk about the thing, because otherwise kids are going to go, they're going to see him on the television and go, he's a bad, bad man. It's only because poor old Stormzy and his ilk didn't get their way that they wanted to. So that was it. Jeremy Corbyn, been accused of having a face like thunder at the Queen's speech. Oh, he did. He did have a face like thunder. There was no two ways about it. That was the funny thing, that he didn't look at all happy. And you think, well, you lost it, mate, for them. You're the one for whom everything is on your shoulders. You screwed up big time. So it's no good then sort of becoming petulant as you're going in to see the Queen's speech. I bet he hated being there, actually. Steve, love the show. Regular listener, re-air travel. Can I recommend using the term flight attendants rather than stewardess? No. No, I've never used flight attendants in my entire life. It's stewards and stewardesses, or it's a case of, excuse me, I don't have to know names or anything like that, but no, I mean, I'm not into these name things. It's like having a name on a badge, isn't it? I know people who rebel and swap the badges around a little bit. Steve, another one here says, I fully agree. You should need to enter a PIN code or swipe a pass to get into first class. I'm not paying a premium, says Billy, only to see the weasels. I try to avoid on public transport. I know, it's ghastly, isn't it? If I had my way, there would be 2 classes on the bus. Those of us who sit downstairs, and those people who want to sit upstairs. We always sit downstairs. It's much nicer, actually. Much nicer. Steve. This is... because Tom Swarbrick was talking about this last night, actually. And quite interesting. Steve, this big blowy-uppy thing. Have you got the big balloony thing off the prisoner? Steve, I don't know. It's huge. 25 foot. If it was filled with helium, it would be floating above the house, which actually is probably a lot better than having it propped up against the side of the house. Somebody will ruin it. You can just tell there'll be some... They'll wake up one morning, it'll be all deflated. It'll be like that little film about the red balloon, the little French film. Do you remember? Remember the film about the red balloon? I bet you don't remember it. Why would you remember it? This is the balloon that... There's a little boy in Paris, and he befriends a balloon, and this balloon follows him everywhere. Follows him everywhere for the whole film. You know, it's waiting outside his window in the morning when he opens the window, and he takes it to school, and horrid boys try and sort of burst it and things like that. But the balloon always dodges away. He gets on the bus, on the tram, and the balloon follows him down the street. It was really lovely, actually. The red balloon, it was made, actually, about 1956, I think. And in fact, the bloke who actually made it used his children in it. And the end bit about le ballon rouge being French for red, and then at the very end, I know, no pulling the wool over my eyes, I'm not Hetty the sheep or whatever it is, and at the very end of the film, some nasty boys take aim with a slingshot thing, and they burst the balloon, and it's beautiful to watch. The balloon drops to the ground very slowly and just until it's gone. And the little boy looks at the balloon and he can't believe it. And then, the miracle of all miracles, from the whole of Paris, hundreds and hundreds of balloons all escape from their owner's hands. We little kids walking along the Champs-Élysées, more French, and you like to weave it all in, the Arc de Triomphe, and these balloons, and they all come down. They've escaped from their owner's hands, and they all come down, and the little boy who's lost his balloon, he takes all the strings, and he holds onto them very tightly, and the balloons lift him off the ground, and he flies away over Paris. It's the most beautiful little film. If you've never seen it, get it. I know I've told you the ending, but to be honest with you, it's so good you don't need to worry about it. It really is lovely, actually. Last one for my boy Chris today. Morning, Captain, he says. Last one for us today. We're in Ipswich, one of England's oldest towns. He said, congrats on another magnificent year. The best yet, but with even better still to come. Can't wait for your 50th year on the wireless. Merry Christmas to you and your precious gang of radio elves, especially Corrie. It sounds he might need a festive rest. There you go, you got a mention, Corrie. You get a mention from Chris. He said, you are one of my precious gang of radio elves, but especially Corrie. It might sound he needs a festive rest. Isn't that lovely? He does. He's so excited now. He's never going to sleep. Nothing for you, Scottish man. Nothing for you at all. Not even a mention, apart from being a precious elf. Thank you, Chris. Have a great Christmas. Great Christmas. We're all, Thomas worked it out this morning, that we've actually got more programmes on this station than the entire station put together. These are pre-recorded programmes. We've got 16 ours, and the nearest to us is... Everybody else total 8. So there's a lot of us over the festive season. So there's no excuse for sort of waking up Christmas morning and going, oh, what's on the radio? Oh, Steve Allen. On Christmas morning? Absolutely. Will he give you tips on cooking your turkey? Yep. Will we be probably sending Christmas greetings around the world? Yep. Definitely. We like to enter into the spirit of it. And because it's what I call a come-together day. That's nice. That's nice. Not cuts, Steve. Leyland Road, says little Julie. Oh, right. I know Not Cuts very well. I've been there loads of times. In fact, actually, Paul, my friend who reads the news, now he's up in Scotland, we used to go there all the time. In fact, actually, if he'd been down here, we'd have had Christmas lunch now. One near Squire's Garden said, oh, that's a little co-op. Yeah, and one near the fireplace. Oh, I know. It used to be a pub, didn't it? And then it turned into it's a co-op, is it? I couldn't remember which one it is. I've been in there loads of times. Loads of co-ops in Suffolk, says Viv. Framingham, everywhere. Halesworth, places like that. They sound lovely. Richmond Road, Twickenham, thank you. Co-op in Harlington High Street, says little Julie. Do you remember Fanny Craddock? She was an early Nigella. Oh, she so wasn't. She so wasn't. She was mad as a broomstick in the kitchen. But it was the forerunner to all those sort of things. Remember Hudson and Hall? Hudson and Hall were two Australian. I don't have a favourite TV chef. I like them. I used to watch... Well, because I watched Phil Vickery on This Morning, you know, I liked it because Phil would try and just get on with the cooking. The other two would be messing around, all sorts of things, and he wasn't going to play ball with it. If he was focused on doing the cooking, he'd do the cooking. And then I got used to Jamie throwing stuff into a pan and looking like it was all, come round my place and cook. You know, I liked the idea. It all looked very good. Then I liked Gordon Ramsay, for different reasons. Graham Kerr, the Galloping Gourmet, loads of people. You like Keith Floyd? He'd pour a drink. He said, bring the camera in closer, he'd go. Yes, who was it who's got his car? Somebody's got his car. It's not Gary Rhodes, is it? I can't remember. Somebody said to me they bought Keith Floyd's car. And I can't remember who it is now. I've just got a feeling it was Gary Rhodes, but I might be wrong. Anyway, listen, it's nice to have your company this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Is the film with the balloons in English or subtitles? It's silent. It's a silent film. You don't need... I mean, there is atmosphere, sound, but you don't need any words because you watch what's happening. It's only short film. I think it runs about 13 minutes. But you must get it. It's called The Red Balloon, and it's lovely. But no, there's no talking. No talking at all. How is this possible? It just is, actually. Morning, everybody. Friday. I bet you never thought you'd hear me saying that. It's Friday. It's been a busy week this week. It's been a busy week for us, probably a busier week for you. If you've got lots of people you're catering for at Christmas, you've got to start doing your lists now. Have you got everything? Do they really want a mince pie? How many people are vegan? Who won't eat the bread sauce? Is the turkey big enough? What about the roast potatoes? What time do we put it all in? What time shall we eat? Will we be sitting down to watch the Queen's speech? Will the snowman be on the television? Yep. Everything. You've got to think about everything. How many people are staying? Have we got enough beds? Where's all the extra towels? What have I done with everything? Eventually it all happens. It just falls into place. And then it's over in about 5 seconds. By the time you've shoveled the Christmas lunch down, there's not much else left, is there? You've done the presents, the plates. You always have to have black... Have you got black bin liners? You need those, the big sacks, so you can fill it all up with paper and stuff like that. Thank you, Corey. Thank you. Oh, the shark's in the water again. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Yeah, so you definitely want a bin liner, and somebody has got to be designated in charge of bin liners, especially if there are young people present, so that when they rip the paper off, they don't throw it on the floor. They put it into the black plastic sack, and then you can get it outside, and then you regain the sitting room, which is nice. Steve, shame about Winter Wonderland, says little Julie. What about taking Corey and Thomas to see a show, followed by dinner at Joe Allen's? No, there's 3 of us. You want to go and see Hamilton? Honestly, Cloud Cuckoo Land, aren't they? They really are. Absolutely balmy. But, I mean, I could take them to Joe... I've not taken them to Joe Allen's yet. They've not been allowed through the hallowed portals. But, I have to buy all new clothes for... What would you do? Yeah. Corey'd have to have a haircut. Thomas would have to buy all new clothes. What would we do? What do we do? It's like we will. I will take them. I promise you. But probably next year I'll take them out for a sort of a lunch on a Sunday or something like that if we can manage it. Hope so. Anyway, says here. Oh, I'll see you tomorrow, little Julie. She's coming to the Magic Circle. Let's have a quick thing. James Martin has Keith Floyd. That's it. James Martin. I knew somebody did. It features in one of his French programmes. It's an old 2CV, says Barney and Beckenham. There really isn't somebody called Barney and Beckenham, is there? It's like, Barney and Beckenham. So James Martin, I remember him. Now it's come back to me. Thank you. I remember. And everybody now saying James Martin bought it. Yes. See if Gary Rhodes not deceased? Yes, he is. I wouldn't have stopped him buying something. He did buy things before. He lived in Dubai, I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. So anyway, so the stars turned out for glittering Beatrice's bash, but it was at Chiltern Firehouse, a place that trades on celebrities going in there. Nobody's ever mentioned the food. Nobody's ever mentioned the food. In fact, I did ask a well-known food critic, and at the two places he liked the best for food and ambience and everything else, it was Joe Allen's and Rules. Chiltern Firehouse didn't get a look in it because they every time another celebrity goes there, they sort of have to post it up, and it's just a bit tedious. It becomes a showbiz restaurant. You'll never see that at Joe Allen's or Rules or the Ivy, anywhere like that. You will never see, oh, and this is who was in last night. They wouldn't tell you. They wouldn't tell you. You can't even go up to people in Joe Allen's. It's not encouraged. Don't mind people looking at people if they're in there, but you can't go up to them and start chatting away. So anyway, so there's Beatrice, obviously pushed by her mother, who's so fame-hungry, it's almost embarrassing. But no Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew sat by himself, probably with a lonely takeaway. High on a hill was a lonely... Oh, doesn't matter. So she celebrated her engagement. I don't know why. They've been engaged for a little while now. Why did they not do it at home? Have a private dinner party? There weren't that many celebrities there. There really weren't. And so Andrew feared that his presence at the bash would embarrass their guests. I think he is the embarrassment. Mind you, Sarah Ferguson's not far off it. She was doing exactly the same things to embarrass the royal family. The toe-sucking, the fake shake, the borrowing of the money from Mr. Epstein. All there. Sarah Ferguson, she ain't whiter than white, let me tell you. Anyway, Buckingham Palace declined to comment. They can't wait for it to go away. However, one source said Andrew thought it would not have been a good look amid the continuing controversy. Yes, I think so. But Hollywood star Robert De Niro, singers Ellie Goulding and James Blunt, and Robbie Williams' wife Ada Field were among the guests spotted at the fashionable Chiltern Firehouse. It's only fashionable because these people were there for some dull engagement. It's not fashionable in everybody's life, I'm afraid. Beatrice's sister was there, and Sarah Ferguson, but she'll turn up to the opening of a fridge. Other guests, Pippa Middleton, Strictly star Emma Thin, James Matthews. I mean, to be honest with you, that was about it. What they had, I've got no idea. But Sarah Ferguson would, you get a photograph of me going in. I'm Sarah Ferguson. I'm back in the family again. No, you're not. No, you're not. Definitely not. Plus. This is Superfit cystic fibrosis sufferer. Spoke of his tremendous honour picking up an OBE. This is Josh Llewellyn Jones. He got the gong for raising money for charity. And then people nominate you. You write to the Prime Minister's office and say, I'd like to give him an OBE because he's done this and do that. You know, works for a lot of people. Cup of tea, honestly. And no biscuit to dunk. No biscuit. Steve. And Patrick says, can you ask Boris to pass an act of Parliament banning radio broadcasts for Fairy Tale of New York by the Pogues? What, because of the lines in it? No, it's been run for ages. In fact, until the lines were put in all the papers, nobody knew, did they? Nobody knew. No, nobody sat down and did the words. It's been played on the radio forever and ever. Steve, what have we done to upset Norway? I went to Trafalgar Square the other day. It's naked. It's a skinny twig. It's not the best. It's not the best, I have to be honest. Talking of French silent films, I have the DVD set of Jacques Tati as Monsieur Hulot. Fabulously clever man, says Maxine. I've not seen them, actually. I know what they are, but I've never seen them. Wrapping paper doesn't go on the floor. It goes to Grandma, who folds it nice and flat and uses it next year, says Alec. Well, it would be if one had a grandma, but as you don't have grandmas now, or parents, it's left to it, and then you think, oh, sod it, I'll buy some new stuff. That's how it works, isn't it? Oh, good news, because I thought we were going to forget about him, but we haven't, thankfully. This is the boy injured when he was hurled from the top of the Tate Modern Gallery, is speaking again. A 6-year-old visiting London. with his family was struck dumb and suffered spine, arm and leg fractures in the attack back in August. He's still here. And there's early this month, one man admitted attempted murder and said he had wanted to be on TV news. Beginning to sound like America, isn't it, really? Beginning to sound like America. So here's lovely Lorette, 90, arriving at Cribbs Causeway Shopping Centre with a daughter and other family members. And they've managed to get her in a sort of a partly adapted bed so that she could go to Marks and Spencer's. She's 90, she's terminally ill. And she's ever so pleased, actually. She had a cuddle with her great-granddaughter, Matilda, and she had lunch and everything else. Bless her heart. Why not? Help, with some nice people who arrange things like this. And the shops are, nearly always willing to help out and do something. I found a nice little vase here. Picked up for 500 quid. And it's been used to display flowers. It's just sold because it's a Chinese treasure. And its experts spotted on the base the 6-character seal mark of the 19th century Daeguang Emperor, indicating it was made for display in the imperial palaces. Only 11 inches tall, and it went for £340,000. That's what you call a bargain. That's what you call a bargain. We love it. Simon Cowell's pictures all over the papers today, bless his heart. I know where he is at the moment. He'll be out there at Sandy Lane. He goes there every year, and this time he's got the body beautiful. He's lost about 1.5 stone. Still smokes, though. Still smokes, but he was spotted on this Caribbean island with his 5-year-old son, Eric. People like Eric. And some lovely little gems here. Places that need saving. One is a dilapidated old phone box standing in a field in West Yorkshire. There's also... there's all sorts of things here. A shop and a cab shelter in central London. They all are going to get, well, hopefully they are, listed statuses so that we keep these things. We don't lose them. That would be the disaster, wouldn't it, to lose nice things like that. And another one here. My brother had a short stint working for Co-op Insurance 13 years ago, and after leaving the company, his staff discount card still worked for many years after that, which saved us quite a bit of money on the big shop, says Amir. That's a good idea, isn't it? Wow. The prices are in... I can't remember, actually, Michelle in Uxbridge. I think they might be in the Daily Mail, all the different food prices. You can spend hours, can't you, checking all these things over. Couldn't Beatrice have held her party at a popular eatery, says Kevin the Milkman? Which one comes to mind? Oh, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? Mind you, she's obviously some attention-seeking old member of the royal family, to go out to a place which is sort of public. They actually could have had it. They probably could have got Buckingham Palace, and then Andrew would have gone. We wouldn't have to know about it. I mean, the least I know about that section of the family, the happier I'm going to be. I feel a bit sort of galled by the fact that Sarah Ferguson is still trotting out the same dreary old line she's trotted out with for ages and ages. Twickenham Dave says it's my last day with the great team before moving to Nottingham for my new job. Any thoughts on my leaving words over lunch? That'd be a good one. And I'll have another glass. Thank you very much indeed. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Another glass of whatever. Yeah. I just want to tell you all, I love you all. Have you ever done a thing, where you've had a few sherbets? And Ian says the NYPD don't have a choir and they don't have cars as big as bars. Yeah, but apart from that, I think people always love that sort of thing, though, don't they? They always like that. They always like things like that. Is at the time. I was going to find this bit of paper. I have to find it for after 1:30, because it's something we were talking about on the programme the other week, and this is kind of going to change everything. I think absolutely everything, but we'll do that in a moment. I went to the Spirit of Christmas at the Royal Liverpool Philharmonic Concert Hall in Liverpool on Tuesday evening, Steve. Lots of lovely traditional hymns and carols with John Suchet comparing. Must be a nice little earner. I bet it's not. But he loves doing things like that. I don't do things like that. I used to do the concerts for the New Year's Day parade. And that was as much as I got in Central Hall, Westminster. And the bands who march in the parade, they had concert bands and orchestras and everything. And they're very, very good. Very, very good. You think the marching bands for New Year's Day are good. The concerts were fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And so I would introduce them and we'd have, it'd be packed out. It was really good fun, actually. But not now. Imagine travelling all the way up to Liverpool. Much as though I mean, if I was going to do something, it would be at the Royal Albert Hall. But they've never asked. It's awful. Steve, we had a co-op open in Filey recently, but it's a co-op funeral care. What does that tell you about the town? Well, that was the thing, wasn't it? You could do your shopping at the Co-op and they'd bury you at the same time, which was always lovely. And another one here. Actually, a lot of people who get these company cards working for different companies, so you get a discount. I found a Magic Circle VIP card the other day. I've got no idea where that came from at all. Steve, Maidenhead Waitrose is good because it's well laid out, but Sunningdale Waitrose has choice and quality bits and bobs. I just like wandering around there. They've got all sorts. Oh, look, sprouts. Oh, parsnips. Why do they all show you parsnips? Nobody eats the blooming things. Only a few people. There's like 3 people in the entire world eat parsnips. They're horrid. They're not... No, I'm not a fan of Christmas pudding. I can eat it. It's a bit stodgy, though, isn't it? It's a bit fatty, fat. So, I mean, to be honest with you, I like a trifle. A sherry trifle is quite nice on Christmas morning. That's a nice thing to have. And I like Prosecco and orange juice. That's quite nice. So we should be doing that traditionally this year, which I always love. And also, my mother-in-law, Carol, can you wish her, Steve, a happy birthday, said Tony, from John Lewis in Oxford Street, as if there was any other place. It's happy birthday for tomorrow. She's been a listener for many, many years. If she's nodded off and missed the mention, I'm sure her good friend Gloria will hear it and give her a ring later. So have a good Christmas. It was me, says Tony, who dropped in the personalised Quality Street in Kit Kat. Oh, thank you. Always goes down well with the team here. They like things like that. It is a bit. I can't describe it actually, but whenever anything comes in for me, I like to share it with them. Because, you know, they don't get all the sort of things that I get. And I sort of think, well, it's nice to share. So we've had a Satsuma this morning and stuff like that. And the boys are looked after. I think we look after them quite well. We wouldn't get it on other programmes. Definitely not, no. I don't know if James O'Brien takes his team out for Christmas lunch. Does say I don't... I tell you now, Charlie, he's not in a good mood. He's not... We're having a lot of walking up and down at the moment. Seeing as our sort of weekend has just been thrown into total confusion through something that was completely out of our control. I'd love to tell you what it is, but I can't. I should just moan about it to Charlie Girling. It really has. It's completely upset the apple cart. Completely. There'll be letters. Oh, God, will there be letters. Other stories in the papers. Well, apart from Boris Johnson almost smirking as they're going into the Queen opening Parliament, Jeremy Corbyn looking as miserable as sin, but he should be. He should be feeling as guilty as it is possible to feel guilty. Things like that. It's very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. Frederick Forsyth says, now it's full steam ahead, please, Bojo. Well, he's got to deliver. He's actually told us that he's going to be doing these things. And if you say you're going to do something, then you're going to do something. Because otherwise, you know, people will come back and go, you said, you know, this. Why have we not got it? And that's why everybody's going to get very upset. Least of all, Jeremy Corbyn, who looked quite upset yesterday. In fact, he looked more than quite upset. More than quite upset as he was walking through. I mean, quite clearly, if he'd actually been smiling, they'd have had him over a barrel, wouldn't they? You know, why are you smiling? This is what you've done. So he obviously adopted what he thought was the right pose, and the right pose was in fact not smiling or doing anything at all, not acknowledging anything. He just looked a bit miserable. But as I say, he didn't have any choice. 15:30 today, The Bishop's Wife is on BBC Two. I'm not taking away from the radio. Try and do both. If you've never seen it before, it's good. It's Cary Grant, who comes back as an angel. He comes back as an angel and he goes to meet a bishop played by David Niven. It's a very, very good film. Very, very good film. But the one thing you have to look out for is when Cary Grant is ice skating. You can see quite clearly it's not Cary Grant. It's somebody else who can do sort of backflips and all. It doesn't quite do backflips, but it's a very good film. Very good film. And it's a Christmas film. It's a Christmas film with a little message in it. And I think you'll adore it if you've never seen it before. It's an old film. Very old, black and white, which makes Christmas seem even nicer, because when you get the snow, you sort of go, that looks lovely, doesn't it? I'm looking at all these desserts, actually, in Iceland. A luxury winterberry Christmas tree cheesecake, a luxury raspberry and pistachio layered pavlova, luxury melt-in-the-middle pudding, and 60 profiterolles, plus luxury 5 gold rings. And then it goes into 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves. But they all say, get a frozen turkey, because at least you know it died, and then it was frozen very, very quickly. Some of the fresh ones have been blasted, but you're paying for them because they've also been in the freezers. So you have to watch out for these sort of things. And in fact, Iceland have decided it's such a good thing to talk about. They're taking out full-page adverts. Practically in every single newspaper this morning, there is the full-page advert saying, get a turkey from Iceland. It's frozen. It's a frozen turkey. And it was done at the right time, not the ones nowadays, which were sort of fresh. Then they were frozen. Then they were unfrozen to make you think that they're fresh turkeys. Because they say they can actually be a fair bit old. A fair bit... Oh, Charlie Girling, he's in the worst mood I've ever seen him. It really is. He's so angry, honestly. So angry. Honestly, I've never seen it. He's ripped his hair out and everything. It's like, what are we going to do? Especially, we only recorded those things, Charlie, the other day. I know she was away, actually. Where were you away the other day? Somebody said Charlie's from our showbiz department. But anyway. ITV hopes Amazing Grace will be a match for Morse. So this DSI Peter Grace, played by John Sim. We like John Sim. We like John Sim a lot. A lot, definitely. Lovely Helena. Thank you. Very much indeed. She's 6:26 in the morning. This is a lady friend of mine from many, many years ago. In fact, we did work out the other day how long we've known each other. It is quite a lot. And we went to see the show, didn't we? Which was Prosecution for the Witness. Really fantastic. Witness for the Prosecution. And I think Corey's going to book tickets for it. No, you're not. Oh, surprise. Surprise! No, too early in the morning. Nobody will know about it. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Somebody said that to me one time. They said, oh, don't say anything. I think they're listening. And oh, no, please don't listen. Actually, yes, if you've got a secret, do not tell Steve Allen. Because at some point, it just pops into my mind. And then people go, what are you saying? What are you talking about? Can't help it. Kate's recipe for lasting romance. Who is this? Kate Beckinsale. Do you know what it is? Separate homes. You see, I go for that one as well. Isn't that odd? I mean, the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh have separate bedrooms. I should imagine they both snore something chronic. You know, it's an obvious hazard when you get to a certain age. But no, separate bedrooms and separate rooms, separate castles would be quite nice. And somebody says maybe Jeremy Corbyn has a stinking cold. No, he didn't have. Quite sweet, though. The right pose for Corbyn was not to be there. No, he couldn't have done that. The papers would have picked up on the fact that here's Boris and everybody else. Where is Corbyn? Again, hiding. So he was on a no-win situation. It was just that when you watched it on the television, I found it fairly uncomfortable. I'm thinking, I bet you don't want to be there. I bet you'd have done anything not to be there. But he was there, and that's why... If he smiled, they'd have gone, oh, see, he doesn't care. So he looked like that, and they went, oh, he's miserable. So you can't win. So for that, I feel a bit sorry for him. Steve, no. Parsnips with a little melted butter mixed with Marmite in a cup with a little boiled water. Painted on for the last 20 minutes, says Mitch. Oh, God, that sounds a bit revolting. I'm not sure about that one. Not sure about that one. Will Guyett wants to know, any good gadgets on your list for Christmas? I'll tell you what I got the other day. It's not really a gadget, actually. It's not really a gadget. It was a Christmas card sent in by Helinka. I think it's from Paperchase. You push a button, and it's like a snow globe, but it's got a little motor in it. And it throws the snow all the way around. And I was going to go to Paperchase today to see if they actually sell them, so I could buy them. Because I tell you, I thought it was really novel. A bit late, I know, in the day. And I reckon they probably cost about £3 or £4. Which actually, it's sort of a bit too expensive for a Christmas card. I'd be more likely to buy something like that for myself and just push the button every so often to keep me happy. Steve says, John in Shoreditch, party town, party on down. The rain is horizontal in Shoreditch. I fear you'll get moist on your way home. I think you are so correct. But I do have an umbrella. Which I shall be using probably. I don't know, we've got a few things to do after we finish the programme now. We didn't have anything before, now we have. We had other things before, and now our life has taken a turn. We've all gone into deep depression, haven't we? Have you saved the day? Oh, pop it. You're so good. You're worth every penny, I tell you. Whatever they're paying you, It's too much. And I'm very pleased to see you on the programme. Actually, they all liked you yesterday, all the people, which is not normal. It's not normally the way that things happen with the producer. But I took him out for this sort of we went to a hotel. He thought you had to wipe your feet when you went in and out. It was so funny. And we sat at a table and we gave him his napkin and sort of offered him tea and coffee. He just wanted water. So he had water. And... yeah, there was a high chair. We actually put him in. The bib was on, and we got him with his little... because he drips everywhere. It's really embarrassing. He sort of spills food, and he had his food. And he'd obviously not seen food like that for ages. He was taking pictures of it and emailing his friend to say, look, I'm in a hotel. And he said, pictures around the room. I'll show you these other people and the Christmas tree. We had a photo taken outside. If you'd lasted, you could have been in our photo. So we had one taken. Me, Mike, Toby, and Nicola... and Jenny. And we all had a nice picture taken. And then we had another picture taken outside on the street as well, which was cool. We do it every year. It's a little sort of get-together to a catch-up, and it was nice. It was really nice, actually. Very nice. Steve, we went to see Kevin Kennedy in Panto. He was great. Good. I'm very pleased, actually. We love Kevin Kennedy. He's had a better... Coming up at 7 this morning, Nick Ferrari is with you for breakfast. Boris Johnson has hailed a new dawn for Britain as he prepares to bring his Brexit bill back to the Commons. Nick will take your calls on what will be a historic day in British politics. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pond, the fallout continues from Trump's impeachment as the Senate's Republican leader described the process as driven by partisan rage. And you'll hear the latest from Moscow, where at least one person was killed and 5 wounded in a shooting at the headquarters of Russia's Federal Security Service. That's all with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 on LBC. Now, you remember that I'm diabetic. And we had this dreadful problem. In fact, we've had this problem for, it seems like, years and years and years. And we talked about it a few weeks ago, where I have a liking for Prosecco. And the one thing we were trying to find sugar-free Prosecco. And we talked about it, but we never actually seen it. We didn't exactly know what it was. It was almost some mythical creature that had sort of ascended to the heavens, and somebody went sugar-free Prosecco. And I remember thinking, do you know, one day I'll find this blooming sugar-free Prosecco. Well, I didn't need to, because a guy called Ian Drury very kindly has sent in some. And he said, I know that you've mentioned this Prosecco a couple of times on the programme, so I've sent you some to try with your friends over Christmas. Well, to be honest with you, if it wasn't this time of the morning, we'd have opened the bottle already. But anyway, it's called... now, this is where my pronunciation is going to go all over the place. Everybody Italian's going to be going, Steve, that was the worst bit of pronunciation. Is it Giaccio Prosecco? Giaccio? Giaccio. Do you think Gia? Giaccio. We think Giaccio. Either way, it's spelt like that. Giaccio. It means ice, clean, fresh in Italian. And Ian says, I don't think it's generally for sale in any retail outfits, as he wanted to keep it a little bit exclusive. So where you get hold of it, I've got no idea. But it is sugar-free. Not reduced sugar, sugar-free. Well, of course, this is like the godsend. This is like waving the Holy Grail in the studio. Something sugar-free for a diabetic. God, blimey. And also, it's low calories. Win-win situation. 65 calories a glass. I know. We can't wait to open it, actually, to try. And also, it's completely vegan. It's also a DOCG, which is the highest quality that Italy produces, because the grapes are hand-picked, and they don't press them, hydraulically. It's the weight of the grapes that pushes down on the ones underneath. So it's a healthy 11.5 ABV. He said, I'm not a wine merchant, I'm a civil engineer. Amazing. And he said, it all started a year ago when my doctor said if I didn't seriously reduce my sugar intake, I'd end up as a diabetic, which frightened the life out of me. Hello, welcome to my world. So I contacted a friend who owns a vineyard and asked her if she could produce me a sugar-free Prosecco, which she did, together with my own exclusive label. But anyway, he had the results of his annual medical checkup last week, and his HbA1c diabetes test has gone from 6.1 to 5.8. He said, obviously, not totally down to Giaccio. Did we do that? I can't remember how I pronounced it now. Giaccio. Gee, we're doing really badly on this. I'm so sorry. But he said, I'm confident it made a big contribution. To be honest with you, if I got 6.1, I'd be a very happy little bunny. But thank you so much, Ian. That's so nice. Ian's from a place called Little Totham, Malden in Essex. Thank you very much. Really nice. Really nice. So I can't wait to report back. I really can't wait to report back. I'm going to... Oh, we just had to throw a script away. Dear. It's not gone well today. We were doing so well, actually. Do you know, two things have upset us today. That, which I can't tell you about, and the fact that it's raining, so we can't do Winter Wonderland. I was looking forward to a sort of... Christmas has basically been cancelled now. I was looking forward to a hot chocolate with some brandy in it. Later, watching Thomas swinging around on a chair-aeroplane, being violently ill. Steve, make it stop, make it stop. I can't. We're enjoying the fun. We're having fun with it. Anyway, so pigs in blankets. You know, pigs in blankets. That's, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know whoever coined that phrase, but sort of, it's just basically pork. Can only be pork, can't it? Otherwise you can't call it pig. And the blanket is a little bit of bacon wrapped round it. But they can't boast the same healthy benefits that Brussels sprouts do. But to be honest with you, as one of the naughtier trimmings in a Christmas lunch, pigs in blankets are not quite as bad as you think. They're less likely to be linked to bowel cancer risk than other processed meats. Sausages such as frankfurters, pepperoni are worse because they contain... Do you know, I've never eaten pepperoni. In my entire life, I've never eaten pepperoni. Have you had pepperoni? Oh, on pizza? I wouldn't have it on pizza. Oh, no. No. Well, I don't have that. I don't have pizza. Oh, no, not anchovies. No. I don't have pizza. I have pizza once every 3 years, and that's it. Occasionally, if I go to Costco, I have a slice of pizza and I do the 4 cheeses. I wouldn't want to do anything else complicated, and certainly not anchovies. Ugh, disgusting. And I don't want pepperoni either. It comes in that green... Oh, no, it's not me. Not me at all, but I do like frankfurters. But British sausages tend not to have these nitrates in, so you've got to be very careful. So pigs in blankets are actually quite good for you. God, that's a miracle, isn't it? Never thought I'd be saying on Friday, by the way, eat as many pigs in blankets as you can. To be honest with you, I don't know why we don't eat them all year round. I bought some big sausages in Costco ages ago, and I think they were German sausages wrapped with bacon around them, with cheese in, and you cook them in a frying pan. But I try not, because I'm diabetic, I try not to fry anything. Because because I'm absolutely klutz in the kitchen. Seriously, I mean, if there was a frying pan of hot oil or a saucepan, guaranteed it would be over me within a matter of seconds. So I try not to fry anything. If I was going to have anything, I'd have a deep fat fryer, but I'd be frightened about that as well. I'm accident prone, I can't help it. I see things happening, I think, if I turn round here, I mustn't drop this glass. Turn round, drop the glass. Useless I am, totally useless. The older I get, the worse I'm becoming. Liz in New Cross Gate says, parsnips in a cup. No. Cut them into thin strips, roast them in butter and honey. Delicious and no longer taste like parsnips, which frankly is the main aim. So revolting when they're squidgy. Crispy is the only way... Yes, I suppose you're right, actually. Did you watch Click and Collect short film last night with Stephen Merchant? I think it was I don't even know what Click and Collect is. Seriously, I mean, I'm treading on ground I'm not able to talk about. We like Steve Merchant. He's enormous. He's like so tall up. Even I feel like a bit sort of shorty pants. So I didn't see it, Martin. But thank you. Ickley and the Skip. Hello. Just dropped off admin Dave at the first class lounge at Heathrow. Now off to Tesco's to get a frozen turkey. Actually, to be honest with you, if you buy it now, it should just about defrost. Just remember, if you do buy a frozen, knock-nails-in, solid, frozen, ice turkey, it's going to take you at least 36 hours. At least 36 hours to defrost it properly. It's got to be defrosted, otherwise it's dangerous. That's why, I'm also a little bit, Oh, Steve says, Simon in Deptford, those paper chase motorised cards are £7, but they last for years. Do they? And, Steve, I've been listening to your show since I was 11, says Rebecca. And I'm getting ready for secondary school. I'm now 22 and in medical school. So it's nice to hear a familiar voice when getting ready for my GP placements. Can you spell the name of the sugar-free Prosecco, says Nora. I can, actually. I can. Wait a minute, I've lost me a bit of paper. Wait a minute. So bearing in mind, this is sugar-free and when we say sugar-free, it's not reduced sugar, which a lot of things are. I'll spell it. It's GHIACCIO. Okay? Prosecco Superior, 0 dosage. So no sugar and only 68 calories, which kind of for a diabetic is like sort of discovering, as I said before, the Holy Grail. So very, very pleased for that. Thank you, Ian. Just to let you know, there is actually a bottle there. Oh, look, that's nice. Oh, they're doing diabetes, aren't they? Why do people take their time doing an injection? I hate doing it. You're supposed to leave it in there for 10 seconds. 7.7, that's very good, isn't it? I like that. I wonder who that was. Anyway. So now we've done that. Steve, I've just bought 6 bottles of the sugar-free Prosecco online. That's me sorted for healthy drinking. I like the idea of sugar-free. I'm keen to find out, to be honest with you, as a diabetic for many, many years, just how it works out to be sugar-free. And also how it's 68 calories. That makes it a little bit less guilty, doesn't it, when you start drinking it, thinking, I like this. So well done, Tony and Riceslip. Andy in Acton says, why do pigs even need blankets when they're cooking at 200 degrees Celsius? John's found it on their website. There you go. So for sort of diabetics or people who don't, because the trouble, I didn't realise until before, I should have realised, that anything that's got sugar in the case of sort of booze is really bad for diabetics. I feel I could sort of drink this probably now, actually, and not have too much effect. Steve, I think you're confusing pepperoni with pepperami. That's the oh, is it different? Oh, right. Oh, well, you might be right, actually. Apparently, Christy Brinkley does her own Prosecco. So there you go. Launched in 2016 from my well-travelled BAA cabin crew member Joe in San Fran at the moment, but home for Christmas. Look forward to seeing you back in the country. Mitch says, no, the parsnips don't go in the cup. The butter and Marmite go in the cup. You paint the parsnips with a brush. People think I'm dim. And, Steve, pardon me for being thick, but isn't winemaking about adding yeast into grape juice? Wherefore, the yeast feeds on the sugars to create the alcohol, so you want a sugar-free Prosecco, just find the grapes that make it, leave the brewing process until all the sugar is gone, and then stick the result in a soda stream. Soda stream. Somebody says, why don't you buy an air fryer, Steve? No oil. Just cooks fish and chips, chicken, anything. Healthier, because listen, all this talk about being healthy. Look at us, honestly. Don't want to be too healthy. Skinny Prosecco only has 7 grams of sugar and fewer calories than half an egg, says Kevin. I want something with nothing at all. Nothing at all. Steve, went to buy 100 mils of Creed yesterday. Have to have not tried it before. Big Boots store. They don't sell it. It's very expensive. Do only poor people shop at Boots? No, they don't do stuff like that. They do other aftershaves. So it's John Lewis and Amazon. John Lewis, mainly, you'll find it in. That's where I'm getting it from, John Lewis. Much easier. Or failing that, Jamie Oliver, who bought me a bottle for Christmas, which is really sweet. Really, really sweet. Steve, says Helenka, I was so engrossed in listening to you on my walk to work, I didn't notice the huge lake in the gutter or the lorry approaching. I am now soaked through. You could, actually, if you took a photograph of that lorry's number plate, you can prosecute, because they've obviously deliberately driven through it. Have you found a place for your heritage plaque yet? I haven't. It's resting on the window still out there whilst I decide, as everybody looks at it and goes, where'd you get that from? Which is lovely. And we love the Christmas card, as you now know. Now we've mentioned them, everybody's going to be going to blooming Paper Chase and buying them. I've got to go. I've got to go now, haven't I? Have I got to go now? Got a minute or something? Just a very quick minute. Yeah, let's do this. Can you really? Anyway, yesterday was a good day. Yesterday was a lovely day because my show at the Magic Circle took off, and we had a very happy bunch of travellers down there yesterday. It was really exciting. So thank you all for turning up. And we met Sean. Sean, who is, I think he's the cousin of my friend in Vienna, Paul Brennan. And as we discovered, I knew actually all the time that Sean is undergoing treatment at the moment for leukemia. And it was his dream. I know it seems... Listen, even I have to come to terms with this one. He so wanted to meet me, and he so wanted to come to the show. And so I think Paul sorted out a ticket for him. I think his parents sorted out a hotel room for him. And he came to the Magic Circle, but he was a little bit worried, a little bit apprehensive about approaching me. Because it can be like that. If you listen to somebody on the radio all the time, and then you think, do they know? They probably don't know who I am. But we knew who Sean was because we found out where he was. He was upstairs. He was in the balcony, which was sort of like VVIP seats. And so I made him stand up so I could see who he was. And I went and had a chat to him during the interval. And I hope he enjoyed himself. I hope you enjoyed it. Because I know you're going to be listening this morning, Sean. I know you're absolutely going to be. You're not going to miss this one, are you? This is the night after you've been to the Magic Circle. And I spoke to loads of people yesterday. The acts were really fantastic. You know, I mean, really, really good acts. We had everybody, all sorts of people. And there was something for everybody. And then I went off for dinner with my godchildren. That was lovely as well. And I got home by about 8 o'clock. And then I climbed into bed. And, you know, we were eating in a restaurant yesterday, I must tell you, no alcohol. They don't serve alcohol. You could take in alcohol, and they didn't charge you for corkage. I should have taken down some of the producers. He's given me, I don't know why he thinks I drink alcohol, but he's made me two bottles of mulled wine. Now, if there's one thing I do, it's mulled wine, because I first got into mulled wine over in Vienna. Because over there, when it's freezing cold, and you've got... You hold your hands just around the cup, and then that sort of warms you up a little bit. It's fantastic. Fantastic. So he's given me 2 bottles. I mean, I'm not sure if he thinks I'm going to drink the stuff now, or whether I'm going to sort of swig it on the way home. Probably not swig it on the way home. I think I shall save it, actually. Probably for a bit later on today. I quite fancy a mulled wine. But I don't want any more rain. I've had enough now. I've had enough. So anyway, so we had a lovely time. Thank you, everybody, for coming down. And, as I say, a good time was had by all. And hopefully, especially Sean. So they have to... I didn't understand anything about leukemia. It nearly made me cry, actually. In fact, I nearly cried on a few occasions yesterday. But that was the way it is. But anyway, so he's got his leukemia count, and it's down to 0.066, which is good news. I mean, it's not remission, but he's heading in the right way. So it's still too low on his haemoglobin, so he's got to see another specialist. And he's back for a blood transfusion this morning. But either way, he was in a hotel last night, and it was... and I hope you enjoyed it, Sean. I hope you really enjoyed it. We enjoyed seeing you down there. You must come again next year. Get Uncle Paul to spin out for another ticket next year, which would be good, isn't it? Steve, hope you're well, says Noah. Are you broadcasting in delay? Sorry, I don't know. Yes, probably. Well, welcome to Tuesday. And every programme is broadcast in delay. Every I think it's 10 seconds. So in other words, what you're hearing through your radio now happened 10 seconds ago. Listen, don't ask me to explain it. I can never do things like that. Daphne from the Spikers, she said, we so enjoyed the Magic Circle yesterday. The acts were superb. Still laughing at the little girl who wanted a cafe for Christmas. I know, she was only young, probably about 6 or 7. And I asked her what she wanted for Christmas, and she said a cafe. I said, what, like Pret-a-Manger or something like that? So sweet. So sweet. And she was the one who did, but I think it was her mummy who got the lucky programme. Which is just a bit good, isn't it? I mean, you couldn't have made it up. But everybody worked very hard yesterday. It was a very good show. The audience, you were absolutely superb. And we just do it once every year. The Magic Circle have their shows that run for about the next week and a half. 2 shows every day, so they have to work very hard. And but we had the Steve Allen show yesterday. So normally Richard Pinner would be comparing for this year. He's the compare for this year. And I have my show in which I compare just for my show. So thank you so much for coming down. I can't get over you wearing that apron. I can't believe you're actually wearing it. It's like being given a pair of boxer shorts for Christmas, sort of novelty boxer short with Brussels sprouts on them, and you walking around in them. So I've got to wear the headphones on the wrong side. I did that the other day. Who was it? It was Matt Fry had his headphones on backwards or something the other day. I heard him saying something I need to change. Oh no, it was Nick Abbott. It's always Nick Abbott. There's always something that goes wrong with Nick Abbott. Something will happen. They can be, because you talking to me only comes in one side, and if I don't have it on the right side because I only wear one bit of the headphone, I don't hear what you're saying. A bit like that, actually, a bit like that. So we've got a nice cup of tea. We've got the newspapers. Delicious. Ooh. And Caprice Borette, you won't know who she is. She's not really of any consequence in the modern day parlance, but she's married her long-term boyfriend in secret. So secret that they told the press. So, and it was only in a registry office. Perhaps they couldn't afford a church. I don't know. Also, Karen Brady offers advice to Lauren Goodger. Basically, don't advertise something you don't know anything about. I wouldn't trust Lauren Goodger as far as I could throw her. Seriously, you don't rely on these people. They're from reality shows. She doesn't know anything about anything. She was trying to sell you cyanide the other day, if you remember. She was set up by a BBC programme to find out what these people are doing. She'd sell her mother down the river. Seriously, you don't take any notice of any reality show people. You know, if they say, oh, you must do this or don't. Absolutely do completely the opposite. The donkey saved from death apparently was due to be shipped out to Italy to be made into something. I don't know. glue, says the producer. Very cruel. But no, it was, I don't know, like sausage meat or something like, but it's not sausage meat. It's sort of, it's like donkey. It's like, I don't know what they do. They make it into something. Anyway, it was saved, which is lovely, and it's now the star on the BBC. Of course, they'll actually probably send it out, make it into sausages later. They do that, don't they? Every year there'll be 2 turkeys that escape from a farm. They'll go, we've called them Bonnie and Clyde or something. And every year the same 2 turkeys manage to escape. And every year there's a concerted effort inside the media to save the turkeys. You don't think they save them for Christmas, do you, honestly? But I did see a lovely programme on farming on the television the other day. I'm quite taken by farming until they start sticking their hands up, cows' bottoms and things like that, in which case I generally sort of flip channels. And this was one, and this man had sheep, but these were really cute sheep. They were little black-faced sheep. They were like little puppy dogs. And it was so cute. And he sold them as pets because they looked so cute. But one of them was rejected by its mummy. And sometimes that happens. So they decided that they were going to adopt it. So he popped it in the oven, gas mask 3, 15 minutes, and they'd obviously keep the door open, and it warmed it up a little bit. And now it thinks it's a dog. It follows him around everywhere on the farm, wherever he goes. It lives in the house, and it follows him around. It was so cute. It was so cute. When he was trying to stop the cows from escaping, they managed to sort of push a gate open. Very devious. And this little lamb is following him around. I mean, it's literally, it was like a dog. And it was then that I thought, I want a lamb. I want a lamb for Christmas. But we went to a restaurant after the Magic Circle yesterday because my godchildren were up. It was a bit of a treat for them. And, of course, I tend to forget it's Saturday night. Saturday night for me is sort of, you have a faff around and then you go to bed quite early. But yesterday was quite late. But still very nice. And we go to a restaurant and they had a lot of vegetarian dishes. And I can't remember. It was chicken something. Whatever it was. Oh, and sagaloo. Well, it nearly blew my socks off. I can't begin to tell you how hot this was. It was very nice. It was very nice. In fact, we all admitted that it really was actually very, very nice. Service was abysmally slow, but it was worth waiting for. And then, I was on fire. People say, oh, don't drink water if you go to an Indian restaurant or something like that, So I'm drinking lime juice, and I'm getting through gallons of blooming lime juice, at first I finished one, because it was so hot. This chicken, which had all sorts of lovely things in, but I've never had anything like that before in my life. I don't know. Well, you couldn't get any alcohol at all in this one. There was no alcohol served, because some bloke came in to order a meal to have a sit down. He said, "Oh, you don't serve alcohol." I went, "No, but you can bring alcohol in if you want to. It's just that they don't serve it." So, of course, I was drinking lime juice. I wanted a banana milkshake, but they didn't have any banana milkshake. So I didn't get that. So I just drank soft drinks, which was okay. Didn't bother me in the slightest. But this thing was so blooming hot. It really was absolutely unbelievable. It was good, but it was very good. Well, this is sagaloo, the potato one. Yeah, well, this was hot. This one's had a lot of very hot spices in it, because they were all having keema naans and everything else, which sort of lessens the heat, which was very nice. I could eat it now, really. And then they brought the sagaloo, and I went, sagaloo, thank you very much indeed. So I took a bit, and that's quite nice. I took a bigger bit, and that was very hot. But, well, it's chilly. I could see in the chicken dish that I had, which was thinly sliced chicken, but I can't remember what it's called. I think it's quite a well-known dish. But I've got no idea because I'm not up on these sort of things. But it was lovely. It was very, very nice. I didn't even have a pudding. I should have had an ice cream or something. Anyway, so that was yesterday. And it was all very nice, actually. As I say, and then we met Sean. So hopefully he'll be listening to the programme. He can then report back to Uncle Paul. Plus, Trini's company. This is Trini Woodall or something. 3.4 million. It's always going as well as Victoria Beckham's company, which isn't going at all well. But I think they'll end up having to give up, I think, with it, because you can't... I don't think Trini's got a footballer to bail her out, but she is going out with somebody quite well known, isn't she? Whether or not he's of the bailing out kind. It's a bit like being Sarah Ferguson. Where's Jeffrey Epstein when you want to pick up the phone and call him and go, can you lend me 15,000 quid? And that was after he bailed her out before. That's why every time I see her, she just makes my blood boil. I mean, seriously, if it hadn't been for her, perhaps Andrew might not be in this pickle that he's in at the moment. But I am predicting next year more pickles within the royal family. I'm not sure what I think Prince Philip fell down. That's why he was back in hospital again. Can you believe he was in Norfolk? They flew him by helicopter into London. They're that Initial report. Yeah, well, apparently the helicopter dropped them, then they get the car to the hospital. I think Battersea Heliport or something like that. They must be really rich, because I'd have to wait for the ambulance to arrive, but Norfolk's just a little bit further. Now, can you imagine a helicopter, as long as Andrew wasn't piloting it? That would be the good thing, wouldn't it, really? You don't want Andrew on anything. And the helicopters, they fly over your flat. Yeah, I see them. I saw one land in London on the embankment, down by the gardens, the Embankment Gardens. It was the most incredible sight to watch. The helicopter just comes out of the sky and then... and it sort of lands on the lawn. It blew my hair to pieces. I don't want to make a big deal about it because, you know, I'm not too worried. And then they get out and they've got all their equipment. It was really sensational. It was like watching a James Bond movie. Very exciting. The tornado yesterday that came in and hit Chertsey. Why Chertsey should be singled out, I can't imagine, but the river burst its banks, thing came down, and trains got upset and everybody else. Apparently it had people's houses rattled. It was all very traumatic, wasn't it? I've been in, not a tornado, a bigger thing than that. What do they call it? No, not orange armchair, no. It's a storm, but it's quite a bad storm. Typhoon. I've been in a typhoon. We had one in Hong Kong when we were out there. I think it was Typhoon Mary. Why they give them girls' names, I've got no idea, but they just do, actually. And so all the buildings there, all on the hillsides outside of Hong Kong itself, all the squatters live in their huts, which they built up with bamboo and all the rest of it. The entire thing was decimated. That's all I remember. Buildings were swaying, literally, in the typhoon. It's the only thing I remember. That and the dragon boat races and meeting Father Christmas or jolly old St Nicholas. Gemma Collins says she can't go Christmas shopping because she's mobbed by fans. Oh, diddums. What a shame, dear. Never mind. You could come to Twickenham. Nobody'd know who you were. I promised you. So you don't need to worry about things like that. It doesn't make any difference. Really doesn't. Plus, we found a couple of children who make a fortune on YouTube. There's also the meat industry roasting the BBC for fake news by putting out the fact that we're eating less turkey. They've said it's a load of old spherical objects. Plus, shops still dreaming of a bounce from Boris. Can't win, can you? Today's going to be a busy day. Today's going to be busy day. So a lot of people will be going off to Costco and things like that and looking around for stuff and just having a nice time. Which I'm going to do as well, actually. I think I might pop down to Costco later. I've done Christmas shopping, yes. I get it done. Well, the trouble is, because of all of my family, they don't really want presents. They want... they want money. Let's not put a too fine a point on it. Cash is king at the moment. So I go to the bank and I take out my money and things like that. And then I just put it in a Christmas card. And that's... I think £5 is very traditional, I think, and also over-generous, I might add. No, I mean, I just think people can do more with money, can't they? Than if I've sort of bought you bath salts or something like that. You'd be going, Steve, I don't use bath salts. I thought you do now. So that's the way it goes. It's years ago, I would buy them presents. My youngest, who's now 15, she would go through the Argos catalogue and pick out all sorts of things that she wanted because it was toys. Now, she doesn't want toys. She's 15. She's into designer clothing and makeup and stuff like that. She's very grown up for 15. Very grown up. So they all get money. The parents of my godchildren... we buy them something for the house. So that's quite a nice thing. My brother gets money. His wife gets all the things I have in the boot of the car. I did show people the boot. Somebody said to me the other day after the Magic Circle did, because the car was parked outside, and they said, could we have a look in the boot? I said, yeah, but no photographs. No photographs. So we opened up, of course, the boot is burgeoning with chocolates and Prosecco and stuff like that. I mean, seriously, it almost looks like Poundland, but just an upmarket version. And they were going, oh, it was like a bit of a treat to be shown into Santa's grotto. So I had everything in there. I mean, like everything in there. I said, are the contents of the boot worth more than the car? They're not far off it. They're not far off it. I've got chocolates and stuff, because my boot is actually quite big. It goes way under the back seats of the car. So, in fact, in theory, if my boot was empty, I could climb into it, and you could pull the boot down inside. I don't want to try that, actually. We had to do it once when something happened, so the bloke from the garage had to climb inside the boot of the car. I thought that was quite cute, actually, but I've never fancied doing it. But I've got everything in there. I mean, it's just got everything. If I sat down and took everything out, it would probably take the best part of an hour, I would think, easily, just to empty it. I'll probably discover things that I think, where did that come from? What did I buy that for? I've still got hot water bottles in there, but long hot water bottles. They're not little hot water. These are long hot water bottles, which is quite nice, actually. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, bailiffs clamping. There's always something, isn't there? So there's a woman. She's got a car. She obviously owes money somewhere, either to the council or whatever it is. And so they send around the car clamping company. They've sent her 3 letters. I don't think you need to send anything more than three letters to somebody. If you're too ignorant to ignore it, you've only got yourself to blame. So anyway, so the bailiffs come round. Now, what they generally do, the bailiffs, I know this because we've had them writing into us in the past, is they hoist the car up first, then they come knock on the door. Because if you then see them and they haven't got it, people get in the cars and drive away quickly. And in this particular case, this woman, and of course this is where it takes a turn for the worst, because she was going to a funeral of a cousin that day. And I thought, well, you shouldn't have ignored the letters from the council. It's no good bleating, going, oh, it's really unfair. And then the papers are calling them heartless. Well, I hope, the people who write this stuff, I hope nobody ever owes you money. Because we're going to be going, well, that's ridiculous, isn't it? Why would you persecute these poor people? She ignored the council letters. And so the end result is they send round the bailiffs. It's like, you see them on what are the High Court bailiffs called? Powerful. And and these people turn up at your house. And I've seen them doing it. They went into a restaurant the other day, a takeaway, Indian takeaway. And they said, hello, we are High Court enforcement officers, which of course goes over the head of most people. They don't realise that that's the end of the trail. It's no good going, we have this going in the county court, because they said, no, it's gone from county court, you're now in High Court. We are bailiffs, we are authorised to take goods unless you pay the money. This particular place owed about 4,000, and which actually doesn't seem a huge amount of money to have the bailiffs round. Anyway, the bloke then said, no, this business, I'm the new owner of the business. And one of the bailiffs, I think Delroy, was saying, he said, I smell a rat. He said, I'm not sure. So they go through all the paperwork and they discover he's lying through his teeth. He isn't the new owner. He is the owner that they're looking for. So they go outside to his car. They've got the car keys. They open up the car and they found his name on there. So he was lying through his teeth. So they said, listen, you're either going to pay the 4,000 or we're going to be removing goods. And he said, well, I haven't got any money and all the rest. It's amazing how people find the money. So you're going to lose your entire kitchen. No, you're not taking anything. I shall call the police. And, of course, they always say the same thing. Call the police. Call the police. The police will actually assist them with getting stuff out of places because you don't have any say in it. So if you get a High Court letter, which I think I'm not sure if it's been whether it's when it's escalated you get the letter, but either way, the amount of people that lie through their teeth. There was some bloke in a garage threatening them with crowbars and everything. You get off my property and all this kind of stuff. They said, we're here to collect £7,000. And to cut a long story short, he was threatening him, you're not coming in here, I'm going to block you. He was a nasty piece of work. He really was nasty. And then the police turn up. And all of a sudden, he becomes Little Miss Pussycat. Oh, I didn't know anything about the High Court or anything like that. Anyway, they actually managed to get their money. They get the money. And I'm always amazed, because I'm always fascinated. It doesn't actually, some of them do actually call in reinforcements from their friends to try and intimidate the bailiffs, but they always get their money in the end. People, it's amazing, will always find it from somewhere. They go, haven't you got any friends? No, there's nowhere I can ask. Well, there is, you're just a bone-idle, lazy little so-and-so. Mind you, I was coming through town this evening, and I kept hearing it, and I thought, earth is that? Very noisy. And it's these little boys who come over from Saudi with their sports cars and they rev them up like little girls' blouses. They are out there on the streets of London. Let's put our foot down and do 30 miles an hour. You've never seen such a bunch of wusses in their life. And they all follow each other around like little convoy. All boys sitting there. There's no girls involved because they couldn't meet girls, quite clearly, because they've wasted all their money on cars, or their mummy and daddy have. And they drive around the streets of London. They go through Knightsbridge. It's really annoying. It's really annoying because they just rev them up. They've obviously done something to them that makes them sound really annoying. Why don't you just go home? We don't want you on the streets of Knightsbridge. It's supposed to be classy. You've just reduced it to trailer trash. It's horrible. They were going round Trafalgar Square like 3 times, revving them all up. They're all very expensive cars, but of course the ones driving them, ugly, not exact. And it's all the boys who sit in the back of the car whose mummy and daddy couldn't afford a car for them, so they have to sort of ride on the coattails of the bloke who's got this sort of souped up Vectra or something. I don't know what they are. Some of them are very expensive cars, but at the end of the day, we don't want you in London. We don't like you, okay? It's annoying for people. People want to actually enjoy their lives without idiots like you driving around showing off to people. Steve, I didn't spot Anne Widdecombe at the Magic Circle. Did you not? Oh, I thought people would have spotted her. Actually, sometimes I don't like to mention if we have celebrity guests at the Magic Circle because it's just not the sort of thing, actually. Also, High Court bailiffs known as court sheriffs. They are in Scotland, aren't they? I don't think they are down here. But no, the High Court is where they just phone up. There's one called Mr. McCracken. I've started knowing all their names. It's fantastic. And somebody, they always get the people who threaten them. Get off my property. Get off. No, I'm afraid I'm from the High Court. I'm entitled to come onto your property. I'll call the police. Call the police. There's obviously more crooks out there than you could ever find. Steve, fantastic show yesterday at the Magic Circle. Myself and my good friend Pickett thoroughly enjoyed it. Amazingly talented. It was good, wasn't it? It was very, very good. We had a nice little turnout. Nice little turnout. And a lot of people still... Actually, we didn't talk about Brexit at all. Which was the LBC presenter most drunk on Wednesday evening? Well, it's an outrageous thing to say. As you know, we are a teetotal company. You know, we don't indulge in things. Well, apart from Richard Spur, who apparently has now confessed that he does drink. I'd never have guessed. Never have guessed, actually. But he's obviously got this sore throat. Because if you do 4 hours and you haven't done 4 hours for a while, it tells on you. So he's going to go and gargle with TCP. Don't know if that's the idea. I would have thought chloroseptic or something would have been actually a little bit better. So, in answer, Noah, to your which LBC presenter was most drunk, none of them. None of them. I had 2 drinks, and that was it, because I had to be at work in the morning. And you can't do this show. You can't do a show like this if you've had a few sherbets. You really can't. I mean, it'd be lovely if you think you could, but I promise you, definitely doesn't work like that at all. Very quickly, a farmer saved a little lamb. Yes, that's quite nice, actually. It became a shepherd's pie. He wouldn't have eaten this little lamb. It was so cute. It was so cute. I can't tell you. Jackie says, did LBC buy you something nice for your 40 years? A contract. I always think that's something nice. You know, sort of guarantees that I can afford to live for the next few years, which is nice. And somebody says, will it be turkey for you on Christmas Day? Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. Oh, news. Try and make TV company. So all these supercars whizzing around town. Admittedly, you get some of the supercars and then you get the people who can't afford a supercar. So they sort of soup up their sort of Fiat Tipo or something. But anyway, the Knightsbridge residents decided that they'd had quite enough of this. Quite enough. I mean, always a relief when the shutters come down on Harrods. And then they get a bit of peace and quiet, because if you can afford to live in Knightsbridge, you want a bit of peace and quiet. However, they're now shattered, their quiet, by the super rich racing their sports cars through the streets. And they do race them through the streets. I've been there. It's like the starting grid of the Le Mans. Since the Qatari royal family purchased it in May. The culprits are thought to be wealthy Middle Eastern visitors who use the area as a meeting place to show off their toys in the small hours. They have them flown over at a cost of, I've got no idea, but these Bugattis, Ferraris and Lamborghinis roar around the neighbourhood. They've either done something where they've taken the muffler off the exhaust. I mean, this apparently seems to amuse them for some reason. Got an average house price of about £1 million. Until 3 a.m. you get these cars around there. And I think what they've done, the neighbours have really just had enough. And they've suffered sleepless nights, and they've now joined together to stop the noise. So what they've done is they forged a campaign group. They have their grievances to Boris Johnson when he was Mayor of London. I mean, it's still going on now. They haven't actually solved any problem at all, claiming the police and the council have failed to act. They're also complaining to the embassies of Qatar, UAE, United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. They're hoping to persuade the sheikhs. It's not the sheikhs who are driving round. It's these stupid little children. Karen Morgan-Thomas, who lives in Sloane Street, well, of course she would do, is leading the campaign and says it's simply not possible to sleep. Dozens of neighbours have approached me to vent their anger. And, as I say, you can hear it. If I'm driving around town in my car, not actually driving around, I was going from A to B, you can hear them. And I just don't understand why the police don't do anything about it. If I did it, I'd be the first one hauled in over it. So, you know, no thank you. Take them back home again. We don't really want this. It's a bit silly. You're a bit silly show-offy. And it impresses nobody. We have class. We're not impressed by cars, which make an awful lot of noise, and they do. I mean, one mother of one who said getting a decent night rest is a fundamental human right, and those responsible acting in the most inconsiderate fashion. I don't think they could care less. They're so into their own little world, which is a bit sad and tragic, because they rev these cars up and drive around the streets, and it's actually got worse. There's one here, Hisham Al-Ireza, who's a Saudi Arabian construction company owner who visits his second home in Basel Street, adjacent to Harrods, says most of these driving the cars are from wealthy Arab families. Well, they've got no class. Seriously, if that's their idea of fun, well, then shame on their families. Shame on them. Because, you know, it's like driving outside their houses in Saudi or UAE, wherever it happens to be, and just sort of, I don't know, running a barrel organ or something. I can't think of anything that would annoy people as much as silly cars. But they have them flown in. You know, I think some apologies would be quite nice. The problem is they come from closed societies where the men and women are allowed to mix. So when they come to London in the summer, they go wild. You could see them at the end of Knightsbridge, before the Scotch House, on the left-hand side, there is a tree. OK, so you come down as if you're coming up to the Mandarin Oriental, where you would turn right to go down to Piccadilly. And on that corner there, they park their cars up and they all sit round drinking. Oh, the mess and the rubbish is phenomenal. You say every morning of the week. Very odd, very odd. But as I say, because they come from closed societies, it doesn't stop them leering out of the windows and sort of go, "Oh, are you all right?" Well, not quite like that. Otherwise, that would be an East Ender person, wouldn't it, from the United Arab Emirates, which would be very bizarre. But no, you go home and stay at home. Thank you very much indeed. Among those to complain, Lady Sorrel, who got 2 parking spaces at Harrods as part of her recent divorce from her ex-husband. In response, the cause of the problems, they say, is simply that Harrods and its environs have become the destination of choice for a large proportion of people. Yeah, because they come here because it's cooler than it is sitting in the heat, I should imagine. But we don't want the cars. Thank you very much indeed. You look silly. Very silly. Steve, have you been in conversation with Sheridan Smith? Yes. Yes, we've done Sheridan. We got on really well. Really, really well with Sheridan Smith. Plus, first 10 nights in the new house, still don't like it, says James in Sevenoaks. Is that fun? What are you doing there, then? Why would you want to be in a house? We were discussing, actually, how good a cook or chef Nick, the producer, is. Apparently, he's a culinary genius in the kitchen. I mean, he can whip up a souffle, you know, without too much trouble at all. It's just it sort of dips in the middle a little bit. Oh, look, there's that little boy reading the papers again. The one who looks about 15. Where do they get these people from who come and review the papers for Sky? I always laugh at that, actually. And you look at them and you think, where do they get you from? I know a number of people who've actually done it. People worrying, aren't they, about Prince Philip at the moment. So he makes the front pages of the papers, but not because he's not very well, but because George apparently is mixing a bowl of something, you know, which looks ghastly. And so you've got his father, William, no hair, and then you've got Prince Charles, very clever boy, and then you've got the Queen standing there, and the Queen's sort of master. I shouldn't imagine the Queen has ever held a mixing bowl in her entire life. You know, sorry, ma'am, rhymes with jam. Would you like to make a cake? No. Okay, fine. Okay, just what we'd ask, you know. But she's still got her handbag. She's still there with the handbag. I think she'd be lost. I want to go through the contents. I reckon there's a packet of peppermints, a penny for the loo, and, well, it used to be a penny for the loo, and probably a small handkerchief or something, or a bouquet garni. A nosegay. So, I don't know, what else would the Queen have in there? She's not going to have a passport, is she? Or something like that, or sort of, you know, she's got her tokens from the Tesco garage, or some perfume. Yes, I don't know what the Queen's perfume is. I don't know what she wears, but I suspect it's something probably quite traditional. So something from one of the fashion houses. It'd be so funny, wouldn't it? They'd say, if somebody superimposed that in a ham, next time it's held open, you can see a bottle of Katie Price's perfume in there. Yeah, £12.50. You don't just get a bottle, you get about 1.5 gallons, I think, for that. It's really popular. Although we were laughing the other day, even my 15-year-old was laughing about Gemma Collins saying how difficult it was to go out and do her shopping. She went, well, how ridiculous. Of course she can go out and do her shopping. What are they going to say to her? Stop eating less, go to the salad bar. I mean, it doesn't make any difference. Nobody cares. If you can't go out, dear, you might as well just give up completely. Steve, we get those noisy people in Sevenoaks. Really? I've never seen them on the motorway. I've only ever heard them around town. It's not good, actually. No, it says, I'm amazed at the work ethic of you, Nick Abbott, Ian Payne and Clive Bull over Christmas. Your dedication to LBC is admirable. That's very nice. Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not such a hardship. It's really not such a hardship. You know, the idea of doing something that you love doing is fantastic. I mean, it really is. It's almost an honour. It's almost an honour. I mean, it isn't so much dedication. it's an honour to be asked to do things. You know, in fact, if I wasn't asked, I'd be in a terrible state. What would I do over the festive period? Because I still wake up early, because next week I've got one Monday is normal day, then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm doing 7 till 10. Could be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I can't remember, actually. But I'm doing 7 till 10, so I'll be doing Nick Ferrari's programme. I have no idea what it's going to contain. I've left it up to the production team. It'll have some news items, but it'll have the Steve Allen touch. Jackie says Robbie had a lovely sparkly suit and shoes on Michael's show that would suit you. I've got these shirts, which I think they're lovely. They're really nice. I've got them on. I just typed in shiny shirts for men, and really nice. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Listening live from the rooftop gym in Chiang Mai, where it's 28 degrees. Normally listen to you on the early airport runs to Malaga Airport, says Mark. Now you're in Chiang Mai. You're moving about a bit, aren't you? Just a little bit. Steve, have you thought of having a boot sale? How did your producers behave at your show? Very impeccably. Absolutely impeccably. That's why they're my producers. They have to be vetted. They didn't... I think we had a photograph taken, but I can't remember, actually. Because I took one of my producers out for breakfast the other day with there's a little group of us from the early breakfast shows go out and have breakfast once a year. And there were 6 of us. It was quite... We just go up to a hotel and we just have sort of a very expensive breakfast. I don't think there's such a thing as that. £28 it is at the hotel next door, the Hampshire, for a break. But admittedly, you can eat everything you want, and they've got everything from smoked salmon. I mean, to be honest with you, I feel like taking Tupperware boxes and filling them up. You know, $5.99 at the Wetherspoons. Producers not budged from Wetherspoons. They know him by sight. I had everything. I had all sorts of little bits. But the only thing I couldn't eat was the black pudding. I didn't even want to eat it. Did you? No. I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to taste like, and I wasn't going to put it in my mouth. I'm a bit funny about things like that. Steve, I'm like the Queen with my handbag. It weighs a ton, but I need everything just in case. I don't know what she carries. I don't need... Paul says, imagine if there were boy racers in, say, Moss Side or East London revving up. Police would be there in a flash. Yeah. But there's loads of them. It's not just like 1 or 2. I mean, there was a convoy of 6 this morning. Admittedly, the ones who brought up the rear, and judging by the way that they were... It was a really naff little car. They obviously thought they were being really clever. Because you get boys who drive around cars in London looking out the window so they can leer at girls, but of course they don't own the car and they can't afford to go to a nightclub, so they have to sit in the back there with sort of like a McDonald's cola or something like that. They've lost the cool image. It's disappeared. Here we go. Steve, sorry to disagree with the font of all knowledge, but the 22nd is the day with the shortest daylight hours, so tomorrow we're on to spring and lighter nights. Bring on the daffodils. I didn't say it was a long day. I just said it's going to be the busiest day. The busiest day, because everybody's going out, aren't they? Everybody's going... Oh, here we go. Bedell Smith, writing in the Lady magazine, discloses that the handbag, the Queen's, contains reading glasses, mint lozenges, and a fountain pen, although rarely cash, except for the precisely folded £5 or £10 note on Sunday. Because I'm assuming she goes to church and she'll put a £5 or a tenner in the offertory box. She's not going to put in pennies, is she? So that's quite nice, isn't it? So the Queen's handbag. So glasses, mint lozenges. And it's always packet of mints, isn't it? Every lady's got the same. And normally a lippy. You put a lippy in there and have a little sort of go just to make yourself look even more wonderful than you do generally. Another one here says, when I was growing up, people used to buy a new outfit to wear on Christmas Day. Oh. We found out who the child is on the television. He's an activist. He's born in 1993. How old does that make him? Go on, work that. 25. He's apparently a British Conservative commentator and activist, currently employed by the free market think tank, the Institute of Economic Affairs. He was born in Consett, County Durham. Well, that's all I know about him, apart from the fact that he was listed in LBC's list of top 100 most influential Conservatives of 2019. I don't remember contributing to that one. Must have been on the Ian Dale programme. Apparently he's openly gay. You'd never guess. Seriously, the jumper. He's 26. Is he tall? It's difficult to tell if somebody's sitting down whether they're tall or not, isn't it? Not a big fan of the jumper for a 26-year-old. It's not quite right, is it? Not quite right. Anyway, so the rain continues to pour down. The rain continues to upset the country. The rain continues to ruin people's travel plans and everything else. But you will all be out today shopping, because it's basically your last day before the big man himself comes down the chimney. My friend Ian says, never mind Christmas Day outfits. When I was a kid, my mum would buy me new clothes to wear at Christmas. I was always more impressed with my nan and granddad, who said their mum and dad had a Christmas room in their house, a room that was only used at Christmas. That's like having the front parlour, isn't it? That's what it used to be like. My nana used to have the front parlour, which had a pianola in it, which is a pianola. It's a piano player. So in other words, it's a piano. You can play it normally, but then you slid a slide thing across, which was directly in front of you, and then you put a roll of music in, and you started pedalling underneath, and the piano played the tunes, a pianola. You couldn't get rid of them years ago. Now they're highly collectible. And they also make a piano, because Gloria Hunniford's son Michael has got one. It's a piano which is very, very posh, but it plays itself. You just subscribe and you do a list of music things that you want, and the piano plays them. So in the corner, it's tinkling out tunes all by itself. I thought, God, what a godsend that would be! How marvellous! I'd love that. Yes, it's transmitted through the air, and it's got a thing inside it, which makes it a piano. But this pianola, my grandmother had in her front room, and she never used that room. It had furniture in it. It was, when I think back on it, it was very musty, and nobody ever went to them because the people didn't use the front room because she couldn't afford to heat two rooms. So she lived in the back room, which had a fire going and a table, and she would sit down at the chair at the table, and she'd have her bread and jam or whatever it was. There was no refrigerator. Not even sure she had a cooker in the kitchen, but she must have had something. And there was no central heating. So in the winter time, barring the fire downstairs, it was bloody freezing. It really was cold, very cold. Martin Peters died, 76, the 1966 football legend. I didn't know who he was, actually, which doesn't help. And also a Telford abuse victim yesterday got relief at finally seeing 4 tormentors jailed. This woman, groomed as a child, got justice after a case triggered by a Sunday Mirror probe, said, I just sobbed. I was relieved, happy and sad all at the same time. And so all these people are now behind bars. Shafiq Yunus, Mohammed Rizwan, Amjad Hussain, Mohammed Ali Sultan. They're all perverts. That's what it is, and they've gone to prison for hopefully a very, very long time. She finally... And in fact, they will only go to prison if more people speak out. It's getting people to speak out. Will Guyot says, my butler plays the piano. I used to do a piece on the programme. We used to have a friend of mine come in with his organ. And please don't go there. It's Sunday, okay, Jesus Christ has risen today, hallelujah. Anyway, he used to come in, and he'd put his organ on the desk, an achievement in itself, and he'd put it down there, and we'd sort of plug it in, and he played by ear, which was really quite remarkable, And so people would phone up and go, oh, can you play Ski Sunday? And he'd immediately launch into Ski Sunday, and I used to think, and that's what the programme consisted of. People requesting their favourite tunes on the organ, which I quite liked. If you could, it would turn into Horse of the Year show. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I can't remember how it goes, actually. I can't remember Ski's. That's quite nice, isn't it? He could play all these tunes, and people would phone up and request something, and once he knew what the tune was, he'd bang it out. Fantastic. And Steve, the young fella on the... Listen, don't just repeat everything I'm doing on the programme. I've just told you he's been listed as one of the top 100 influential Conservatives as listed by LBC. Yeah, I just told you that. Why are you repeating it back to me? Also, Steve, they're in Mayfair, these Middle Eastern drivers. I work in New Bond Street. The police seem to ignore them. Perhaps they've got diplomatic status. No, I don't think so. I don't think diplomatic... I don't know, they might have, depending on if they're Saudi royals or Qatari royals. But, I mean, apart from that, they have to abide by the law. You can't just sort of drive around town upsetting everybody's life. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, I've changed all my house lights to cool white. I've got the tree out and the lights are yellow. Looks awful, says Jackie. I saw a house this morning, actually. and it was inside was all a golden glow. It looked quite nice, actually. I think it looked very nice indeed. So don't worry about it, Jackie. People think it's fabulous. Always amuses me that the Queen wears a headscarf when she travels by train to Sandringham. Yeah, on a normal scheduled train. It's just that she's sort of sitting there surrounded by security. It's good though, isn't it, really? I think so. Mind you, she's always wearing a headscarf, and it is Hermes. But of course, I mean, you could see women walking around Knightsbridge all the time. Will Guy says, "I'll bring my organ if that's an offer of the century, isn't there? Really?" He says if we chat later this week. Yes. We'll have to sort that out. Actually, I don't know how. I don't know if he's doing Christmas morning chat. I can't work it out yet. I'll have to I'm in the hands of the producer. You know, he's like a taskmaster. I mean, seriously, honestly. Whip and chains and all the rest of it. So, hope you're well and ready for Christmas, goes my friend Laura. Me, Scarlett and Liliana are once again on our way to the airport. This time we're doing Christmas in New York. Oh, that's nice. That's a nice thing to do. It's a bit expensive at the moment, yeah. That's what I bought for my brother's eldest, because she's going to New York next year. So I bought her dollars in the Christmas card. Showing, I mean, I didn't think of it. My brother thought of it. He said, "Why don't you just get her dollars?" So I did. So you lot have a nice time. Where are you staying? Have you? I can't remember if you've got relatives out there. But anyway, so Laura, Scarlett, and Liliana, they're always on their way to the airport when they listen to this programme. Always. You have a nice time and have compliments of the season from me. Amazing, Steve, to meet you with my daughter Katie yesterday at the Magic Circle. I met so many people. James says that Wallace and Gromit, Jungle and Olive the Other Reindeer on TV. Then you and Mr. Abbott the rest of Christmas. Sort it. I would think it is, actually. How many books have you read this year? None. Don't think I've read any books this year. Can't think of anything. I don't tend to buy books. I tend to sort of read it off the telephone. Durban Dave is listening in. Surprisingly, Durban. There you go. A bit of a novelty, isn't it, really? And what else were they talking about? Do you know, I was watching a thing the other day. I'm not sure if I got it wrong or not. But there's Mr. Burko, and, you know, the one with the errant wife. And he's on an Italian show doing order. And I'm thinking, is he some performing Pekingese or something? It was all very worrying. Always very worrying. Henry's coming in today. He says, "Morning, Steve. I'm listening on my way to work, so I'll bump into you today." Oh, you think? I've had the locks changed on the door. You won't get any further than reception. Henry. Honestly, I'm sure that Henry doesn't get any sleep. He is the producer of one of our shows on LBC. He's Ian Dale's producer. Is it? It just texted you. Andrew. We knew Andrew Pearce was in for Ian Dale, didn't we? How did we know that? It's on the schedules. I had to get my producer Thomas to write it all down for me because he said, "I'll let you know." He said, "Just so you know what you're doing over the next week or so." Will Guyett says most producers have my number. It's found in phone boxes too. I wanted to go and write. I wanted to do a thing years and years ago. I was thinking, how can I get publicity for this show? How can I get publicity for the show? And I was thinking about all the way, apart from, I mean, now, obviously, I realise just doing a radio programme is enough to get a huge audience. Thank you very much indeed. But I thought to myself, if I got some scallywag, and I said to them, "Listen, can you just go onto the motorway bridges and just type in, you know, just write in big spray letters, Steve Allen, LBC 97.3. You know, and then I could go, I don't know anything about it. And it could have, and then not my handwriting. And also I get vertigo, so I couldn't go up on a motorway bridge at all. And then as people drive out of London, they go, "Oh, Steve Allen, LBC 97.3. And then I realise we own all the signage in the country, you know, all the big posters going to the tunnel. And I thought, if I had a word in the right department, I could be on every billboard the length and breadth of this land. Steve Allen, 7 days a week, 40 years and still living. You know, I think something like that. They could have a picture of me looking quite perky and then another picture of me not looking quite perky at all, which I think would be good. Durban Dave says, "Is this Nick Abbott habit any good?" Anything Nick Abbott does is fine. Except he just doesn't want to talk to people. No, he does, actually. He does want to talk to people, but he has his own ways of working in the studio, which is different from everybody else. But then other people are like that, aren't they? I mean, I used to have a thing. I couldn't bear, years and years ago, going back sort of 20 years, people coming in and standing there watching me doing a programme, because I didn't quite see the benefit of it. I didn't actually get radio. I don't, we've done lots of outside broadcasts. That's where we take the team out, which is very good. And we were always booked into the Ideal Home show in a conservatory. It would always be a conservatory company. And so you'd be sitting there in sort of some conservatory and people would come up to the glass and look at you. And of course, when you're doing a speech programme, you just sit here talking. There wasn't really anything to watch. And on the odd occasion I went to a break or something like that, you sort of sit there and you smile and wave to the people outside who've got their little noses pressed up against the glass. Oh, very embarrassing, really. I didn't quite get it at all. If somebody's doing music, it's probably a bit more to watch somebody putting a needle on a record. But if you do speech radio, and if you keep it's of no interest to anybody. I didn't think so. Steve, I've just watched your message to the Facebook Spikers, very heartfelt. So thank you very much indeed, and Merry Christmas. Will you be doing phone-ins when you cover next show? Shouldn't think so. People ask me every year. It's become the standard joke on LBC. Steve Allen's going to be doing breakfast. Will he be opening up the phone lines? Shouldn't think so. He always says every year he's going to say a lot talking about himself in third party. He always talks about, he's going to open up the phone lines. Does he ever do it? I don't think he's done it ever. Seriously, that's Steve Allen, honestly, a law unto himself. Does he do the phone lines? No. Why? Because he's into a mindset. James in Sevenoaks says Jungle Book on Christmas Day. Oh, I could live without that. Definitely. And Steve, I grew up in Reading in the 60s and 70s. Remember Heelus, where you worked, being a posh shop? Well, John Lewis Partnership, wasn't it? Steve, we've got the news coming up. It says here, although the Queen has never officially confirmed her favourite scent, they confirmed that she wears White Rose by Floris. I thought it was Floris, actually. I couldn't remember which one of the perfume houses she was going for. So that's quite nice. I'm just going to have a smell of it, actually, just to find out what it's like. I tell you what we'll do. We'll go through the papers. I'm determined, because last week I didn't have enough time to get to it, but we've done an hour already, and it's only a little 2-hour programme today. So you get Andrew Pearce, bless him. So he's in for Ian. We've got Henry coming. Cup of tea this morning. Come on, it's Sunday morning, 22nd of December. Now, the reason I mentioned 22nd of December is the fact that this is apparently supposed to be the busiest shopping day. But, I mean, they say that all the time, don't they? I mean, every time you go out, it's going to be the busiest shopping day. Merci. Thank you. And so today people will be out there. I think most of my family are heading for Costco, just to go and see what they can add to the ever-burgeoning. Oh, Pop, look at you. Ollie had a present delivered the other day, and he's obviously taking it home because the box is still out there. What was it? It was from Darren. What did he buy? The Book of Insults. What, that huge box? I'm sure it was for you. Was it for Ollie Sly? I can't remember. The other day, I'm sure I saw something. Oh, did they? Oh, what? Yeah. You put it somewhere safe. You're now hiding things. Oh my goodness! Got a present. I don't know. No, it says, why did you take phone calls on the Sonic Boom 3 weeks ago? Well, because we were interested. I did it for the simple reason we didn't know what it was at the time. That's why we were particularly interested in it. Yes, that's why we took phone calls. And little Julie says, much prefer the phone lines not opened, just like to listen to you. I get that all the time, actually. People say, we don't want to hear you talking to anybody else, we just want to hear you sort of chatting away, which is quite nice. I think that's how it works. And another one here. It says, should J.K. Rowling apologise for her comments on trans people? Why should she? I mean, honestly, we just spend our entire life apologising, don't we? I'm so sorry. Yes, I'm sorry if I offended somebody. I'm so sorry that you were a snowflake. I'm so sorry that you sort of... we've had people who sort of... You see them in the papers. Somebody said something about them and they go... like somebody... I think there was a woman in a dress shop the other day, and the bloke said the dress she was trying on, it's too small for you. You need to go up to this size. And apparently she was mortified, absolutely mortified. I'm thinking, if I go into a shop, I mean, there are certain men's clothing shops that I can't go into because they just don't do stuff in my size. It goes up to a certain thing, and even if you see something that looks like your size, the chances are it isn't your size. And so he's taken a long while trying to find this parcel, hasn't he? I think we might have opened it already, don't you? I think we've opened it already. Yeah, where's that cup of tea? Well, the cup of tea's here. We just haven't got the other parcel. But Ollie's now looking. Thank you. Merci. Thank you. Did you leave the bag in?
Yes.
Thank you. The reindeer jumper. I know, I saw the reindeer jumper. Loads of people at the circle. It's a dog. Dog with reindeer antlers. What's stapled to its head or something like that? Do they do that? I quite like that. They did that. What was that film where they actually made a Christmas thing? It was, I can't remember. He was visited by the ghosts of Christmas past, but it's a modern day take on it, and they're doing a thing on the network. Scrooged. They're doing a thing on the network. Bill Murray, and they can't make the antlers stick on the mice's heads. Is it staple them on? which we thought was quite. Ollie can't find it. Yeah, keep looking, Ollie. Maybe somebody. Yeah, okay. What does it look like? Perhaps we found out. Has he hidden it somewhere? I think he might be wearing it. I have a feeling we probably had this already. People are very generous. Steve. It says here, hi from New York City. Would you happen... No, I wouldn't actually know, Carol. I don't know that. Top one there, I don't know the answer to that at all. I don't know the answer to lots of things, actually. I wish people wouldn't think that I do. And somebody says, when is Theo joining you? You and him having a chat is interesting. Well, we might actually sort of do something. I don't know what his movements are over the festive season. I like calling it the festive season. I think it sounds quite good, actually. Anthony says, you know what's good about 22nd, Steve? We've now passed the shortest day, so the evenings will now gradually start getting lighter and summer's on its way. Oh, God, it really will. That's not very exciting. I'm looking at a picture here of some houses decorated in lights. And this is in Hollowwood Road. And they started taking a shine, but they've done it beautifully. It's not tacky. It's not horrible. They've just put lights over all sorts of things. And they've started to ask for donations in memory of a resident. And so far, they in the first year, because a resident died just before he was due to help build a nativity scene, and so they hope to raise £2,500 for a defibrillator. They bought two. They got so much money coming in. Last year, they raised £12,000 for a local cancer hospice and equipment for 2 disabled children. Isn't that amazing? I like that, you see. I think that's, unfortunately, the council hate it. You know why? Because it holds up the streets and everything else, and people queue. But I think it looks pretty. I'm all in favour of more lights on houses. You know what? And my friend Ian has just reminded me. He says, I loved Scrooged, but it starts with a promo for Lee Majors in The Night the Reindeer Died. If you haven't seen the film, get it. It's worth. I tell you what I watched the other day. Somebody sent it in to me very kindly. Elf. It's such a nice film. Is it Will Ferrell? It's such a nice film. Ferrell? Will Ferrell. Oh, right. Whatever it is, it's very good. And in the end, he gets to be with Father Christmas. It's really lovely. I've never seen it before. That's why somebody sent it in to me. They said, Steve, you need to see this. And yesterday at the Magic Circle, I had two things where I had to stop myself crying again. Firstly, when I was talking to Sean, and you suddenly realise that, leukemia is very serious, and I was amazed that he'd made this journey down to see it. The one thing he wanted to do was come and see me. I hope I lived up to the expectations, or not, as the case may be. But no, never be backwards in asking. Always ask things. And then at the end of the show, when you sit on the steps of the stage of the Magic Circle, and you say, "Well, that's it for the show for today. Thank you very much indeed." And then you suddenly realise the enormity of it. So many nice people, so many people who wanted to be there. And it was such a good show, and they got close-up magic, and it was just lovely. It was really, really nice. And then having something to eat, and I do take it on board that it's an enormous responsibility. I don't know why, actually, because I need somebody to lean on occasionally. That's where my poor producers come into it, where you have to sort of lean on them and go, I just don't know how I'm going to get through this, but I do. Shazzy in Dubai. Do you think somebody's taken my present? We can't find it. Ollie's no idea. Glad to hear you in good form. Thank you for your messages to the Spikers and Spikettes. Waited excitedly now for my daughter to arrive from uni in Roehampton, and then Christmas can begin. Once you get family together, but I appreciate the fact that, you might be in a situation where there aren't any family, where you might be spending Christmas by yourself. And that's why I'm here every single day There's not a day that I'm not here. You're always going to get... unfortunately, I don't know where this occurred from. It occurred years ago. It started a long, long time ago, where they sort of said, how can we... we've got a lot of programming to fill. Steve Allen in conversation, the best of Steve Allen. Steve Allen, the Retro Show. Steve Allen, we've got lots of really nice people for you to meet. Really nice people. So I hope you stay with us for the whole of the festive season. Even if you've got people coming round or you're going off to see somebody, you can take the radio. You can take the radio as well. Steve, or just leave it on at home. That'll frighten people. That'll frighten people enough. It's not Steve Allen again, is it? It is. It is Steve Allen again. So I'm here tomorrow morning, and I'm here every day next week. There's not a day I have off. Do not worry, and it'll be a pleasure to chat to you. A cousin of George Michael's says that there should be a memorial to him, saying he's been forgotten. Oh, he so hasn't. He so hasn't been forgotten, and. Is he number 3 in the charts? Yeah, I think people like George. He was an incredibly generous person, incredibly. He died 3 years ago. I know, because I was working on Christmas Day when I got that phone call from somebody saying that George Michael has died. And so the programme was completely different. And we had all sorts of people phoning in, people who knew him, people who'd worked with him. But he says, I believe the family, this is Andros Giorgio, he says it needs to change so people can grieve properly. No, I don't agree with you. I think you're wrong. I don't believe you need to go to a specific grave to grieve for somebody. You grieve in your own way. Everybody does it in a different way. I promise you, everybody does it in a different way. I don't need to go to somewhere to know where my parents are because they were cremated. So, and Dale was cremated as well. So I don't need a specific place to go to. The place I go to is in my mind. That's where I go to. Did your team tell you about the Eddie Mayer and the mashup his show did of all the sound bites they have of you? What have they called it? Oh, Steve Allen's sound bites of the year. They played out in the last 2 minutes or so of his final show. Need to play it out, including the bit before with Eddie introducing it. Is it on the thing? Is it on the computer? Yeah. We're doing it in the last quarter. If we can find it. Well, I'm sure it must be sitting there somewhere. We can play it out just for those people who didn't hear it, and I have to include myself. He's always been very nice to me, Eddie Mayer. Even before he came to work here, he was very nice about me. Everybody's nice about me. I find it a bit embarrassing at times, really, but there was a lot of love at the Magic Circle the other day. Gavin and Squiffy, the stars got merry for real whilst filming the TV Christmas special. I don't care, as long as they actually do it. Dogs are sent to the UK without their jabs. Sick reality of the designer puppy trade. Many of them, one person here, adopted 3 Frenchies from Poland. 1 died, 2 have fallen ill. Telling you now, you've really got to make sure they've got all their paperwork and everything else. That's the only way. Steve, I had to share it with you, our little first grandson, Alfie Mac. At 4 weeks old, already smiling, can't believe it. Kept me going through the wettest 4 weeks. I can remember, as you know, we work outside. And I think that I've actually got foot rot. Thank you again for our early morning boost. Back out in this morning in the rain, say Jane and Wendy. Good for you. Listen, I mean, I think this year, just about to finish, has been quite difficult for a lot of people. A lot of people. It doesn't get easier. And so we'll wait and see what happens with Brexit. We'll wait and see what's going to happen with Boris. He has to deliver. That's about as far as we go with it. But for all those people who've had a bad year, illness and people passing on and stuff like that, being made redundant, it's never pleasant. There's always somebody who's going to be disappointed at Christmas. And that's the sort of person I'm trying to reach out to say, listen, it might seem bad. It might seem like the worst thing that's ever happened to you. It might seem that you're never going to recover from it. But I promise you, with the help of other people, I said yesterday at the Magic Circle, the good thing is that all the people there had one thing in common. Me. I was a thing in common at the Leicester Square Theatre in February, which is a sold-out show, and everybody would be there for me. And it's a big responsibility, but I take it on board. And absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. So that's why, if you're having, a rough time, and if you're, thinking that there's nobody who looks after you and nobody who's looking out for you and stuff like that. I'm here. I can take it on board. It's not difficult. Not difficult for me to do that. We just bring you into the fold. So when you go out to places, you can talk to people. You'll meet other people who are part of sort of the Steve Allen group. And it is a very special audience. Most people here are very jealous of the unique relationship that we have. And I don't know when it happened. The piece in the paper today, nearly 200 people at a building firm have lost their jobs on the last working day before Christmas. The constructors Bardsleys went into administration on Friday, even though they're still working on multi-million-pound projects. In Manchester, they were established in the 60s. It's believed that they employed 184 staff and offered an apprenticeship scheme. Oh, not the time of year you need that, is it? I mean, it really isn't the time of year. You're one of those people. I know how you feel. Also, Torvill and Dean's injuries are not ice. They're so riddled with injuries, they say they should be put down. Well, I do hope not. Ainsley Harriott says Ryland Clark Neil rang him for permission before agreeing to take over Ready Steady Cook. Yes. Why would you do that? What was the point? Ainsley said, I can't do it without you. I've got to speak to you first. I've told them I'm not doing it unless I speak to you. I thought, God, honestly, what a drip. I'm so sorry. I'm going to ask you first. If I do, no. And what happened if Ainsley said no? Would you not do it? I tell you, you're going to wear yourself out, pal. I'm telling you now. Presenter here and television and all the rest of it. I quite like it, actually, but you've also got Gordon Ramsay and you've got Gino D'Acampo, very thin talent, and Fred Serio. I don't know how he got it. He's just a maitre d'. He just sort of says, you sit at this table here, you go to this table. Hello? What's going on? And all of a sudden they start putting him on this programme where he sort of trundles round with Gino D'Acampo, who still doesn't seem to have mastered the English language, and yet he's lived here for 99% of his life. Nobody can understand that at all. We're totally convinced it's all put on. Chester Zoo has received a record number of visitors, because I bet you forgot about the fire that they had early this year. I'd forgotten about that one, actually. A number of animals died there, and so they've drawn 2 million visitors in a year for the first time. Wow. That's good news. I know that there'll be those people who don't like zoos and stuff like that, but the conservation work that they do is actually worth everything. Otherwise, you wouldn't be seeing anything at all. Road cabbies are putting lives at risk. The unlicensed taxi drivers are cashing in during Christmas with fares from as little as £5. If you're standing by the side of the road and somebody pulls up and goes, minicab, that's a tout, OK? There's a very good chance you're going to be robbed or, at worst, beaten up. OK? I just warn you now, because I'm hoping that all sensible people will not go anywhere near these people at all. Lauren Goodyear. Oh, boring. I don't want to do any stories on Lauren Goodyear. Very dreary. Almost as dreary as Fern McCann. Very, very boring. Also, James Haskell has told how he feared Adele Roberts had died one night. This is the one who didn't contribute anything to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. In fact, to be honest with you, nobody knew who she was when she went in. We were even less concerned about her when she came out again. Lots of people dressed up. Do you know people are all dressing up for Christmas? There's people dressing up as the Grinch, my least favourite film. Really awful. Awful film. Jim Carrey, I didn't understand it at all. But they've now got people dressing up, people dressing up as Father Christmases. Somebody dressed up as Pokemon. And then there's a lot of people here dressing up as tarts. Oh, sorry, that's just people dressing up. Also, Heston Blumenthal's flagship restaurant has gone into administration. Dinner by Heston was handed to liquidators on Friday after a court hearing in Australia. I like him, actually. He's a very clever man. Stars of Coronation Street went out to play the other day. See, that's it. I mean, the trouble is, it's very difficult if you are a star of Coronation Street to sort of go out, but of course Gemma Collins can't go out. It's mainly because people are sort of going, oh, no, it's that. And you go, oh, my goodness me. Festive TV repeats and seasonal songs can help you with dementia. That's according to NHS England. Believe it or not, classics like White Christmas and The Snowman can trigger recollection and keep the brain active. So there you go. If you've got somebody who's got that, get some of these nice old films. If it's something like White Christmas, then go for it. Go for it. It's that memory thing. It'll trigger something in their minds, hopefully. Here's the story of the bailiff. They've called them cruel and heartless. Candy Delore said her Vauxhall Astra was on her driveway with a wreath on top of it when the official acted on an unpaid driving penalty. She was about to set off for her cousin's funeral, and they wanted £624. OK? Because, unfortunately, you start off with £203 for driving in a bus lane. Big mistake. Big mistake to ignore the letters. And so, every time the bailiff comes out, they add on their fees. So it's now up to 624 quid. Candy, with a K, says it was cruel and heartless. No, they were just following their thing. Listen, I'm sorry, they're not psychic, Candy. They didn't have the faintest idea that you were going to a funeral. You know, just having a wreath on top of your car in this weather, I'm assuming goes on your front door. I don't think anything else. She said, I had no idea about that. Nobody sent me letters. Otherwise, of course, I would have paid. I was treated like a criminal. No, they just took your car away. Bit of a drama queen, aren't you? You weren't treated like a criminal. Give us the money or the car's going. Simple as that. A tow truck had been called, so that adds £110. You can't win on these ones. Added to the 235 enforcement and 75 compliance fees, it brought the total to 624. She said there was no need for a tow truck. It was so over the top, but he wouldn't cancel it. They can't. They can't just cancel it. Anyway, she was 90 minutes late for the funeral. I should imagine it must have finished, as most of them only run about 30 minutes. So if you were 90 minutes late, what do they do? Wait for you? Very odd, very odd. She's a single mother of two. She said, I was supposed to be there early to set things up. I arrived in such a state. Lambeth Council, they don't make mistakes. They said 3 letters were sent to the car's registered keeper. They said they will investigate. It apologise for any distress. It was unfortunate the agent's visit coincided with a difficult day. Yeah, just pay the money. Once you've paid the money, there's no worries about it. You don't need to think. You don't need to think about things like that. It makes it easier. And you were mid-link when I left, says my friend Rich, so I didn't want to disturb you. Bless him. We normally go out. For the past few years, we've been going out for festive frivolity. We'll have to get it back on sort of running for next year, which would be nice. We'll do that, OK? Next year we'll do it. Have a very, very... I'm not sure. I won't see him again now. Not till after Christmas. We've spent quite a few years together, as it were. So he's off on holiday. Off with family and mit child, which is lovely. It's always for children, isn't it, Christmas? I think Christmas is definitely designed. Or failing that, childish adults like myself who haven't quite grown up. So have a fabulous Christmas, Rich, to you and yours. And Steve, thank you for your kind comments this morning about always being there for your listeners. Brought a tear to my eye as I thought about the tough year that I've had. A colleague knew I was particularly struggling whilst driving on my own, so recommended LBC to keep my mind busy. And almost a year since I lost my mother now, and you and your colleagues have helped immensely. So wish you Merry Christmas. That's from the Poole family. Thank you very much indeed. That's what it's about, actually. That is what it's about. I know it sounds quite simplistic, but I promise you that's what it's about. It's about being there for people, isn't it? Steve, can you believe it? I found The Little Red Balloon on YouTube. I shall watch it when I've got the time. It's a lovely film. The Red Balloon. The Red Ballon. You did it in primary school. It came out on a double DVD with white horses. I can't remember what that film was about, but the Red Balloon was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lorna says, I've just woken up very late to the party. And, it's absolutely outrageous. Do you bring a letter? You have to... somebody said Aldi have got a 2-metre-long pig-in blanket. Thank you, Finn. Not sure about that. How'd you cook a 2-metre-long thing? That's 6 feet. How'd you cook that? Stick it in the oven, I suppose. Proud to be a Spiker, Steve. Thank you. I'm off to Falmouth, says David, to pick up my son from uni. Quick 10-hour round trip. They can get the trains. Don't start driving round everywhere. That'd be madness, wouldn't it? Absolutely madness. And so I haven't tried that. I'm currently going through chemo, Steve, after surgery for pancreatic cancer. I'm lucky I have a fantastic husband, family and friends that are helping me through it. And so when people care and wish you a fabulous Christmas and a happy new year, that's how it works. Sam's in Windlesham. It's very nice. She says, I always make me smile. Your shout out to people less fortunate than me was wonderful. Makes me cry every time. Seriously. Makes me cry. I sometimes think, how truly blessed I am to have, such a fantastic audience who are with you all of the way. Absolutely with you all of the way. You know, we get all sorts of nice groups, and some of them were very privileged the other day. I did specifically say no photos, so if any appear, I shall be exceptionally cross. I opened the boot of the car to show people the boot of the car. It was looking fairly busy, actually, at the moment. It's got all sorts of things in it. I'm never going to... Listen, I live to be 37. I'm never going to get the thing emptied. But I shall do my best. Do my best. Another one here. And so agree about how special your lovely groups of listeners are. They are. They are. There's something very special about radio. It's very personal. You know, people in it will tell you it's very, very personal to some people. They absolutely love it, and I do as well. I went to get the Snow Globe Christmas card. This is from Paper Chase. I bought the last two in Kingston, and it's a globe. It looks like it's a plastic globe in a thing, and you push a button on it, on the Christmas card, and it plays a Christmas tune and swirls the snow all inside it. It's got a little wheel and a little motor, and it swirls snow inside the globe. £7. £7. I thought it was quite good, so I bought the last two, actually. I'm loath to give them to anybody because they're too nice. But I can't stop pressing the button. Well, I agree, Pauline. It is a treat, isn't it? Tigger Sam, fantastic show. Great to meet fellow Spikers. Happy Christmas. Lovely to meet you all at the Magic Circle. It's a special place, isn't it? And if you've been there once, loads of people, as you discovered yesterday, have been before on more than one occasion. So come back and visit us. Company, Sunday the 22nd of December, Steve Allen's early breakfast. This Sunday, wet, miserable, horrible. really dreadful, isn't it? I'm trying to do my best to be cheerful about the whole thing, but I mean, you need to get out today and do the last bits and pieces. The only places that won't be open, I don't think, are the banks. I don't think the bank's open. I know Paul Cooper's got very limited Christmas trees left, and, you know, you need to get your nuts and stuff like that. So you might as well get it all... Once you're organised, it makes life so much easier. And also, they make it easy in the supermarkets. Every single supermarket has a complete Christmas range. You don't need to actually do anything. You just need to turn the oven on and bung it in there. Simple as that. Simple as that. There's also a university academic in Pakistan. He's made, they say, blasphemous statements on Facebook posts in 2013. OK, so the students have now accused him of this, and insulting Islam's prophet Muhammad carries a mandatory death penalty. So he's been given the death penalty from a court from 2003. His defence lawyer, Asad Jamal, will appeal and said Mr. Hafiz was framed by an Islamic party for his liberal secular views. He said they can't be a fair trial in blasphemy cases in Pakistan. There have been all sorts of dreadful things going on, haven't there? But it's like, I forget which was top of the list. Sounds a ghastly thing to have, of countries who execute most people. I think Iran is top of it. I think it was one of those countries where China was also on the list, and a few other places. Because I remember thinking to myself, I mean, they have the death penalty. Say they make a mistake. Say they make a mistake. I mean, you can't go back, can you? We've had all sorts of dreadful things that take place around the world. I mean, I know, actually, that sort of China's human rights issues are just absolutely appalling. Really, absolutely dreadful. And you sort of think to yourself, if you're in that situation, you've got nobody to... It will just happen, and nobody will ever hear about it. I want to make sure it's heard about. Jackie says the Shard has a sparkle globe with the Shard in it, and Katie has sparkly walls, getting very popular. Yes. I like anything, actually, like that. Steve, nobody believes me, says Mark, about the low-calorie Prosecco. Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, it exists. We had it the other day. I haven't drunk it yet. I'm kind of saving it for a special occasion. It's sugar-free. Totally sugar-free Prosecco. Not only sugar-free, it's only 68 calories a glass. That good. That good. So that's nice. Somebody says, absolutely no photos taken of the boot. Dean says, we all feel like the Steve Allen family. It's an extended family. Was the film White Horses about a little brown donkey, says Paul? I think it was about white horses. I can't remember exactly. Can't remember. And another one here. Says Harry Radnap, paying tribute, of course, to Martin Peters, which was quite nice. And somebody else saying that, thank you for another year of great listening. I bought my dad a DAB radio for Christmas so he can start listening to you. So thank you for that. Good. Very good. Thank you very much indeed. I like it when people buy them. And it's a good present, actually. Very good. Very good. Steve, I always have a better day when I listen to Nick Ferrari on my drive into work. Yep. Well, he's off now. In fact, I think he's off, actually. Is he? I can't remember. I'm not sure. Not sure. My mother, Steve, often talks of her Italian Christmas in the mountains of northern Italy as a child, surrounded by snow. Her father would cut down his own tree, and always midnight mass and food. Magical, says Pauline. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. I used to love traditional Christmases, you know, proper traditional Christmases. I know it's probably not PC to do things, but I just used to fall asleep after Christmas lunch. This year will be no different. No different in falling asleep. I shall I shall drift away quite happily. The Sun today, England's World Cup cricket heroes said to get gongs in the New Year's honours. We will get the list first. And I shall start leaking names left, right, and centre like a very bad sieve, I think. Plus Caprice Borette. I mean, she's apparently 48. They say model turned entrepreneur. Yeah, well, let's look at those books, shall we? She's wed financier Ty Comfort, he's called. He really is called that. In a registry office. Bit disappointing. Oh dear. Sizzling Hayley Hughes. She's a former Love Island star, and she looks it. I'm afraid she's got that tragic look, which they all have. The badly bleached hair with the bad extensions, the sort of, it's can't wait to get your kit off. I mean, seriously, setting the women's movement back, God knows how long. There's no sort of, no thinking about it at all, is there really? What else we got here? Let's see if I can find something that will really sort of get us going. Oh, Kate Ferdinand. Oh, God, honestly. This is a woman who sort of thinks she's some sort of personality, and she's got a book out. Rivetingly dull, I'm afraid, as indeed they all have. Come New Year, there are going to be more diet books and DVDs you can shake a stick at. My advice is avoid them like the plague. You want to lose weight? Go to the doctor. They'll give you a diet sheet for free. Free. You don't have to spend any money at all. Bearing in mind, all these people have been paid huge amounts of money to get you to buy a DVD. My advice is don't. Don't, please. Also, the tornado which damaged homes and trees in Chertsey. Do you know, 2 weeks' worth of rain fell in 24 hours. Everywhere. Everywhere. I was going through Chiswick. I was driving through puddles. I mean, luckily it wasn't that sort of deep for me, but I could manage to get through it. And the donkey. This is Nelly, due to be slaughtered in Italy for salami. That's what I couldn't think of. Salami. Sanctuary boss John McLaren rescued her because the owner fell ill. And then an animal agent cast her opposite Toby Jones in BBC Two's Don't Forget the Driver this summer. Oh, that's nice. But apparently in Italy and in Italian salami, there's a great demand for donkey meat. Oh, no. Sorry. Friends. Also, the Outback, the burnt Outback, and Ant's ex-wife taken off on a £40,000 holiday to Mexico. Blimey, I thought you could buy Mexico for 40 grand. Also, a student called Andrea Ivanova is on a mission to have the world's biggest lips. She looks ludicrous. She's 22. She's had 7 acid jabs, boosting their size fourfold to 15 centimetres in diameter. She plans to have at least 2 more injections by next month. She spends £130 a time, and she comes from Sofia in Bulgaria. She said, I like my lips now even more than before. It looks ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. The more people shove stuff into their faces and bodies, the worse it becomes. Here she is, the dreary Fern McCann. This is the one who had no idea that her boyfriend was a crim. Oh, dear, honestly, what a ghastly person. 2 years ago, her life was plunged into hell when the father of her 6-year-old daughter was jailed for 20 years after this acid attack. She still continued going, though, didn't she? Didn't somebody say a short while ago? They said, but she was still visiting. Anyway, she's found a new boyfriend. As if anybody is remotely interested in your life, dear. As if anybody. Please, please, please. Not remotely interested. I couldn't care less. Really couldn't care less. It just annoys me. So Gemma Collins says, I have to have 4 security guards with me. Shoppers run towards me. Yeah, I should imagine they do, dear. I should imagine they do. But, of course, if you didn't have the 4 security guards and you weren't so insecure, life could be so much easier. So much easier. But she says it would be considered a safety risk. It'd be death by kisses and hugs. Blimey, I don't know anybody who can get their arms around you, love. Who's that? Name the people, please. But she says my mother gets the ump. Yeah, don't worry, you can still go shopping. I promise you, dear. It won't make any difference at all. Just go shopping. You know, just try and be a grown-up. Try and be an adult for one time in your life. The worst Santa films. Let's see if there's any that we know. Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. 1964. This is Father Christmas from Earth, along with two children, so their kids can have presents. Santa with Muscles was Hulk Hogan. Santa's Sleigh, it's a spoof slasher flick. I don't really like that at all. It's a spoof, though. Elves, and this is a horror story from 1989, sees a woman realise she's the focus of a demonic elf who's planning to fulfil Hitler's secret plan to create a half-human, half-super race. Okay. Jingle All the Way. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger. I thought that was okay, actually. I didn't mind Jingle All the Way. Jack Frost. Oh, this is with the one... This is a weird genetic mutation. A serial killer escapes execution to become a psycho snowman. Oh, I thought there was another one like that. And then Silent Night, Deadly Night. This is John Carpenter's Halloween 1984 film. A traumatised Billy grew up to be a spree killer, witnessing his parents murdered on Christmas Eve. Well, there you go. Cheerful, cheerful, all the way. Ding-dong, merrily on high, ladies and gentlemen. God, blimey, honestly. There's no end to it, is there? No end, no beginning. You can read stories about children in the papers today who make a lot of money on the internet. One of them just opens presents. So companies give her presents to open, and they pay her to open presents. There's another one who's a very young boy, and he's making 20 million a year. I don't quite know what he's doing, but it's certainly very interesting. Very interesting. Beauty in Miss England Dream after having a stroke. This is Freya Ayub, 22, and she had a stroke at the age of 22. I mean, that's unbelievably young. Unbelievably young. Also, Chateau Cheeky, 75 quid to dig for Dick and Angel. People love them. Absolutely love them. I don't care what anybody's doing to try and do them down. It's a working garden day. They say here, yes, to be frankly honest, we are charging you to come and work. These work days are an opportunity to come and visit us at the Chateau. 75 quid. That's what the price is. But they're running a business. I love the way that people sort of write about them and they go, oh, it's dreadful, isn't it? People will be they love them. They absolutely love them. You won't change them at all. Question of Sport is still running, the world's longest running sports quiz, and they've got all sorts of people going on it, including Phil Tufnell, Matt Dawson, Sue Barker, Laura Davis, Martin of Fire, Beth Tweddle, and Ali McCoist. Do you know, I sort of watched it, but I didn't actually get that excited about it. Not really. Favourite singles for Christmas. Nadia Essex. Who? Well, they asked her for. Nobody knows who she is. Nadia Essex. She wants Mariah Carey. Richard Arnold. What sort of level are we at here? Boney M, Mary's Boy Child. Ashley Jensen. Nativity. The cast of Nativity, Sparkle and Shine. Chris Packham. The Pogues. Of course he would. Sunita, Bing Crosby, Have Yourself a Merry Little What's-It. Jenny Faulkner, Wham! Last Christmas. Candice Brown, the one who didn't want to be famous, so go away. Shakin' Stevens. Linda Robson, None. Didn't like any Christmas songs at all, actually, but it's the Pogues. Fairy Tale of New York, which is sort of, the number one song people want. Wizards, I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day is number 4. Bing Crosby, I'm Dreaming of the White Christmas. I quite like the David Bowie and Bing Crosby song. And Paul McCartney, Simply Having a Wonderful, bloody awful song. Wonderful Christmas Time, Simply Having. Leona Lewis, One More Sleep, and Lou Rawls. The Labour leadership debate, Prince Philip still in hospital as a precautionary measure. And the Australian Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has apologised for going on holiday whilst the country struggled with a mounting wildfire crisis. I have to be honest, I thought that was a real weird one. All that and more, Weekend Breakfast, Andrew Castle, 7 o'clock this morning. So, every day on his programme, there is the Steve Allen soundbite on Eddie Mayer's programme. And so then he did a mashup the other day, but I wanted to hear the intro because I haven't heard this yet. So we have to listen to this. And then we'll give you about a minute of the mashup, which, because they're only little sound bites. It's fantastic, actually. It really is. So this is what he said on Friday.
I'm going to leave you now with the man who's always the highlight of this show. Every night at 5 o'clock we play a tiny snippet of Steve Allen's show. He's on every morning from 4 till 7. And what we've done is we've gathered those sound bites together. We've taken the very best of them and compiled them into what we're calling the Steve Allen sound bites of the year. I'll leave you with these. Happy Christmas.
A hobnob's good for you. Now, you know, if you're a regular listener, that I really do not like parsnips. There's a doctor who's found a tooth in his ginger nut. I've got people protesting outside my house. You could make an awful lot of noise with that hair. Mike says, what are you wearing? What do you mean, what am I wearing? Is that of interest to people, what I'm wearing this morning? It's a small off-the-shoulder chemise number. See-through. Unfortunately, she doesn't have one of those faces. She's sort of, she looks like she's inside out. It's not gout. It's not, I mean, I wish it was gout. Then it'd be even easier to solve. But this is, it's. I don't know where it comes from. But you'll be sitting there, all of a sudden you get a shooting pain in your toe, and you're ow. I can't find leek and potato soup anywhere. It's almost like you form your tongue into like a little sort of tunnel. And I could also whistle sucking in. There's something you won't see. Can you have pet giraffes? Brace yourselves. Brace yourself. What? Wait. This is so cool. It's not doing the bubbles at the moment. I think that was the train which I bought on Amazon. I wanted a train that, as it went along and bumped into the wall and everything else, but bubbles came out of the. It's an old Puffing Billy type train, and so I bought it. And then you pour in bubble liquid, and as the train's going around, it all lights up. No, it's really cool, and bubbles come out of the top of the train. It's now, no, it's not actually. I know exactly where it is now. It's now in Darren's flat. Because he's more stupid about Christmas than I am, actually, which is interesting. Steve. Did you see Dame Shirley Bassey on Ball and Bow on Friday night? Absolutely wonderful, says Jill. No, but I mean, she is wonderful, full stop. And Steve, did everybody but me, says Steve, who's in Hull, forget the existence of Emerson, Lake and Palmer with... Well, it wasn't Emerson, Lake and Palmer, was it? It was Greg Lake, I believe, in Father Christmas. That's why you can't tell me. I've been there for every Christmas hit since time immemorial. So it was only, I believe, in Father Christmas by Greg Lake. Then, of course, there was the other one, Stormzy, who says he believes the UK is 100% a racist country. Stormzy says he believes Britain is 100% a racist country. And it's just repeated itself. It says exactly the same, actually. There was no actually edited on bit there, which is a bit of a shame, actually. Somebody's saying, how can the Labour Party be a major force again? I heard a very good argument the other day. I heard somebody talking... What was I listening to? I was listening to somebody on LBC. It must have been LBC yesterday. I was out driving somewhere. And somebody was saying, oh, don't worry, the Labour Party are going to rise again like a phoenix from the ashes. I said, I don't think so. Unless they completely change their doctrine, there's no chance. I mean, they haven't won in ages and ages, but still people cling on to this hope that it might come back. The other thing we're hoping will never come back is Corbyn. But at the moment, he's still sort of sitting there. I don't understand why he hasn't just done the honourable thing, fallen on his sword, admitted that he's made horrendous mistakes and go away. Because it's just not going to happen for the Labour Party for a long time, mainly because there's no working class in this country. They've all disappeared. There used to be, the working class would be people like the miners, you know, people who work in factories. The unions were all there for sort of the people who were considered the working class. Who's the working class now? I don't even know what working class is. You can have long discussions on LBC about what class you think you are. And to be honest with you, I don't know. I think I'm working class, but somebody said, no, because of the job you do, you're middle class. And I go, well, what is your job the thing that defines your class? So I'm now apparently middle class. But my roots are working class. Very working class, because our family had to work for everything that they got. But, you know, I don't think we sent my mother up and down chimneys and, you know, in the pits. As far as I know, I mean, she could have been a good pit pony. It is true, but no. We don't know what anybody is nowadays. What class do you think you are, Nick? Do you think you're working class? You don't watch RTV, so you're middle class. Oh, that's right. So you only watch the BBC. I think that's quite funny, actually. Judging by your television viewing determines your class. What do you think you are? You think? You do watch ITV, so you're probably working class. But what programmes do you watch on ITV? That's the thing, isn't it? Right. Okay. Working class. And, because I don't think it matters anymore, but I'm old enough to remember when the trains used to have first, second and third class. Third class, yes, I mean, it was like it was first, second, cattle. That's how it was, and people did it. But I mean, now, you go around, I mean, the heartland of Labour and working class people would be council estates up north, you know, Grim up north and that kind of thing. You go up there now, people are working really hard, trying to hang on to jobs, and with their money, they're putting it to good use. More people, I hope, are saving nowadays, but I have a sneaking feeling over the Christmas period, people will not be saving. I don't know why. Do you think the royal family go, can somebody go and check the bank accounts? Have we got any money in? Are we having turkey this year? Another bloody ham again. We don't want that. And it's all staged, isn't it? I mean, I love the way, the Queen's got these trees you can go and see. Average size, 15 feet in Windsor Castle. But it's not just Windsor Castle. In every royal establishment, there are trees put up. She might not even be there, but they put trees up. I want to be that rich. I want to be that rich and just put trees up and go, well, to heck with it. We're not even staying in Balmoral this year, but we've still got trees up. I bet Charles has got a tree up. Camilla's certainly got a tree up. I mean, that would be no shadow of a doubt. And I should imagine, who has a tree up? Classic have a tree up. We've got two. We've got, how quickly you forget. Producer should have said to me, we don't have a tree up. We've got two out there. There's in the, I know. The trouble is, if I had a tree in here, there would be no room for me. I'll be having to sort of perch on the edge of the desk or something during the programme, which is not quite the same, is it? So the royal family, here they all are, posing with their puddings, which will be served up to those in need. Better do a little bit better than 2 puddings, I think. That's not going to go very far, is it? So far they're making 4 puddings. And George, I don't know what George is wearing. Prince George wearing the oddest little thing. William is there. He probably longs to put on a pair of jeans or tracky bottoms. And the Queen is sort of saying, you do this. And it's all very lovely. But it's posy pictures. But I quite like posy pictures. So, will the Duke be fit to join the Christmas celebrations? That's the big question. I hope so. I really hope so. I'm sure he will be. He seems to have some sort of inner strength. Where it comes from, I've got no idea. Steve. One Christmas morning in the early 70s, I watched a short animation, The Golden Prince. And it was in absolute bits. Oh, right. There are loads of little foreign films that creep over here. And you go, oh, that's quite nice. What they've done, a lot of them, if it's a cartoon, they've been overdubbed. So it probably would have gone out in Polish or Russian or whatever it happens to be. And then it gets dubbed into whatever language you want around the world. What class are the elderly who do nothing, says Dorothy. Oh, God. See, I don't know. I think they're very hard-working people. They've done their time. Steve, knowing you spent some time in Austria, especially Vienna, you know the true story of Silent Night? Hello, is the Pope Catholic? Of course I do, because it was on the television only the other week where they told you about the person who had written Silent Night. Oh, look at that, honestly. It's so cute, honestly. It's like watching the whole of Primark's clothing catalogue come to life, isn't it, when we see Henry? Is that Edinburgh Woolen Mill? We've got one of those in Kingston. I think it's closed. I think it's in the marketplace, isn't it? The marketplace is decimated in Kingston. I couldn't believe it. I went back there a short while ago, and there's just row after row of empty shops, including the one that used to be Woolworths and then became something Olsen or something. Olsen. And they've all gone. There's nothing left. It's awful, really. Don't want to put a damper on it, but do go out today. Why is Nick wearing an apron? Don't. It's like a forfeit. It's like a forfeit. It goes worse, actually. If you'd seen Zora, you'd have known where that was going. Have a nice day. We got everything. Yesterday was lovely. What did I do yesterday? I can't remember, actually. Oh, that's right. Oh, the weather was foul, wasn't it? The weather was dreadful. Anyway, I got back home. I treated myself on the way back. I stopped at the Shell garage. Had one of those flaky pastry things with a bit of cheese and bacon in it. That was quite nice. And some little mini things. I can't remember what they were. Sort of hash browns, little mini box of hash browns. They're never hot enough in there, though. I mean to have a word with them. And I got home and I thought, and so I had a lazy day. I went out to do a little bit of shopping at about 10:30, because that's about the time. Had a look at the French market, which we have in Twickenham at the moment, Le Français Marquet, and that was all very exciting. There was nothing to buy, not for me. I can't walk around a market eating food, and there were all sorts of things in there. I don't know why they'd be French. Wooden tulips made somewhere, and you get a bunch of them for like $9.90. What the dickens am I going to do with those? They just look like dust collectors. I would have bought them years ago, but not. I bought a load of pens once, which all looked like tulips, and that had a little biro in there. Am I facing the wrong way or something? What's the matter with that? What's the matter with that, having a little pen that looked like a tulip? It's quite good. I had a couple of presents. So that was one of the expensive presents this morning. That was very nice. And but when it came from Oliver Bonus, we have one of those in East Twickenham. It's a fairly sort of upmarket shop. Well, it was. And and then I got a book Got a book from Corey, which is, strange enough, I would have bought it normally. I really would have bought it. And honestly, I swear to God, I hadn't bought it. It's the Julie Andrews book. So I'm very much looking forward to read it. I shall probably read it on the train later on today. And I imagine that the train is going to be heaving. Absolutely heaving. But I've done everything. Not only have I... Hello, Poppet. Look at you, honestly. Honestly, you look... Hello. Good Lord, we've got Josh in as well. Where's Josh from? What's that? Oh, no, you haven't. Please tell me you've not. Please tell me you've not. Oh, present for the presenter. It's not from you, is it? Is it? It is? Oh, for goodness sake, why? Why do people buy me presents? We have a live opening of yes, I hope it's not something that's sort of not acceptable. Wait a minute. You can come in. I've got a bell, look, a bell. Ring for tea, it says. Oh, lovely.
Little bag and everything.
A little bag and everything. Oh, it's not a book. It's not a book. We know it's not a book. Wait a minute. Oh, bugger. We can't recycle the bag. He's used the label. Oh, dear. We're normally so good with things like that. And it says on it, Merry Christmas, Steve. Thank you for being so welcoming on my phone. Don't start that again. That'll be another HR thing we got going on. You've been so welcoming. It's so nice to work on your programme, Steve. We love working with you. Look at this. Andy's wrapped it. I love making a noise with paper because it really, really annoys people at home. The paper's quite pretty. It's a reindeer, isn't it? Did you wrap this? Did you wrap it? No, I didn't ask the question whether you were a good rapper. I said, did you wrap it? Oh, you did? Oh, right, you're okay. You can do hospital corners, which is very nice. It's a bit much when the staff buy you a present, isn't it, really? I mean, you feel a bit guilty. Oh, look! Just the thing you get for a diabetic. It's chocolate. That's fantastic. With a bit of luck, we should make it through to New Year's Day. It's not just... Oh, it's got Harvey's Bristol Cream. They're famous names, liquid centre things. What do they call them? What do they call them? Sorry, darling? Liqueur chocolates, that's right. Cointreau. So that's quite nice. Harvey's Bristol Cream. Delish. Posh. Irish Cream. Okay, it's a bit like Bailey's, I think. Courvoisier. So foreign. And Teachers Highland Cream. Have you ever heard of that? Teachers is whiskey, isn't it? It says high in peated malt. Well, we've got to have one. I mean, come on. I mean, that's not... I can never open these blooming boxes. I'm not going to go hyper. No, I've got insulin with me. I'm all right, actually. I can't open the box. Why do they do these boxes? You can't open it. I can't open it. I can't open it. Can you come and open it? I can't open it. I just have to... If I pretend to be useless around this group of people, it works. Oh, look, the sell-by date, 2017. And, no, serious, I was only joking. I can't open it. Why can't I open it?
Let's have a go.
Have a go? It's difficult. I've got no nails, that's the trouble. Well, you can't do it, and you've got nails.
It's being easier.
Why is there not a thing on there where you push a button and it sort of... It just opens? It's ridiculous, isn't it? I mean... Oh, goodness me, honestly. Yes, talk among yourselves at home. Do a crossword. We might be with you, in about the next 50... Oh, he's taking it away now. Don't you lick the chocolate off those blooming things if you manage to get the box open. I got a box of Brazil nuts one year. My auntie gave them... Well, my grandmother gave them to me. And it said chocolate-covered Brazil nuts. Opened up the box. She's only licked the chocolate off, hasn't she? She's left the Brazil nuts. What's that about? She said, I don't like Brazil nuts. What, so you put them in your mouth and you've licked the chocolate off and now you put them... Oh, dear me. She's not with us anymore. Well, not now, she's not. What a day, honestly. I don't know what we're going to do on the programme. Do you know why? Because this is the odd day of the year. This is the day where it's not Christmas Eve, it's not Christmas Day, it's not Boxing Day. Have you opened it? Did you bite it? I bet you bit it. Did you not bite it?
Nope.
So exciting. So exciting. Look at this. Oh, look, there's loads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2... There's 16. It looks safe. It looks safe. I'm dying to try the Harvey's Bristol Cream one. Look at these. If this programme starts sounding a bit tiddly, you'll know it's had a dire effect on me. So this is Harvey's Bristol Cream. Oh, that's nice. Oh, we like that. Well, to hell with the programme, I'm going home. See you. It spattered out. It's lovely. Yeah, Yeah, in a minute I'll start slurring through the they'll go, did you hear Steve Allen's programme the other day? He was tiddled. I haven't done a programme where I'm the worse for wear for about 35 years. I did one years ago. LBC used to have on New Year's Eve a party in the studios, in the offices, and listeners would come in, probably about 60 or 70 people, and the presenter who was on before me, I was doing overnights, night extra, and they would have a party with people, and they do, all sorts of things, and I was there to read the news. Unfortunately, they had booze. The fatal combination, Steve Allen and booze. And in those days, I didn't know what Prosecco was, so I was drinking Bacardi and Coke. And when you pour Bacardi and Coke in a pub, you get a measure, which frankly, if you don't grab it quickly, it evaporates because it's so small. So I used to have doubles. Well, if you're pouring it for yourself, you end up doing half a glass of Bacardi. And I stupidly mixed. I mixed because I'd had some wine and everything else. You're never supposed to mix grape and grain. So the party was going really well. I was going really well. I was like, woo, all this kind of stuff. And then it got to that stage where the presenter wrapped up and said, coming up next, Steve Allen with Night Extra. And yeah, woo! And go into the studio, and it starts moving. The studio starts turning round. It was obviously on some sort of axis or something. We're sort of turning around. And I looked at the clock, and I remember thinking, this is going to be one hell of a bloody long show this morning. 4 hours. 4 hours, and I was well the worse for wear. I got to 1:15 in the morning, and I collapsed. They had to send me home in a taxi. I didn't know what I was talking about. You'd think, actually, that if you're sort of ably assisted by the Bell's Distillery and Bacardi and people like that you'd have no end of things to talk about, because whenever I'm in a pub and I've had a few drinks, I could talk for the world. On the programme, I was drivel. Absolute drivel. No, I didn't swear. No, I've got an inbuilt thing. I mean, now you have words that you can't use. Like bottom, apparently, is not a usable word on the programme. We have to check them every day. I've got 2 words on the show this morning that we've had to have checked with the lawyers, but we're okay. But I'm not going to tell you which words they are. It's going to be a competition, see if you can find them. Corey's going, oh my God, he's going to be doing that thing again. So we start doing the programme, and I thought I was going to be really good, but I suddenly realised I couldn't think of anything to talk about. Absolutely nothing at all, which is unusual for me, because over the years I've learnt to talk about absolute nothing but make it last 3 hours. It's quite a unique achievement, and I'm just dreading the day. I keep saying to my boss James and Tom that somebody comes along and does my act, that somebody will go on air and do what Steve Allen does. Well, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible, but it's got to happen at some time, Connor's had his eye on this chair. Do you notice that? Give him a bit of booze. Perhaps he'll fall on the floor, and then I could just nip into the chair and sit down and go, it's Connor's show. Nicking material, yes, yeah, this one here. Nicking my... Yes, exactly. Luke pinches my material, if you please, and puts it somewhere else. Outrageous. Without a buy or leave us to copyright, or here's a quick tenner for you, Steve, or something like that. Nothing like that at all. Instead, I get a bell, okay, and a card. I get a card, which is nice, and it says, thank you for making me laugh throughout the past few months. I don't know where that comes from. I have no idea. And I'm not reading you Corey's because it's too embarrassing for both of us, isn't it? Yes. But it's nice, but I didn't get a card from Connor. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to make a big deal about it. Heavens above, I'm not that sort of person. Oh, the chocolates is the card. Oh. And the thing that makes the bag non-reusable, the label. Actually, funny thing is, no end of people sort of give you a bag and you think, I can reuse that again. Very useful putting things in, for bottles. And I did look around, but there's no bottle in there. I had a quick look. Yesterday, my producer, Nick, made me 2 bottles of mulled wine. I know. I thought it was strange as well. 2 bottles of mulled wine, which have got corks in, so they're currently lying down on the back seat of the car because they're exhausted, and they'd have stood up if they had any energy. And he said, he said, it's my specialty. Now, I've not seen the hygiene certificate from the local council for his kitchen, so I don't know under what conditions this mulled wine was made. Because whenever I've made mulled wine, you just go out and you buy a little bag and you put it in the red wine, which you sort of slowly simmer on the stove, and it's quite nice, but you're not going to get drunk on it, are you? Are you? I don't know. I remember being up in the Alps once, out in the Tyrol in Austria, and a hot sausage in one hand and a glass of mulled wine. My life was complete. It was perfect. It was icy cold. The temperature was minus something. And me and my friend Andy were staying at a hotel there called Hotel Panhans, which is still there. And it's like a big ski hotel, because literally on their doorstep are all the ski slopes and everything. Well, I've never skied in my life. So we got a toboggan. And you can take a toboggan up onto the ski slopes, and the toboggan run crisscrosses the ski slopes. So the skiers are sort of shooting over the top of you, and we're going backwards and forwards. And then at one point, we fell off the edge. And it's like a vertical drop. It's just, I know it's all snow. You know when you see extreme skiing, and these people shoot, and you think, and I thought, seriously, I thought, this is my life finished. In the end, we rolled off the toboggan, and I'm lying there in the snow thinking, this is the most awful thing of my life. But the most awful thing was yet to come. We got back to the hotel Panhans, in the Tyrol, which is lovely. In fact, a couple of nice things happened. One of them was not so nice. And we decided to go and have a sauna. And so, well, of course, I'd forgotten, in Austria, they have unisex saunas. And so you'll be sitting there, stark naked, and all of a sudden this family come in. Mum, dad, 15-year-old daughter, 14-year-old son, all stark naked. And so because you don't know where to look. Well, I did, but anyway, you don't want to make it too obvious. And so you spend all your time staring at the ceiling. And they're all animatedly chatting. Can you imagine sitting with your parents in a sauna, stark naked? Connor's thinking about this one. He's not too sure. Not too sure. Oh, no, in Austria, nothing, because then you go outside and you jump into an ice pool, which apparently is supposed to do you good. Why would you want to kill yourself? It was, I mean, we sort of sat there really uncomfortably, staring at the ceiling, and after about 15 minutes, I said to Andy, I said, I think that's enough. I think we can go now. You know, family, and of course, the Wiedersehen, Wiedersehen. And you go, hello, thank you, goodbye. And very nice meeting you. Please don't send a Christmas card. Please don't stand up. Please don't stand up. We're just leaving. And then we walk down the hill to the train station, and it is a typical Agatha Christie moment. The snow is everywhere. It's snowing, it's beautiful, and we're on a station with no trains. And we're standing there, and I'm saying to Andy, who's fluent German, and he's trying to read the timetable. And so I said, is there a train coming, do you think? And he said, I think so, yeah. And we stood there, and the snow's coming down, and all the lights were very pretty. There was nobody else there, just me and him. And then all of a sudden, out of the mist comes the Orient Express kind of thing, with lights ablazing and steam puffing. I seriously thought I'd died and gone to heaven. It couldn't have been any nicer. And the train pulls in, and then you get on the train, and it's everybody sort of, Grüß Gott, wie geht's? And hello, we've had a sauna with naked people. And here's a photograph, which we took of everybody. That to have the family photograph. And we then got back into Vienna, and it was a bit disappointing, really, because we've been out in the countryside, and it was so beautiful. It really is. If ever you go to Austria and you go skiing, it's like somebody has taken the hills and everything else, like the sand, and just dusted it with icing sugar. It's the most beautiful thing ever. Absolutely beautiful, but don't ever go tobogganing. It's the most lethal thing I've ever done. You've been skiing? I bet you have. You've been skiing. Not once. That surprised me. I thought you would have done. Luke, you haven't... Never been skiing. Corey? Well, you say posh people. I know that, you are likely to bump into Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson. And when I say bump into, I mean bump into, in Verbier, because they have a chalet there. But I'm not sure. I think it's quite expensive to go skiing. But a lot of girls go and get jobs in ski chalets. So if I had loads of money, I'd buy a ski chalet, and the girls look after it in return for skiing. And they look after guests. You can take up to 10 guests or something, and people go, and that's all they want to do is ski. In the morning, skiing. But, I think it's middle class. Although we were saying yesterday on the programme, we didn't know what class we were. We had a big job worrying about, because now with the sort of practically imploding of the Labour Party, which was the bastion for working class people. Where are the working class people now? There's no coal mining. There's no pits. There's no sort of, it's grim up north kind of situation, which it was years ago. So what class are you, Connor? What class do you think you are? So you think you're working class? I wouldn't have put you down as working class at all. Because I think that the job that you do determines your class. And I only thought that the other day. Luke, you think you're... Here we go. Very middle class. Very middle class. And Corey... Yeah, I know. Middle class. What are you, Corey? You think you're middle class now? That's right. You have to look at your hands, see if you've got calluses. And also, what did your parents do? What did your parents do that would determine? You see, my parents came from very humble beginnings, big families like everybody was. Dad went into the forces, and that was a career, and then came out at 36. So we always did, I thought we did quite well, but in terms of what people earn nowadays, I don't think my parents were earning very much at all. But I think they probably would have seen themselves as working class with aspirations to middle class, certainly not upper class. And I'd have put you down, Connor, as middle class. Isn't that funny? I really would. I don't. Your mum was an air hostess. See, that's a middle class job. That was absolutely the job to get. You know, to be an airhead because you got sort of cheap travel, you flew, you go, oh, blimey, who was she with? Was she with BA? Yeah. I went to an exhibition years ago of BA costumes. Do you know at one point the girls were wearing paper dresses and you could smoke on flights and men would try and set fire to the bottom of the dresses? Seriously, it was a little bit pervy up there, I think. But, oh, you want a break? Oh, for goodness sake, honestly, I'm trying to remember what hours. I'm working this week, and I think we're all doing different bits and pieces, so we'll probably end up, by the time we get to the end of the week, it'll be like we'll all play catch-up, and it'll all be fine. Of course, I'll still be 3 sheets to the wind on my box of liqueur chocolates. Okay, Connor bought me chocolates. Way! It's like, have you bought all your presents for the respective girlfriends? No, not. Why am I not at all surprised? Luke hasn't bought anything yet. So what's her name? Who? G. How'd you spell G? G-E-E. The normal spelling. And you haven't bought anything yet. Why have you not bought anything? It's going to be... What do you mean you forget? It comes round at the same time every year. It's always the 23rd, 24th, 25th and 26th of December. It's not a surprise. What are you going to buy her? Oh, my goodness. Today's going to be a very busy day with shopping. Connor, of course, will be terribly organised. And it's all done and wrapped and under the tree and all the rest of it, you know, with do not touch till Christmas Day. Or do you do it on Christmas Eve? Do you do Christmas Eve presents? But every European country does Christmas Eve. They all celebrate on the 24th. So you won't find anybody from Germany, from... being a Germanic family? I believe so, yes. I believe so. I think they actually celebrate with a dinner on Christmas Eve. But yeah, everybody, my Polish hairdressers, it's Christmas Eve. You go to Vienna and Christmas Day is not the same day as it is for us, whereas we do presents Christmas Day and stuff like that. They've done them Christmas Eve. They'll have a big dinner and things like that. So that's why. So everybody in Europe does it except us. We need to fall in line. So have you bought a present yet for her? You have? Do you have a limit on what you buy? Because it's very difficult to tell. How long have you been going out? About... 2. Oh, right. Hey.
2 years.
He said 2 years. Okay, so 2 years. So that actually warrants spending money, doesn't it? On a sort of... But by that time, you've established the fact that it's obviously here to stay. And so you can probably get away with not spending as much money as you would normally. You know, it's a case of, I'll buy cushions when we buy our first house, you know, kind of thing. So, but I bet you... Anniversary... Oh, no. Anniversary, Christmas and birthdays all in the same month. That's an expensive time. Do you give each other a list? Do you sort of go, this is what I'd like? And she goes, well, I've already bought it anyway. And you can take it back. I've got the label from Primark. You can just go back in and swap the socks for pants or something, yeah. So you've already bought her present. And do you see something, or does she say, this is what I'd quite like for Christmas? Yeah. You've ignored them and you bought something original. Are you allowed to tell us what it is? Or she's not going to be listening, is she? Okay, what is it? Oh, wow. That's unusual, isn't it? Good luck. I don't know. I mean, because when he says he's done it, do you think he takes her there, leaves her and goes back home or something? Make your own way home again. I quite fancy the idea. I was thinking the other day, we've actually suggested, because people don't know what to buy, parents. And I've always said, in London, get them afternoon tea in a hotel. That's a nice opportunity to dress up, go out, go to the Savoy, the Goring, or places like that, and go to a nice afternoon tea. And, because it's difficult to know what to buy parents. I never knew what to buy parents at all. And, various people I've been out with, I finished with them very luckily just before Christmas. There was no chance of them getting a present out of me, because I knew damn well by the new year they'd be history. It's very difficult to know what to buy people. I mean, how much you spend on somebody, I don't know. It determines how long you've been going out with them for. I mean, the longest I've ever been out with somebody is 24 hours, so it doesn't make any difference. There's no point in trying to sort of make a relationship last You can't better it, no. And also, if you live together, and that seems to be the sort of the norm nowadays, these young people, honestly, and in the same bedroom. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but, you know, I mean, in my day, my mother wouldn't have had anything to do with that. In fact, when my brother used to bring his girlfriend home, she used to send him back to his own house. She wouldn't let them spend the night in the same bedroom. I thought my brother was terribly liberated when he said that one of his girls, she was allowed to bring her boyfriend back and stay at his place in the same room. I was horrified. Absolutely horrified. I don't know why. I shouldn't have been, but I just thought my mother would have thrown a blue fit over people. But you have to accept the fact that young people they've moved on. They're far more sensible. Well, my lot are. They seem far more sensible. Although we have seen Corey at both ends of his spectrum. We've seen him when he's been stone cold sober. And I'm possibly the only person in this building who's seen him when he first wakes up. That is true, isn't it? I'm the only person. And he wakes up. Well, I said to him this morning, I wish we'd taken a picture because his hair, he looked like Stigger the Dump. It was if it could stick up in 10 different ways, he could do 20. It was all over and he'd only slept on a couch. It was so funny, and I never thought about it. All I thought about was take him a glass of cold water, because when you wake up and you've got the mouth like the inside of a parrot's cage, you need a glass of cold water to pull yourself together. And he's sort of sitting there, and I could tell he wasn't with it at all. But it was the hair that was the funniest thing. It was all a case of, oh my God, hilarious. Did you go to the party, Connor? I don't know. You didn't. Did you? Oh, right, you didn't go till late. See, I left early. I left 8:15. I was lucky, actually. I didn't. It just took for ages to get home. It was London is chock-a-block, and it's party season at the moment. Everybody's into parties and shopping, and so I think today the stores will be rammed. So I'm staying well away from it. Well away. I don't need to buy anything. I've got anything as well. I'll find in the boot somewhere. Must be 40 quid to get home. It's a lot of money, isn't it? It is a lot. I mean, I think it's a lot of money. It's a shame, really, because you just wish there was there was sort of like a hotel which said, "Oh, have it for free, go on." Or you had a friend who had a place in town that was big enough to say, "Spend the night here. You don't need to worry." If I won the lottery, that's what I'd do. I'd buy a big house in London, and all my friends who sort of come down from different radio stations up north, to save them booking into a travel lodge, they could come and stay at my place. Which would be a lot easier, and I'd just say, listen, the kitchen's there, everything's in there, whatever you want, just to help yourself. Orange juice, milk, water, everything like that. Because it's so expensive to get home. That was a lot of money. But it was nice, though, wasn't it? Lovely place. Lovely venue. No, never been anywhere like it. Well, it should have been your working class. And, honestly, I also think people's houses sort of come into the class thing as well. We used to have a detached house in one of the places we lived at. In fact, we had interesting. One of our houses was built in the 1600s, and it had a secret tunnel under the stairs, which went all the way out to the coast for the smugglers to come in. But it was blocked up halfway down, and we only knew the age of the house is because on the roof in dark tiles was picked out the age of it. It was quite some place. And we had that in Yorkshire, middle of blooming nowhere, freezing cold in the middle of winter, like cold. And no central heating. It was a long time ago. We just had a coal fire, but it was delicious. You should go, Connor. Go home. We've got to... Yeah, you must go home now. Have you wrapped your present? Are you wrapping it? Are you putting it in a big box and pretending? You don't... Yeah, I think that'd be nice. Get paper. Paper's so expensive. Would you like this paper back here? Keep it as a memento. Thank you very much. I'll see you later in the week. Have a very, very happy festive season. I don't know what it is. It's that everybody's nice to each other, and we're very lucky because we have a nice group of people, and they're all lovely and all nice. Corey's risking his first liqueur chocolate. Mind you, we've only got to go through till 7, so it's not too bad, is it? Yeah, and there's a sofa up there if you need to use the sofa. No, you've got to drive later. I wonder how many liqueur chocolates it would take for you to be over the limit. I mean, there's not enough alcohol in there to really make it. I mean, obviously, if you ate 3 boxes, I suppose, that'll be completely different. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Yes, we knew about Tony Britton, who passed away the other day, Fern's dad. He was ever so nice. He was ever so nice. He was 95 and a very distinctive voice. I loved his voice. So we send our commiserations to Fern and Phil and the family. And as I say, he was somebody who I think lived life as you can do to the full. Stuart Manning wants a bell for tea. It's a brilliant idea, isn't it? What a brilliant idea! In fact, it becomes comedy bell. You just go. So how's it going? Faulty Towers. We could do a quiz. And he said, this is his last day of work today, and I get to listen to your dulcet tones. Dulcet being the operative word, which is lovely. Steve, Donny, any idea what nibbles to bring for a work Christmas luncheon? Ironically, somebody called Joseph will be there. I think, actually, nibbles for a Christmas luncheon, okay. So, those little cheesy bites, they're £1 a big bag in Iceland. They're very acceptable. Mince pies, I suppose you could take, and they're very cheap. You normally get 2 boxes for £2, if not under. Pigs, you can't take pigs in blankets. Not to a party, no. I don't think so. Because no, not vol au vents, no. Unless the party's at your house, in which case you're all right. But no, you can't stagger on the tube of the train with a bunch of vol au vents in a plastic box, can you? That's just not going to work at all. And James says, I suffer from acute anxiety and depression, and you with the lads cheers me up immensely. Love the banter. And Corey's The LBC Goth is my favourite. He's big up, but he's not a goth. We just thought he was a goth. But they're nice people. You know, I feel very blessed. We've got nice people, you know, to work with. They're all very, very cheery. Always come in with a smile on their face. Did you put it on the floor?
Cup of tea, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Do you want to put it there? Yes, I'll be doing today the Prince Andrew turmoil. Nurseries ditching plastic toys.
Right, just leave it on the side here for me. Yeah?
I'll leave it there for you. And happy birthday to Matt Baker. Okay, I'll just leave it there for you. And also the driver who lights up a cigarette after he's got an aerosol to put in the car to make it smell nice. Well, of course, aerosols are compressed gas. He's obviously a bit simple. It blew him up. And the car. And to be honest with you, I felt no sympathy whatsoever. I thought, it's an aerosol. Have you ever done that? I did that years and years ago. I didn't realise I've got one of those tins of compressed air for cleaning computer keyboards. And you go, psst, like that. And it comes with a little thin nozzle that you put in there. And I thought I'll blow a candle out with it. This is about 15 years ago. I didn't realise, of course, it's compressed gas. All of a sudden, I've got a flamethrower going on. It's like there'd be napalm and everything else and people parachuting through the roof. Ghastly. We were at the Magic Circle, Steve, on Saturday. Absolutely fantastic. Brilliant start to the Christmas week. And we loved it, says Mark Mill Hill. He says our jaws were aching when we left. There you go. And 84850. Just finished my last night shift before Christmas, says Julie, the coach driver. Woo! Lovely. I hope you have a very, very happy Christmas. And another one here. I'm trying to get through all of them, actually. A lot of people sort of suffering. I know, because I heard some people talking earlier on LBC, on Richard's programme, about, not enjoying Christmas. I can understand that, if you don't have anybody to spend Christmas with, or you're not in a job where you meet people. That's why a load of people work over Christmas, because it's a great opportunity of meeting people. Really, really, really nice, actually. Really, really nice. And James in Sevenoaks, he says, wants one of these bells. He said, cold and windy. Off to the family for Christmas Day. Well, you've got today and you've got tomorrow, but I know that many of you will be going out to go and do your Christmas shopping today, and the advice I'll offer you all the way through the programme, even though it's only 22 minutes to 5, is to do it early. Because it's... Did you say you'd bought some? You haven't bought anything, have you? Oh, hopeless, honestly. How many presents have you got to buy? You've got quite a few. You haven't done anything at all. I mean, are you busy every single day of your life? Are you waiting to get paid? Okay, but you've been paid now. You got paid on Friday just gone. So you didn't do anything over the weekend at all. Were you working over the weekend? No, so there's no excuse really for not. You could do it in November. You don't have to wait till December to do it. Well, it probably would have been cheaper, exactly. You just have to hide things, and sort of. But I mean, it isn't. I mean, I've done it before where I've left it to Christmas Eve and I thought, I'll rush out. In the days where I bought presents, now it's money, so it doesn't make any difference. It's just you put it in an envelope. But to leave it till December, you've got a lot to buy. Oh, goodness. Do you know what you're going to buy your girlfriend? No clue. So you're the worst kind of shopper. It's a case of, when I'm going out somewhere, I'm on a mission. I know what I'm buying. I know where I'm heading to. And woe betide anybody who gets in my way. People who just stop in the middle of the pavement, well, they're down straight away. Kick him in the back of the shins, get out of the way. But they just stop there, have you noticed? They'd be walking along with all the kids. All of a sudden, they just stop. They don't even indicate. They don't indicate or say, it's beep, 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 I'm just parking, okay? No, you're not. You're just standing in the middle of the blooming pavement annoying me. It's like people, I was behind a woman in the Waitrose the other day, and she pals all this stuff up and all the rest of it, and then, you know, big surprise, she's in a supermarket, she's got to find the credit card. So she starts going through the bag. I thought, you've been standing at the bloody checkout for 15 minutes. Why didn't you get the credit card out then? What is it? With people who and then she got it all, and then she couldn't find the other card, you know, got a discount card, and that card, all the rest of it. And, you know, I'm there, waving my money in front of her. No, you know, I'm paying cash. Hello, do you recognise cash anymore? No, it's all credit cards. You know, is it contactless? I don't know. I've got no idea. I'm not sure if I'm contactless. I might be, actually. I might be contactless. But I've never used it. I just pay cash for things. I take money out of the bank and I pay cash. It's a lot easier. There's a woman got on the bus the other day. She's got all these bags with her, and then she has to put them all down, hold up the blooming whole bus queue, because she can't find her Oyster card. You know, why don't you staple it to your head, love? You know, that way it'll be a lot easier. And you just go in and you go, tap, like that. Really, no, honestly, it just annoys me. People are very disorganised on the streets. It's like, you know, gone are the days of manners when you're trying to find a parking space. Nobody cares anymore now. They'll happily run you off the road. You know, get off the road, get off the road. And every time you ring the bell, says Jeanette, I think of, are you being served? Mr. Allen, are you free? So she's wished a happy Christmas to the gang. They are the Groovy Gang. The Groovy Gang today, which is quite nice. Hang on. I have to do it like that because it's so hot for me. Do you know, I was trying to work out how I slept so well last night. I mean, I really did sleep like a top. And it's only because I had the insulin later, so I've decided that's the new trick. Have the insulin later. I've done the birthday card. I've done the Christmas cards. I've just got to do, I think, one more. And then I'm all sorted. I think that's it. I don't have to take anything down to my brother's for Christmas Day. And what else have I done? Oh, I've also done my invoices because I don't know when people are in, so I've done them now. Wayne, the trolley dolly, he said, there's a fabulous video of you on Twitter holding a huge bunch of mistletoe wearing a dancing Father Christmas hat. Very festive. It is very festive, isn't it? You won't find hats like that everywhere. And somebody says, Steve. It's pronounced Steve, but it doesn't matter. It brings out the good in people. Can you accept the challenge to say something nice about Gemma Collins or Katie Price? What, those two old failures? Don't be so stupid. Katie Price. Oh, Harvey's going to, if he doesn't get his medication. She's shoved him away for the whole of the week. She wants her driving ban cut down. So they've cut it down from 2 years to 18 months because they've said basically she's irresponsible and a bit stupid. And Gemma Collins, you know, because like Christmas, she can have a miserable Christmas. I could just tell her. Oh, and who split? Oh, Katie Price has split up again from Chris Boyson. It's just too pathetic for words, isn't it? Really, just goes to prove failure in life, failure in her mind. Russ the Postie, still in shorts in Southend. He says Gemma Collins as a fairy on Dancing on Ice. The yardage for the dress she wore could make up to 100 tents for the homeless. Yeah, there's no. The trouble is they go, oh, she looks like a fairy. No, she doesn't. She looks like the fairy who's eating all the Christmas puddings. That's not a fairy. Fairies are little, light, delicate people. You couldn't fly her in for a Christmas panto. She can't do anything like that. She couldn't do anything. But she's been moaning about the past few days, hasn't she? Oh, God, what am I going to do? I can't go out. People like mob me. I have to take security out. And I'm like Michael Jackson. Why is she like Michael Jackson? Well, because shopping malls closed down so I can do my Christmas shopping. No, they don't, you lying old baggage. They don't close down for you so you can do your shopping. You're not spending enough money, love. You haven't got enough money. You're way out. Way out. So that was that one. And Chris doesn't want to meet people at Christmas. I'm a police officer, so I don't tend to meet the nicest of people. Yeah, but listen, every job's got the silver lining, hasn't it? You know, some Christmases you work. And some Christmases you don't work. And you just look forward to it. I work Christmases because I choose to work Christmases. I love it. I think it's fantastic. Everybody's in a good mood. Well, most people. I've not bumped into anybody who's not in a good mood. You know, I've got my Christmas music in the car on the CDs. We've got loads and loads of Christmas CDs running. So that's quite nice. I've got hymns and carols and all sorts. It's brilliant. Nicest time of the year. I shall drive down after Christmas Day's programme, go to my brother's, I shall sit down, somebody will make me a cup of tea. I don't do anything. I'm like the elderly uncle. Sit down, they'll all faff around. Are you all right, Uncle Steve? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I'll just have a cup of tea, sit down, and then I sort of just basically fall asleep with me head in the turkey. And that's it. And I watch television. I don't want to do anything else on Christmas. I've worked. You know, I work, and so I get my play times. And so it was lovely. So, yeah, so I've done my invoices. They're even upstairs waiting for Hillary. It's all sorted. We haven't even got to the end of the year. I'm so ahead of myself. I am so cool. I'm so cool. I do them on my computer and then print off. I'm one of these odd people. I print things off. I'm a bit old-fashioned. You know, I can't help it. It's just the way I do things. Yeah, don't tell Greta Thunberg. No, I'm actually... Because, in fact, I think this month it's 3 sheets of paper, 3 sheets of A4. Each one is a separate invoice. I don't care. They always say you can email it over. I don't like to send things over. It might get lost in the ether. They might jumble the figures up and I might end up with less than I thought I was getting. So I prefer, as they call it in the business, a hard copy. And then I fold them in half. I'm very neat. Very neat, and always stick them in a nice envelope, which reminds me I must get some envelopes today. And because I've got loads of Jiffy bags at home, I'm like a little stationery cupboard. I buy Jiffy bags in Poundland, and I buy envelopes in Poundland, just so I can put things in or send things off, you know, to people. So it should be quite nice, but I don't do anything for Christmas. I put my feet up. And they just say, lunch is ready in an hour, and I go, OK, fine. And I just sit, and I'm quite happy. And then I shall drive back, climb into bed, you know, have a nice night's sleep, come in here for Boxing Day, and then drive home after the programme and have a nice day. It's always a nice day, actually. I don't think I've ever had a bad Christmas. I don't think so. One a couple of years ago was the best one, the best roast potatoes we had. Both sets of families did the crispiest roast potatoes. They've got to be crispy. I don't want anything that's slightly soggy. It's got to have crispy edges to the roast potato. Do you have traditional food? Here we go. Oh, nut roast. What does the rest of the family eat? They have to eat the same as you? Really? Well, the whole family eats nut roast. Oh, my Lord above. The whole family eat nut roast. It's too much. Do you have a pudding? Have a pudding as well? Oh, you wouldn't have a pudding. Oh, back to fasting. Oh, God. Christmas is a wow in Luke's house. It's a case of, come on, come one, come all. Unfortunately, nobody can make it, gee. Terribly sorry about that. Nobody's coming round for dinner. They hated it last year. They all wanted turkey and sat there staring at nuts. Not the same, is it? It's not the same. But there's no tree. There's no... Do you have Christmas crackers? No Christmas crackers either. It's beginning to sound like Bob Cratchit's place, isn't it? There's not a lot going on. What you need is a Mr. Scrooge to come and knock on the door and go, I bought you the biggest turkey in the shop. And you go, we don't eat turkey with vegan. And Scrooge would be going, vegan? What's that? And when did that come along? Because it wasn't years ago, was it? Nobody knew what vegan was or vegetarian. You just ate meat. Everybody ate meat and oysters and things like that. So there's a lot of fish around and stuff. But, you know, imagine going to Luke's for Christmas. You go, OK, so will we be having a drink? No, I think not. We don't any drink or anything. Although you missed out on our Prosecco the other day. I got sent in some Prosecco, which is not only completely sugar-free, low-calorie and suitable for vegans. We know this because we gave a bottle to Corey, and he's had it, and he said it was delicious, wasn't it? He absolutely was necking it, and fantastic. And it's completely sugar-free. They do a different fermentation process on it, because to find something that's suitable for vegans is a bit difficult. And so they don't hydraulically press the grapes. The weight of the grapes on the top pushes the bottom ones, and so that's how it works. They don't need to sort of electronically do it, which is much nicer. More ecological. More sort of Greta Thunberg would be approving of me. But he had that the other day. He loved it. He said it was fantastic. So there's no alcohol. So, oh, God. We went to an Indian restaurant the other day, and again, there was no alcohol in there at all. I don't know if they'd had a burglary or something. You could bring your own booze, but of course we didn't. I come from doing a show at the Magic Circle. But no, I had lime juice and water, which actually is no hardship because I quite like lime juice and water. And bottled ice-cold fizzy water. How, do you know, honestly, I nearly bought a fridge for the car once. They make a fridge that it's got a connector in the... I know, it's stupid. And I thought that'd be very... And I thought, no, because as you're driving along, you'd have to pull into the side of the road to go to the fridge and do everything else. So I don't bother, just leave it in the car now. In this weather, it chills off beautifully. Oh, that's delicious. You see... It's lovely. And it's strange enough, it's just called water. As opposed to what? I've got no idea. And it's got it tells you what's actually in it. Got all sorts of things. Sourced from natural springs. And the cans recycle forever. It's delicious. It really is nice. I don't know where he got it from. We don't like to ask, but no money changed hands, I'll tell you that. Right. Right, here we go. Here we go. What are we famous for? Famous for going through the newspapers. What sort of stories are we looking for? Anything that's got a name you identify with, which I always think is very interesting. And so, start with the Daily Mirror. And it's the festive miracle appeal. Little boy here. His name's Harry Lee. And he needs a new heart. He's only little. And his mum Claire says it would be the greatest gift of all. He's 4 years old. And he needs that heart. Like, he needs a heart. But he can only get his heart if somebody else dies. That's how he gets his heart. They don't just make them to order. But he's only got half a heart. And he'd quite like a whole heart. So there's a picture of him. He's a delightful little cutie. He's absolutely cute. He's got to be helped with his walking and everything else. He had an operation last year, but he now needs... She says he could face a long wait and he doesn't have that sort of time. So hopefully that will be the miracle that will happen over the festive season. Prince Philip said to have been joking with doctors as he battles to be fit enough to spend Christmas with the Queen. He lives in a farm on the land up there, and people go and stay with him. But in the car the other day... the Queen looking very well after the service, and she was with the Earl and Countess of Wessex. I don't know what on earth Sophie was wearing, the hat. Wholly inappropriate. Looks like something that you'd wear if you go to the Outback. Also, Georgia Toffolo, she's coming home. She was detained at the airport in the Maldives because there was a problem with her passport. And you can't just sort of, it's like people who turn up to the airport and go, "Oh, I've left my passport at home," and they expect to be allowed on the plane, and of course they won't. They won't let people on there at all. Plus Tony Britton, who found TV fame in his 60s as Nigel Haver's debonair dad in the sitcom Don't Wait Up, has died aged 95, and that's Fern Britton's dad. And he brought his suave presence into millions of homes. He was lovely, absolutely charming. And, of course, you'll have seen him in Robin's Nest. I remember him from everything he ever did, because I thought he was brilliant. So we sent our commiserations to Fern and the family yesterday. And I know it'll be a difficult time for them this year. But at the same time, they'll never ever forget him. A, because he's always going to be available on a box set. And they're such good box sets as well. They really are. I love everything like that. Also, TV Sian. This is Sian Lloyd. Her mother died last month after a 14-year battle with Parkinson's and dementia. And she says, "I'd rather not know if I'm going to get dementia like my mum." Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether or not you'd want to know things like that. I'm guessing probably not. Which is... it's difficult this time of year for lots of different people, isn't it? There's also a Labrador who got carried away eating homemade gingerbread Christmas tree decorations. He's had to have 2 operations to save his life. He ate 30 Christmas tree biscuits. 30. I mean, even I couldn't manage 30. And by the way, in 10 years' time, within 10 years, they'll be able to do head swap operations. So in other words, they better substitute my head onto Luke's body and vice versa. Oh, no, I've rejected. And then backwards again. You imagine if all of a sudden you've got a different head, so you're looking through different eyes. It's going to be really bizarre, but they reckon that they could do it within 10 years. So you can have that. I mean, I know you can have different transplanted bits of your body as well. That's fairly sort of popular, isn't it? I don't think I'd want to swap half of my body with other people's. I mean, you'd want to check out in the catalogue, wouldn't you, to see which one you like the look of. You'd want to be sort of transplanted onto somebody who's not going to enjoy your head or your body or something. But they reckon 10 years. I mean, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. That's sort of cryogenics, isn't it, actually come to life. And so, you sort of go, oh, I mean, Corey was saying earlier on, he said he'd be only after Tom Cruise's head if it was available. Tom Cruise, of course, has not been asked about this at all. This is just purely pie in the sky. We don't sort of nip round there and go, "By the way, Tom, your turn in the operating theatre today. You're going to come back and you'll have a different head on your body." Well, whose? Well, we're giving you Corey's, okay? And we're swapping yours with him, because he's always wanted to look like Tom Cruise. So he thought he's only going to look like Tom Cruise if we've got Tom Cruise's head. Not going to work with the body, is it? I quite like the idea of having interchangeable ones. So you've just got a wardrobe, you open it up and there's all these different heads. I'm sure there's a film been made about this. And you just sort of enjoy it that way. I think it's fantastic. Merry Christmas, always listening, but can't usually text when driving for work. Got 2 weeks off, but still up all night. Topical musings across a broad range of subjects, as it says in the Radio Times. Yes. Is that what it says? They love me at the Radio Times. They love me. Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, says, off to the airport soon for my visit to family. Apologise for a delay of your Christmas present, but last driver decided LBC's closed and skipped it on his way. No, 24 hours a day we have security in this building. 24 hours a day. We're one of the only... 24 hours a day, every single day of the year. There is never a time it's closed. It can't be. How would we get in? Honestly, in between drinking the fizzy water and the cup of tea, my life is complete. Steve, you shouldn't, says Jackie in Watford, open any presents until Christmas. It is Christmas. It is Christmas. I always open every present. It's churlish not to. Can't stop listening to you. I listen to you live, then go back and listen again on catch-up, says TJ. Thank you. Steve, no one here says, are you going to try the 800-calorie-a-day diet, which will get rid of diabetes for good? No, it's not available to everybody. Not available to everybody. It's only available to a select group of people. Been listening to Richard Spur. Hope he's on LBC on a regular basis. Well, he's on all this week. He's on, at the moment, he'll be in bed trying to shake off his cold. Corey thought he was getting a cold, and it turns out we don't think he is. He might just be a little bit tired. Stressed. It's Christmas stress, isn't it? We all get it. Yeah. Yes. He can't work out whether to go home, go to bed, then get up, then drive. And I said, well, that would be the best thing. Unless... Are you both driving up today? Yeah. Unless you sort of drive and stop off halfway up, so you split the journey, have a little lie down in the car. Yeah. Watford Gap. Oh, sounds so ghastly, doesn't it? What is it? There's a gap in Watford. We know. We know all about it. Steve, how come you're the only one who doesn't talk about nothing but politics and Brexit on LBC? Well, we do. Not. No, I think you need a respite from it occasionally. And also, people are much better at doing it than I am. I have my challenges and everybody else has got theirs. Farmer Chris is in Wiltshire. And so he's going off to milk the cows. Now, you're such a fibber. You're not milking them at all. It's a machine that's doing it. I've seen how it works. The cows walk in by themselves. You don't even need to tell them. They just go in, amble along. And then you just sort of connect up the udders with the sucky bits. And that's it. And then, when it's all finished, the things are released, and the cows just wander off outside again and sort of catch up on their Christmas musings, I think. Shane says, I just came back from the city to finish the Christmas shopping. It was that crowded. The same here. Yesterday, terrible, really, really busy. And today's going to be very busy. And tomorrow will be very, very busy. Tomorrow, there will be the usual queue in the high street outside Sandy's, and they'll be queuing for their turkeys. It's kind of a big shopping day today because there will be people, like my Luke, who hasn't done anything at all. He had loads of opportunity throughout the year. He, in fact, could have done loads of things over this weekend, but he chose not to. So today, he's going to have to rush around and buy things, and half of it will not be really what he wants because the shops will be busy and it'll be very frustrating. And you went, how many presents have you got to buy? You said you got a load of presents. 20 presents. Lord above, honestly. Where are you going to go? Just look around where? Shops where? Covent Garden. And you're going to buy 20 presents in Covent Garden? It's going to be rammed in Covent Garden. You won't get from one end of Covent Garden to the other. Stratford... Westfield. No, Westfield's quite expensive. That's a lot of money. It depends what you're buying. 20... Why do you have to buy 20 presents? Oh, dear. Do you still buy for grandmas? Oh, you've got to buy a present, haven't you, if you're going there? Kind of sort of like pays for your meal. Why don't you just say to her, listen, I'll give you a couple of quid, all right? Keep it quiet. Don't say nothing to the old man. And do it that way. It's a lot easier, isn't it? I don't envy you going Christmas shopping for 20 presents. You're going to end up with so many bags. And just remember that if you're buying perfume or things like that, the shops do gift wrapping. So just say, can you gift wrap it? And they'll do it. They can do it for most of the big places. They're going to Poundland and saying, could you gift wrap? Because they won't know what you're talking about. But no, most of the big perfume shops, they'll do. They've got their gold paper and red ribbons and stuff like that. If you're spending that sort of... And it depends what you're buying. You don't know what you're buying, do you? That's the trouble. Have you done a list? Oh, Lord. You're doing 20 presents and you've got an idea. This has got Kiss of Death written all over it. This is not... You're going to get to it and go, oh, I've forgotten a present. So what you need to do is do it all today. Then you've got to get home and wrap them, have you? And put labels on. No, you didn't wrap mine. No, I knew that. Are you not wrapping the other ones? You're not wrapping the other ones then? You could sort of get away with it. Buy gift bags, pop it in a gift bag. So much easier. They do these ones now which are made out of that stuff that the metallic balloons are made out of. And you just put it in there and do the top up with a ribbon and that's it. You don't need to wrap the blooming thing. Just put a label on so you know who it's for. In your case, your grandmother. It'd be cheaper to eat at a harvester, wouldn't it, really? I mean, it's a lot of stress and effort. But sort of, how much are you going to spend on her? 20 quid, 30 quid? About 20 or 30 quid. I bet she might like bath cubes. They're always fairly popular for an elderly person. Molten brown, quite nice. She probably likes something quite delicate. Molten brown, the scent might be a bit heavy. So you're looking... She would probably like something like Floris or something like that, which would be sort of quite nice. There's lots of... Or Joe Malone. A little bit of Joe Malone. Not cheap. You know. Sorry? I'd be a very good personal shopper, yeah. No, something... How old is she? She's... 82. Oh, she's not going to like molten brown. I think the scent, they're nice, but it's too heavy for her. And it's sort of pretty colours. I think that's more younger people. I think you want something that's more in keeping. I mean, I was going to suggest support hose or tights or something like that, but I thought, no, maybe not. I thought perhaps a book. And I thought, well, I don't know what her eyesight's like, so we're not too sure about a book either. So chocolates, you could do, but, you know, some people are sort of quite fussy about chocolates. And you can get some nice chocolates, though. You know, if you go to Thornton's, get a nice mix thing. And also you get a big box for not too much money. So it's because I'm always impressed by size. You know, the bigger it is and the cheaper it is, the happier I am. It's as simple as that. And it seems to work most of the time for me. And then I was sort of thinking to myself, what would you buy? I used to buy bath pearls. They're like little round balls. And you drop them in the water and then they melt in hot water. And it makes your skin all nice and soft and things like that. That's quite nice. Bath pearls. You get little packets of 10 or 20 of them. Nice little thing. You could probably get them made up or something. I've still got some I bought years ago. They keep for donkey's years. So that could be a nice present, couldn't it? Any other suggestions out there? Come on, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. What are we buying an 82-year-old? Anthony's got an idea. Wait a minute. I haven't got... Oh, yes, Anthony. Talking about the sauna got me thinking of 3 things you should never... Oh, right. Have I got another... Oh, wait a minute. Is there another one in here? All the way down. Wait a minute. Oh, Lord, honestly. Oh, so many. He says, tell Luke, just buy his gran a bag of Fox's Glacier mints. She's not going to want a box of Glacier mints. She's 82, for God's sake. She'll have to take her teeth out to suck the thing to death. I mean, you're never going to get through a Fox's Glacier mint, are you? Here we are, Glacier mint. Our teeth out. It's going to be a nightmare. It'll have to be something else. No, it's a nice idea, Anthony, but I mean, really, it's not going to happen. Graham says, can you ask Luke, is there such a thing as a vegan perfume? How will he know? A vegan perfume? No, that's a point. I never thought about that, actually. Yeah, too expensive. You're not buying the girlfriend perfume? No, oh, Lord. How much money are you taking out, then, on this trip? A tenner for girlfriend. Oh, you are joking. A tenner? Dear. Are you living in separate rooms? 50 quid limit. Yeah, I think that's probably about right. I think that's right. I mean, you know, you've been going out, what, a couple of years? I think 10, yeah, 50 is okay. Jewellery, piece of jewellery you could get, that's quite nice.
I always get that wrong.
Do you? You never like things you buy. Okay, so you've obviously not learnt. And so what else are you going to buy? You're not going to buy chocolates, because chocolates are fattening. And they're not... She's vegan as well. Vegan too. It's really difficult. And unless you go to the vegan Christmas shop, of which it doesn't exist, but I wish it did, because it makes it so much easier. There's a left-handed shop, you know, for all things left-handed. So kitchen implements and stuff like that. And why somebody's not opened up a vegan Christmas present shop? That'd be really cool. That would do really well. There seem to be enough vegans in the country at the moment. So you're not very good at buying jewellery, because you probably buy, oh, I like that. That's very pretty. You're not going to go the underwear route. No, you don't do that. No. God, makes it difficult, doesn't it, really? Makes it difficult. Why don't you just give her a Boots gift voucher, say, go buy what you want, and that way you can't get it wrong. I don't know, you can't, but it's very difficult to know what to buy, isn't it? No, they go up to 50 quid. So, I mean, it's a decent amount of money, but, I mean, sort of a couple of nice tops or something like that. Hat and scarf, always useful. Gloves, sorry? Theatre tickets? What, for 50 quid? Which theatre are you going to? How much did you pay for your tickets? There you go. 120. Mind you, they're good seats, really good seats. I think you'll like it. I hope you like it anyway. Otherwise, I'm in dead trouble. But difficult to know what to buy, isn't it? Difficult to know. Is it something for the flat? Can you buy something for the flat? You know, I don't know, a picture or of you, you know, or something. I don't know. You could paint something. Oh, right. Oh, do you actually paint? You don't paint. What's the point of you painting something for her that you don't paint? That seems a bit odd. You take her in a painting, she goes, oh, that's nice, you do it. You go, no, I just bought it. And you having said to me, I'll paint something, but you can't paint. What's the point of that? It's going to be like some sort of scribble on a piece of paper, isn't it? And she's going to go, what is it? I don't know. I don't paint. You can write it, but no, not write a poem. No, that's boring. I don't. She's proving quite difficult, actually. She's proving, and I don't even know her. She's proving very difficult to buy for. Wow. What did you buy her last year? Jewellery. You can't remember. What did you buy her for a birthday? Oh, right, you're going on holiday. Oh, right, Malta's quite nice, isn't it? Well, why did you pick Malta to go on holiday? Because it's cheap. Sit on a beach surrounded by nothing. Yeah, we need some ideas. But, Steve, says Monica, I know, the driver didn't even bother to come anywhere close. Brr. If I would know, I'd get that myself to the place. Still annoyed at couriers. Steve says, Brenda, I was watching Cash Cab on YouTube. It was still on TV. You'd be good on that. Oh, no, I'd be terrible. I really would. People always think, oh, you'll be good at this one, Steve. Then you think, no, I wouldn't. Steve, what about bath bombs that look like cupcakes? So that's a good idea. You could go to Lush. Go to Lush so you can get them to make up a nice basket. If you say to them, listen, I've got 40 quid to spend, can you make me up a basket? They'll make you up a basket. If not, you come back to me and I'll phone the owner of Lush and I'll say, listen... So? Yes, that's a good name drop, yes. I knew them before Lush. I knew them when they were cosmetics to go. So, every time we drop a name, I know Mark Constantine. see, Lush could do that. That'd be a nice thing to have. Because most women like sort of pretty... You can't buy makeup because you wouldn't know what makeup to buy. Can't buy perfume because you wouldn't know what perfume to buy. But a basket from Lush with some nice choice present, and it would all look a bit gift wrappy. So that's quite good. Is there a Lush in Covent Garden? There must be. Something very similar. Yeah, I think there is. There you go. There's our best answer yet. Lush, it's a gift basket, and it's something you should keep in the bathroom, and then she can take it out when she's having one of those special baths. What does she buy you? No, I know, but what did she buy you last Christmas? You can't remember anything, honestly. Christmas comes but once a year. He can't remember anything she's ever bought him. What did she buy you for your birthday? The holiday. Oh, the holiday. Oh, okay, right. They're going to Malta. Have you ever been to Malta before? No, you'll like it. I don't think I've ever been to Malta before. There's a radio station on there which a friend of mine is on. That's all I can remember. That's all I remember. So I still think the bath bombs that look like cupcakes, good idea. How about a shawl for the 82-year-old? Keep her nice and warm in this cold weather. Or for the 82-year-old, says Ian, a Chippendales calendar. No? Not sure. Yeah, stripping. You know, half-naked people. Chippendales. Have you heard of the Chippendales? They're an American stripping group. What are you saying? 82, they're not interested. That's exactly the age they want things like that. Everybody thinks the 82-year-olds aren't interested in a bit of beefcake. I'm telling you, they are. They absolutely are. All the 82-year-olds going, we so are, Steve, we so are. Send a Chippendale round to my house. You must have seen them on the television when they sort of, somebody goes up and jokes with them, they go, oh, hello, you. And you think, yeah, you probably would. Oh, yeah, the 82. Don't assume that because somebody's 82, they've given up on that side of life. Heavens above, no. I mean, I'm as busy now. It's the thing that's kind of top of the list. I think that'd be a good idea. That'd be the best thing. Definitely. Here we are. Scented drawer liners, says the other Elaine. You don't know what they are, do you? They don't know anything. Seriously, Elaine, they don't know it. They're young. They don't know what a drawer liner is. It's a piece of paper meant to fit inside your drawers, like a chest of drawers, okay, and you put it in the drawer, then you put stuff on the top and it's scented. It can either be lavender or things like that, or potpourri, and it just makes all your things smell nice. But I think that's more an older person. That's, oh yeah, they still do everything. Oh yeah, you can always get everything like that, definitely. Or fairly, I was going to say candles, but there again, a little bit of a danger with an elderly person, candles, so you don't want to risk something like that. But, I don't know, actually, what else? There's all sorts of different shops that sell sort of nice, pongy things that are quite... But don't go, you've got a bottle of wine? What, for an 82-year-old? Are you mad? What are you wasting wine on an 82-year-old for? No, unless it was rhubarb and burdock or something like that. Rhubarb wine. No, I don't know. I don't think you buy wine for your grandmother. I mean, do you know that she has a drink problem or not? Have you haven't fathomed this bit out yet? I'd love to meet her. Hello, so you're Luke's... Yeah, oh, right, you're Luke's grandmother. Okay, yes, we know who you are. No, I mean, chocolates would be an easy option. I think the best one so far. We haven't beaten Lush. Because... No, sorry, Lush we're doing for the girlfriend. Could do it twice, actually. Could do it twice. They not know each other. Oh, well, there you go. That's ideal. You could do a different one. Just if you say to the girls in Lush, or the boys, listen, it's for an elderly person, so we're looking for something that looks quite pretty. Mind you, she'd probably think it was a cake and eat it, which would be a bit difficult, because she'd be foaming at the mouth for about the next year. Did you do that? Why am I not surprised? But no, that'd be... If you tell them it's for an older person, you could kill two birds in one stone in there, couldn't you? Also, they do all sorts of different things, bottles of stuff, which you pour into a bath. You can't beat a nice bottle of Fengel. Fengel... You don't know any of this stuff, do you? It's blue, but it's lovely. You pour it into the bath, and then it makes your skin all soft. No. Oh, God, you obviously don't hit the high streets very often, do you? Towels, couple of towels for the bathroom is always quite acceptable as a gift. Tube of toothpaste. No, towels are quite nice. You get sort of a gift set of towels. They're not too expensive. 18, 20 quid. Some more ideas. Somebody says thermal vests. What to buy for an 82-year-old? How about one of those hot water bottles that you put in the microwave? Mark, I don't think she's got a microwave. And I should imagine if she's 82, she must have more than her fair share of hot water bottles. Oh, you think she's got a microwave? You could put these water bottles in the microwave. That could be that. Yeah, she's got that sort of thing. She's 82. They've got everything at 82. Goodness sake. Somebody says, "Nout wrong with Malta. Lived here for 15 years." Says Simon. No, I'm just saying, I'm not sure. Whether it's for these young people, I don't know. How about the DVD, It's a Wonderful Life, says Shane. Does she have a DVD player? She's got a video player, okay. Maybe not as good, but you could buy her some nice old films. She'd like that. You can probably find those all over the place, and not on... I'm not sure about video, though. We've sort of moved on from video. We've got DVD. You don't think she's got DVD? Might have. Yeah, just have a check. Well, you better get a move on fast, because you've got to get it by tomorrow, because then it's Christmas. Get her a DVD player. They're very cheap. Very, very cheap. And buy a couple of Christmas films. Presumably, should she have a colour television? She's moved into colour. Because, it's 50 years today that we've started getting all the programmes in colour. 50 years ago, they were all in black and white. Christmas was all black and white. Now it's all colour. So you could get her... Mind you, she doesn't... I mean, is she fairly active? She plays golf. Oh, God, well, she might even have a DVD player. She might have a DVD player, in which case you're sorted, aren't you? I think some Christmas films would be lovely. She might not have things like that. So that'd be quite a nice idea. Donald Duck, Pluto, Mickey Mouse, things like that. God, your family sound like a nightmare. Honestly, all sitting around with nut roast. Nobody talking to each other. The grandmother's been given a DVD player. She's got no idea how to plug it in or anything. Not a clue. And then now she's sort of set on this film. It just repeats. The film just keeps going round and round. So now she can't get all the normal programmes she used to watch. So she'll absolutely hate you for Christmas. Mark says, if her eyesight is bad, you can't buy her a book. You could buy her an audio book. Yeah. Love hearing the producer speaking into your ear, Steve. Which one is it we can hear today? Well, you're not hearing anybody today. You're not because I can talk over them while they're actually talking. That seems to work quite well. Tell her to buy his gran a TV licence, says Gary in Preston. Well, that's what I've got to kick her when she's down, why don't you? How about patchouli oil? Yeah, I don't think so, Bill. A scarf is a nice thing to have. A nice sort of proper silk scarf, which, you know, if she plays golf, she's obviously quite elegant. That'd be nice. A scarf would be good. You could go to somewhere like Liberty's, get a Liberty scarf, but they're a bit expensive. And Liberty, it's a shop in Oxford Street. Where have you been in your life? There's a line in The Amazing Mr. Blunden, because the young boy falls asleep, and when he comes back, all these things have happened, and his sister says, "Where have you been?" And he goes, "What do you mean?" She says, "Where have you been?" And it's like in Luke's case, "Where have you been?" And the answer is, nowhere. Nowhere at all. He's not been anywhere. He doesn't know Liberty. How can you not know Liberty? I got a Christmas tree decoration from Liberty. And you've never been there? Not Debenhams, no. No, Debenhams is Debenhams. Liberty's is very near the London Palladium. Within a minute of the London Palladium. In fact, in the back stage door at the Palladium is directly opposite Liberty's. It's a very old-fashioned looking building, black and white timbers off Oxford Street. You must have been there. Where do you go when you finish work? Do you just go and sit in a bus shelter or something? What do you do? You're not getting out and go fast for a few hours. You're not getting out, are you? We need to take you. Steve, 20 presents to buy, says Jackie. Has Luke learnt nothing working on your show? You talk about shopping and give tips all year round. By the way, we went to Covent Garden early yesterday and it was mobbed. I'd buy his grandmother a radio. She's 82. She must have a radio. Do you not think so? Did she love the radio? Has she got a DAB radio? Is she likely to be listening? Oh, Lord above. Has she listened before? Oh, my goodness me. Oh, well, that's ruined Christmas, hasn't it? That's ruined Christmas. We'll have to now do it all in another language. Charbonnet and Walker chocolates are a decadent treat for Luke's gran. Yeah, they do champagne truffles. They're quite nice. They do a nice gift box. Debenham's got a very nice chocolatey... Does she do chocolate? Well, Debenham's got a very nice chocolatey section. Yes. Yes. You've not eaten it all, have you? How many have we got left in the box? Is there? I've only had one. Oh, it's okay. Eden Perfume Shop in Portobello Road. Lots of vegan perfume. Really? Does she like any TV programmes? You could get her a box set. Yeah. How often does he visit his grandmother, Steve? Clearly not very often, as he knows nothing about her. No, he doesn't. I'm not even sure it's his grandmother. I think he knocked on somebody's door when he was doing a paper round, and an old lady answered, and he just went, "You're my grandmother," and that was it. Another one here. How about a scent diffuser? Joe Malone make those as well. Floris in German Street for his grandmother. Absolutely perfect. Thank you. See, it's getting better. My mummy is a sweetie machine, says Randolph. She loves Werther's Originals. She can get through 10 bags easily. So don't tell her about Glacier mints. And Steve, my mum is 84. She's got all the mod cons. A smartphone, is on Facebook and uses Skype. Don't underestimate the older generation. No. How about a photo frame, says Jenny. Photo frames, that's quite nice. Perhaps with a picture... No, with a picture of you in it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, is it? Oh. Would she not want that? Does she have lots of... She wouldn't want that, no. In fact, she basically doesn't want anything at all. She just wants to go and play golf and get tiddled on Stones Ginger. Golfing, and she'll have them. If she plays golf, she'll have everything. Have everything. Why don't you just write to her and say, "Listen, I don't want to be your friend anymore. I've decided." And so, yes, Merry Christmas. We couldn't think of bugger all to buy for you. And so we've racked our brains. The best brains in the land have tried to think of something to buy you, and we've all decided you're a pain in the rear end and we can't buy anything at all for you because there's nothing you need. Because at 82, it's like me. I've got everything. Except a bell, you see? You have to sort of wait for these things. But no, I'm all right at the moment. You don't need to stand up. But she's really turning out to be very difficult. This is not happening at all, is it? You thought she'd be quite easy to buy for. See, I would have thought a scarf, but you're on limited budget, aren't you? Because if you were broke up until now, by the time you get to the end of blooming January, you're going to be crawling on your hands and knees. Might have to come to Uncle Steve to help get you through into the month. What a disaster that could be. I've had to ask the presenter, could he lend me £1 for the journey home? I can't get home. We had that before, actually. Somebody started walking because they ran out of money before the end of the month. And I said, why didn't you tell me? The idea of having to walk is just horrendous. Horrendous. Always ask. Why doesn't he just ask her what she wants? He can't, because this is happening very soon. He's only got today and tomorrow. Does she have a telephone? Do you have a telephone? Or phone her and say, what do you want for Christmas? You're being a pain. Oh, yeah, she'll know it's too late. She'll know it's too late. And also, if somebody phoned me up and said, what do you want for Christmas? I'd have to say I don't know what I want for Christmas. There's nothing I want for Christmas, really. It's always nice to get gifts, but there's nothing I want. How about a magazine subscription? Yeah? The Lady, Country Life, The Lady and Country Life. The Lady be very popular. You know, well, it's a magazine for ladies. It's a very well established. Go online, type in The Lady, and it'll show you all sorts of things. Or failing that, as she's over 60, the Saga magazine would be quite nice. But if she's an active 82-year-old, The Lady's very popular, it's beautiful. That comes out, and they must do subscriptions to it. Probably get a sort of 6-month subscription. She gets it delivered through the door, and then she's got something to read. It sounds lovely. She's proving to be very difficult and giving me a headache. It's not, and your budget's only £10, isn't it? It's why don't you just eat at a Harvester? Not bother going there. Just have a main course and then go home. Makes it so much easier. So, Gran, we can't make it for Christmas this year. A bit busy, you know, trying to buy a lot of other things. We couldn't think of anything for you, so we'd rather not come round. Unless you're just going to shove a tenner in an envelope and give her a tenner. But you can't do that. Have you got her a Christmas card? Oh, no Christmas card either. I mean, honestly. Oh, one of these ones you gave me. Well, that's quite nice. Yes, I mean, that's sort of simple, isn't it, really? It's a... Came in a pack of 50. Thank you. You're not supposed to say that to people. You don't tell them where the Christmas card came from. You don't go, came in a pack of 50. And you go, lovely, thank you. And they're all different, aren't they? Or they're all exactly the same. They're all the same, 50 the same. It's a post box. What's her name? Sue, it's a post box with a Merry Christmas and a robin sitting on the top, OK? If you get one of those, it's in a packet of 50. Poor lady, honestly. I don't know. How about a box set of The Crown, says Anita. You know, as they don't have Netflix. I bought it for my 83-year-old mum. They love the Queen and have lived through it, so they'll love it. Good idea. See, I think the magazine subscription is good. Steve, couldn't you flog Luke something from the back of the Bentley? I probably could, actually, really. I probably could. How about a smart device that has multiple functions? She's 82! What's she going to do with Alexa? Why don't you bring your Gran to work for the day and give her a tour of Global Towers? That'll thrill her. Yeah, this is Steve Allen. Hello. I play golf. Yes, we know. 82-year-old, go to Fortnum and Mason. I was out Christmas shopping with my wife the other day when I seized the opportunity to sneak away. 20 minutes later, she called me saying, where was I? I asked if she remembered how we first met. We looked in the jeweller's window at an expensive diamond necklace that I promised to buy her when I could afford it. Her voice quivered. I could hear her start to well up as she exclaimed proudly, yes, I do remember that. He said, well, I'm in the pub next door to that jeweller. Phone went dead. Why doesn't Luke sponsor a donkey at the sanctuary for his grandmother? I don't think this is going to work, is it? I think we're losing the will to live here, slowly but surely. In the late 50s and 60s, says Ulrika, it was very fashionable to have a bowl containing liquor-filled chocolates on the kidney-shaped living room table. The house pet at Dagson used to sleep on the adjacent living room sofa. One day I came home from school and Ham was trying to jump up onto the sofa but miserably failed, so I lifted him up and he immediately fell asleep. When I came back, he was snoring, snout open, heavy fumes of alcohol. He'd literally eaten all the liqueur-filled chocolates. God, my mother was like that. My mother was the sort of person, if you bought her a box of chocolate, anybody buy a box of chocolates, I can look at them and I can tell which is soft and which is hard. Centres. And my mother would want to see the little diagram to which chocolate contained which filling. We'd have to go through that. It was a religious thing to do, sort of religious. And so you give her things, you had that last year, you know what it looks like every year. What about 4711 cologne, a shawl, a nice food hamper full of her favourite things? He's only got £10, May. The only shawl he's going to be buying will be one for a sort of very small person and a hamper for a child of about 3. Somebody says, how about teeth implants? It's not very nice, is it? Implying she hasn't got her own teeth. 4711 cologne's quite nice. You get that in a lot of sort of upmarket chemists. That's sort of, it's an old-fashioned kind of smell. It's nice. You should like it. Spray it over things. She like that. 4711's good. I buy it sometimes. Not that I'm an old lady, but I mean, I've had days where I've thought I might as well be. I've had a very strange life. Don't ask. So, how about a jigsaw puzzle, says Paul? Just enough to drive her to despair. She'll be taking the local bus off the side of the cliff, won't she? You know, whilst he bought her a jigsaw. God. Oh, dear. Somebody says, get her a spa weekend. He's only got a tenner. Yeah, hasn't got any money. Won't get a spa weekend unless you're going to fill the sink up with water and get her to sit in it. Tell Luke Steve Allen's books You Want to Be a Celebrity is available on Amazon for $8.99. How about a bottle of gin and some Fever Tree tonic? You can buy some lovely gin now, says Sue. A bottle of gin. Do you know what she drink? No, not for a tenner. You won't get a bottle of gin for a tenner. Roy says, Luke's nan here. Tell the nut cutlet not to come. That'd be a nice surprise. Joking. Lovely. So, I mean, we seem to be torn between nothing and nothing. Laurie says, vegan Christmas, no meat, no pudding, no thanks. Has Corey heard of a band called Steel Panther? No, he hasn't, actually. They have a Christmas tune, James, called Sexy Santa. No, he hasn't. No, no. He doesn't know what that is. Pablo says, I've had to buy frozen sprouts. All the fresh ones have gone. Not in our area. We've got them. And where we go. Could you sing a couple of short extracts of Christmas carols for a few moments, says Tom? Nope. Not allowed to sing. Get into trouble if I sing. Connie says, me and my family had a fantastic time at the Cadogan Hall yesterday. Had a chat with Hugh Bonneville, and I got a hug from Hugh. Meant everything to me. Really was a wonderful, wonderful event. Good. Steve, I'm writing to wish you a happy Christmas, says Mark in East Finchley. And at the Magic Circle, we loved it, Steve. Absolutely, everybody loved it, of course. Chris Moyles kind of does what you do on Radio X. No, he does music. See, I don't do music. Anthony says, talking about the sauna thing got me thinking, things you should never do naked. 1, fry bacon. 2, ride a bike. And 3, run through a bramble bush. We didn't like the idea of running through a bramble bush. I don't think so. Definitely not. And another one here. Popped into the neighbours, says Mike, for a quick Christmas drinky poos at 11:30. Finally came back at 5 p.m, having sorted out Brexit, street crime, the NHS and global warming. All that cerebral power is obviously why my head is banging this morning. I bet. What else we got in the papers? Steve? What is in the papers? James Corbyn, front page. Oh, there's this bloke here. He's a driver. His name's Carl Fisher. He's 29. He's not the brightest penny in the box. He blew his car up when he lit a cigarette after spraying air freshener. He said, I'm lucky to be here. He'd been driving around in a bomb in Halifax, West Yorkshire. I'll find the rest of the story a little bit later on. Hall's Molly May. Molly certainly will. It's another blooming photo shoot. Can somebody explain to me, I don't want to be rude about this, but when you get all these bimbos that go onto Love Island and everything else, why is it necessary to come out and pose in your underwear? Don't you have any pride in anything you do? Why don't you have to take the cheap route? Wouldn't it be so nice to see somebody who didn't have to pose in their underwear? Because basically you just get a name for yourself, you know, and the name is not particularly good. You know, she reckons still her boyfriend's Tommy Fury. I'm not totally convinced, but there you go, that's just me being a cynic. So Carl Fisher, he says, I'll never use an aerosol air freshener again. Well, you're not supposed to in the car, are you? I've never had an aerosol air freshener. Ridiculous. Power Blast, this one's called. And, he's a joiner. He says, in future, I'll dangle one for the rear-view mirror. You're 29, mate. How have you made it to 29? So anyway, so he unwittingly turned his beloved black Seat, into a primed bomb by spraying the aerosol. 10 minutes later, he lit a cigarette, which ignited gas from the spray and caused a huge explosion. So there you go. A police spokesman says, follow guidelines. Yeah, he obviously didn't. Perhaps he thought he knew everything. But methinks not. Methinks not. 20 minutes to 6, but we don't worry about the time, do we? We don't care. They've still got... Do you know how many millions of pounds worth of unclaimed prizes are on the lottery? 125 million pounds worth. It's mine. OK, just take my word for it. It's definitely mine. I'd like to think that. And apparently, for some peculiar reason, the Beckhams have decided to have a christening of Harper, 8, and Cruz, 14. Well, no idea why. Obviously bizarre, but of course Harper can't seem to walk anywhere. And so they had to lift her in to Soho Farmhouse. And there were a few people there, and then they had pictures taken. It just seemed the oddest thing. They're very odd, that family. Why would you christen an 8-year-old and a 14-year-old? Dear me, honestly. Plus plugs. One here. Oh, there's a pair of white trousers worn by Freddie Mercury during Queen's final tour have been sold for over 20,000 quid. Such is the interest still in Freddie Mercury. And here we are, dreary old Christine McGuinness, bore, yawn, getting a round of applause from her Instagram fans as she poses. It's a bit tragic, isn't it, really? Poor old Christine is laughingly called a model. I don't know what she's modelled before, apart from just things for herself. Also, Josser's tosser begged me to deny threesome. You know, this is Jacqueline Josser and Dirty Dan Osborne. You know, the one... when this story first came out, the funny thing was that he said, I'm going to consult my lawyers and I'll be suing. I thought, you haven't got any money, mate. Where are you getting the money from? Why don't you work? Why don't you get a job? Why don't you do something? Model Chloe Ayling had said Dan romped with her and Natalie behind Jacqueline Josser's back. Dan denied it, but Natalie said, I was drunk and it was a huge mistake, but it happened. I think he's now admitted it has. You know, he says, when I saw him post that stupid apology, it was like, sorry for what, Dan? I've been called a liar and a homewrecker. Yeah, well, he's the liar, isn't he? He's the one, actually. Oh, I'm going to get my lawyers involved. Stupid man. Big mistake. Ed Sheeran's lost weight. Mind you, also, Roman Kemp's father said he's going to fatten him up for Christmas. He's lost so much weight in the jungle. I mean, seriously, if you want to lose weight, that's the thing to get. Get the gig there, and you'll lose weight. Then there was a £1 million lottery winner. He got sold a ticket. I think it was over in the Channel Islands. And he bought it from a filling station. And he won £1 million. The bloke who sold him the ticket was very pleased when Scrooge, in his 60s, went back to thank him and give him a box of biscuits and a bottle of wine. He just won £1 million. Tight-fisted old so-and-so, isn't he? Isn't that dreadful? Thousands of families on flood alerts. 80 flood warnings. Not good. That's the kind of thing to sort of worry your Christmas. And then they've got lots of people decorating Christmas trees, but they've got all sorts of different coloured Christmas trees now. They come in everything. Our local garden centre did, for 1 year, spray Christmas trees. You had to order the colour, then come back the next day, and they would spray them either, what were they? Red sparkle, gold, silver, sprayed completely, and then it's got to dry, and then you could take them home. I thought, how lovely. That sounded ideal for me. I'd be definitely going for that. Wait a minute. I'd be definitely going for a sprayed Christmas. But they haven't done it for years, I don't think. Don't think so. Paul Hollywood has risked reigniting his feud with Mary Berry after poking fun at her lavish lifestyle. Never any likelihood of them saying that about you, is it, Luke? Lavish lifestyle. Actually, there's a thing. Poor old Paul Hollywood's ex-girlfriend, you know, the one-night stand that never went away, has now come back wearing her red lingerie for Christmas. I mean, she works behind a bar. What's the point of doing that? I mean, really, go away. You're not famous. Paul says, who gave you a bell? I got it from Luke. My Christmas present. I got the book from Corey, which was very nice. I'm up listening, Steve, for the beginning of your show today for a change. Always listen on catch-up, but very rare to hear you live. Off to see learners in the New Forest Day. My role is social care assessor, visiting staff working in children's homes who are making kids, you know, think it's extra special. Our thanks as well to Thomas and Corey. Are they in on your shifts this year? I think, no, I've got Corey today. I think I've got Thomas tomorrow. Thank you. Lovely. Where's the tea bag?
It is in there.
Oh, it is in. Okay, right. Oh, yeah. Looks like it's about to explode, doesn't it, really? It's like a little mini volcano. Like Jaws, yes. Not quite like Jaws, but similar to Jaws. Tesco have halted work at that Chinese factory where they got this apparent note. Some girl found a note saying, "Help, come and rescue us," kind of thing. Whether it's genuine, we're trying to investigate. Also, the vivid imagination of Rebecca Long Bailey. I mean, that Labour Party has become more middle class than you could ever imagine in the Tories. Seriously, I just thought it was, people in the Tory party who had money. No. They've all got it there. Keir Starmer, loaded, millionaire barrister, and now, very interestingly, you've got Rebecca Long Bailey, who seems to think at the age of 2 she can remember her father talking about the strikes on the docks. Marvellous, isn't it, really? I mean, she hasn't denied it. She hasn't denied that it's a made-up story, but I mean, to be honest with you, who can remember back at 2 years old? I've got Luke, who can't remember anything at all, and he's only 25. Also, they don't know what to do with the film Cats. I think they're re-editing it. I don't think that's going to help it, but by God, it's got so much publicity. If this thing doesn't do well, there is no justice. Also, nurseries ditching plastic toys, and the new Prince Andrew turmoil as the UK business is wound up. They've said, no, we're closing it down. It's as simple as that. They've got to get rid of him. He's turning out to be, not the person you want anywhere near the royal family. He's also not going to Verbier, to the £13 million chalet that he owns, together with Sarah Ferguson. So she's going out there with the girls, thank God. Steve, TK Maxx will have a bargain for Nana. There you go. It's just turning into a nightmare. And that's only one person we've been talking about. There's another load of presents he's got to come up with. How he's going to manage this, I've got no idea. Steve says you are a tinker with that bell. I know, I can't resist it. Listen, if I get a cup of tea every time I ting the bell, I mean, that's a miracle as far as I'm concerned. Vegan Christmas is fab, says Angela. Is it? I don't know. We're not too sure about it. I mean, he doesn't. The funny thing is, every time he mentions it in Nut Roast, he's even got one of those sort of pained looks on his face, like, not really looking forward to it that much, but I've got to go for it, Steve. So, mind you, he's eating the liqueur chocolate. So, anyway, Steve, £10. How about £10 worth of lottery tickets? I don't really think so, no. She's a golf player. Actually, you could get her some golf balls, couldn't you? You could go to JD Sports. You always lose golf balls in the rough. Why don't you go to JD Sports, and then you can go and have a look, for some golf balls. That shows imagination. Do you know what she's going to say? Different. I don't think they do different colours. No, they're just white, aren't they? Will she go out in the dark? Luminous ones. Why would your grandmother want to go out and play golf in the dark? She's 82, for God's sake. Just out there on the green with luminous balls. Fantastic. What a night that would be, ladies and gentlemen. How about a nice scarf from Primark, says Mary from Kilmarnock. Nice choice for under 10 quid. Yes. I mean, we aren't discounting that. But, she's 82. She's obviously quite classy, but I think the golf balls is a good one. Golf balls, a set of, you must be able to buy them in a pack, a gift pack or something. That'd be quite nice. And she'd go, oh, what a thoughtful present. I only lost 2 balls in the rough the other week, and here I've got another 6 to play with. Fantastic. That's a good one. You could buy your nan a tea maker. He's got a tenner. He hasn't got any other money. He can't afford a tea maker. They're about £40. Have you got any seasonal nibbles, Steve? No. Well, I had some, those things with Marmite on. Twiglets. Had some Twiglets. But your fingers get covered in Marmite. Very messy. Very, very messy indeed. You could buy lots for a £10 note in the charity shop. He hasn't got time to go to the charity shop. He's busy boy. He's got to whiz round Covent Garden. Have you seen the crowds in Covent Garden? They're going to be up this morning. Everybody, because all the kids are off school, so they're all going to be out there. It's going to be so round, and there's you clutching a little £10 note, trying to decide what to buy for Nana. No idea at all. In fact, before we all came on the scene, there was no idea. So basically, we are helping. I mean, Corey, of course, is totally organised. The presents are all sort of wrapped and dispatched and everything else like that, and I've done all of mine. which makes us very smug. We don't intend to be smug. It's just that, as I say, I have been in Luke's position in previous years gone by. Former EastEnders hunk Ben Hardy, that's the paper's name for him, hunk, reveals he's quit the soap over the frustration of the lack of quality in the acting. That's scuppered your chances of getting anything ever again, hasn't it? What a thing to say. He did it in an interview. That has got to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard an actor say. I've decided to quit over my frustration about the lack of quality in the acting. It's a soap opera, mate. Get over yourself. Crikey. Stephen Merchant says he owes his comedy success to being 6'7". He said that's and I have to be honest, I would probably agree with him as well. Also, Posh and Becks. There's always a day where they sort of print photographs of Posh and Becks doing something that's so out of the, because they've just had the christening for Harper 8 and a 14-year-old. I mean, a little bit late in the day. They're supposed to have them when they're sort of born. But, never let it be said the Beckhams know what they're doing. You'd think she'd be concentrating on her business, wouldn't you? Trying to make sure it works, which is not very good. Katie Price has tried to hoodwink the judges by saying, I need the car because, I've had 4 kidnap attempts and everything else. Most of the stuff that she comes up with is never backed up with anything at all. If there were that sort of... She thinks she needs to get away if somebody comes to the house. What house, dear? What house? Anyway, the judge has reduced the ban from 2 years to 18 months because he said basically she couldn't be trusted. So that's that. She's also not going out with a little on-off boyfriend again. And she thinks that life is going to turn around. There's no work. Who on earth would want her for anything at all? She can't promote things. She's got zero credibility. Not very good. Happy birthday to Matt Baker, currently exhibiting himself at the London Palladium. He apparently does backflips. Like we all do. I'd love to do a backflip. And Tesco halting the work at this Chinese factory over this note that was found. I mean, it could be fake. It might not be. We've got no idea. I can't see anybody working in a Chinese factory having the time when they've got everybody watching to write a note and stick it in cards. Have you? No. Me neither. So we'll be watching carefully. Plus, the lost Lowry. Found and ready for auction after more than 70 years. The best earners in the Western world, GPs. GPs do very, very well indeed. Very well. Also, the most clocked car in the country, the BMW X5. And Drag Jibe lands swim ace Shaz in hot water. Plus... the wonder NHS diet to beat diabetes. 1 million women at surgeries where there's no female GP. And all the druids turned up the other day. They went to Stonehenge to hug the stones and do it because it's winter solstice, isn't it? And what was the other one? The thousands of families on the flood alert facing the washed-out Christmas. Caroline Flack opens her heart to a fan, said it's been a dreadful year or something. I don't know. Nobody really cares. And Sian Lloyd wants to not know if she'll get dementia like her mother. And so she features in a few of those sort of papers that would be bothered about things like that. Plus, lots of party-goers. Well, let's just call them lots of drunk party-goers. I mean, I've never seen people wear so little clothing when they go out. It's ridiculous. I mean, there's one girl here in Cardiff, wearing practically nothing. And this is a party. We see them in Leicester Square. It's almost become sort of like a tourist kind of thing. Very odd to get. Very, very odd indeed. Rita Ora. There's always a picture of Rita Ora doing nothing. Very dull and boring. Fallon Sherrock was hailed an absolute hero. She's a former hairdresser. And loads of people saying, well done you, because she's now twice she's done the darts thing, which is fantastic. Ben Hardy, let's just go back to Ben Hardy, because I didn't know who he was, because I haven't seen EastEnders for a while. He's an actor. He's revealed he quit the soap over frustrations at the lack of quality in the acting. He claims, he's 28, he claims that bosses let some cast members put in substandard performances. Speaking, he said, the problem with being in it for so long was I found myself getting a little bit complacent. I started to feel... He's only 28, so he's obviously well experienced in acting, isn't he? He reckons it's impossible for stars to do their best work on the soap because they're under so much pressure. Do you know, I've never heard such a snowflake in my entire life. Seriously. I mean, EastEnders has aired 4 times a week since the year 2000. He says the trouble with working in soap, you're constantly underprepared no matter how hard you try because you drill out 2 hours worth of material every week. Hello? I do 3 hours every day, dear. 3 hours every day. You drip at 28. Blimey, talk about biting the hand that feeds. He's working on, he thinks, better projects. Certainly won't be acting, will it? I shouldn't imagine. But they say his career has gone sky high. Well, good for you. I've never heard anybody bite the hand that feeds so badly. Dreadful. Dreadful. Here's little Mia Preston. She's a cutesy. She's cancer-free. She rang the end of treatment bell. They have a bell in the hospital and they ring it if they're cancer-free, and so she's done that. Also, an army of backup dancers joined Mabel. She put on an energetic performance. They don't call me up songstress. A high-energy show performed a medley of her hits, surrounded by Christmas trees, which I've never heard of half these people. I'm sure I'm supposed to. But Lewis Capaldi has vowed his Christmases will be different when he has children. Okay. And what's this other one here? This is Freya Riding's Christmases are just as competitive. I don't know who then these people are. Am I supposed to know them? Is it because I'm older than most people and I don't know? I've never heard of half these people. I wish I had. I wish I'd heard of them. Steve, Lamb's Navy Rum. My mum's 95, loves a drop to keep the old wick burning. He's only got a tenner. I don't think he's going to get a bottle, is it? Steve, says Julietta. She says, I must admit I find it very hard to say what you would like for Christmas. I only really wanted it to be something useful. So this year, I've asked my brother for car mats with red edging to match the internal trim of my new, to me, Fiat Panda. I think he's got them. For Grandma, how about peaches in brandy? Peaches in brandy. Very posh. Marks and Spencer's, peaches in brandy. So she can spend most of Christmas on the floor laughing, I suppose. Having a few sort of bevies. Which is good, isn't it, really? Also, Sharon Davis has caused outrage by comparing drag queens to black... Thank you. So there you go. Now we know. So it's not the best day for shopping, but, you know. That's why you need to go somewhere undercover where you can do it all without having to get wet. So Westfield would be quite good. It's not cheap. But at least you've got all the shops under one roof, I suppose. You could go for a wander there. Are you working tomorrow? You work? You got tomorrow off. Oh, well, that's okay. So it doesn't matter how long it takes you today. You could go out and do that later on. You're going tonight? Oh, tonight is Grandma's. Oh, my godfathers. How about golf tees? Have you seen, you know what a golf tee is? Well, you get a box of those, you know, which would be quite a nice little gift. Perhaps some golf balls and some golf tees would be all good, wouldn't they? I think so. Failing that, just take her a bottle of prune juice or something. I don't know what else. We can't think of anything to buy her. We're hopeless. We've got loads of ideas from people. Paul says, apart from your salary, what do you think is the biggest thing in 2020? What do you think is the biggest thing in 2020 apart from my salary? I think the biggest thing in 2020, I think there's going to be a royal death. I think that's sort of, you know, lots of people have been probably predicting that. I predict more downfall for Prince Andrew. They've just, apparently the University Centre Rotherham have removed a plaque and photographs. University of West of England in Bristol and a hospice have also removed memorials that were opened by him. He's not doing very well. The trouble is, it almost goes back years and years ago when people talked about members of the royal family. Out of all of them, I think people thought that Charles was mad as a prune, and they thought that Harry and William were sort of great fun. Then William went all sensible, which is good. Harry went completely the other end. He's at the moment in Canada doing nothing at all. He's on holiday for 6 weeks because apparently he's had some photographs taken and it's completely exhausted him. And now you've got Prince Andrew, whose life has just collapsed. He's never been charged with anything. It's almost like the Michael Barrymore story all over again, isn't it? Michael Barrymore never been charged with anything, nothing at all. And yet his entire career collapsed. Very difficult. For Prince Andrew, it must be the same thing. Having got his own way for his entire life and been the most arrogant person, we are told, in the royal family, all of a sudden, it's completely kicked him in the rear end. It's basically told him, the British public don't like you. They don't want you anywhere near them, and they've taken all these things down. And it's one of his businesses, I believe, which he was hoping to hang on to, is also going to close down. I mean, I've never known anything like it in all my years of following members of the royal family. But in his case, nobody is remotely bothered. The only person who's bothered is Sarah Ferguson. But there again, nobody liked Sarah Ferguson either. Nobody liked their children, Sarah Ferguson. In fact, that side of the family, nobody seemed to like. It's awful, really, isn't it, when you think about it? They used to be the family that we looked up to, and the only person we're looking up to now is the Queen. Charles, because he's taken on the roles that his father would have done, and William, I don't think we're even bothered with Harry and Meghan. Couldn't care less. You know, to take a 6-week holiday from the royal family. The Queen, I read the other day, whether you believe these things is neither here nor there, but they always put it out there. They say she's told Harry to come back and knuckle down and get in some work, you know, do some work. Because what he's doing at the moment is not work, he's just resting. I'd love to know how many people are on this little sort of trip that he's on at the moment to Canada. But I bet it's quite a few, actually. Would have to be quite a few. But it's just a case of people want to see them working. We don't mind a royal family, At least prove that you're worthy of membership of it, not basically just doing nothing. And that's what's happening. And it's not good. So the Queen goes off the other day. Philip's spending his third night. He might be back for Christmas. We're not sure. He's quite happy at the moment. He doesn't seem to demand too much. Well, he didn't. Donnie says, how do you know somebody's vegan, Steve? They tell you. That's the old joke, isn't it? Tony in Tuscany says, Steve, beware, you have the bell and the book. Maybe don't get the candle, because the next stage is defrocking and excommunication. Steve, buy Grandma a nice wooden box of Twinings tea from their store in Stratford. I don't know, actually. Just tell Luke to turn up sober, says Luke's gran. Be so funny if it was her, wouldn't it, really? That would be very worrying. So, are you likely not to turn up sober? Yeah, for the first... Oh, do you drink a lot? Oh, right. You like a drink? What is your tipple of choice? You don't really know. Of course you don't know. You have no idea. Probably in a naked sauna somewhere you had a drink at some point. So you don't know what your tipple of choice would be. What do you keep at home? Do you keep wine? Do you keep beer? You like a bit of whiskey? Oh, right. Strange that. Thomas enjoys a bit of whiskey as well. Thomas likes a bit of whiskey. And you like whiskey? I don't drink whiskey. I'm not really bothered by it. It's a bit too... Not for me. You have to have it just with ice, do you? Or sort of a bit of water with it. I always think that's so pretentious. Whiskey and water? Thank you very much indeed. You always go to sort of pubs and there'll be a jug of water and they go, what's that for? That's for the whiskey. And so they have a whiskey, but you've got a bit of water in it as well. And ice cube, just the one, thank you. Don't want to water it down too much. I've just never got into it, but a friend of mine collected whiskies. You can join whiskey clubs. And he had all the way around his kitchen, there was a shelf, like sort of a dado, but higher, and a shelf. And so it wasn't a dado at all. And he used to keep bottles of whiskey, but only bits. You would buy a bit of a bottle of whiskey. So whiskey from 1943, he might only have afforded a quarter of a bottle of it. So he had a quarter of a bottle of all these different whiskies. I thought they just put the same stuff in each bottle. I didn't think it was ever going to be that classy, but that's what he did. That's what he did. He absolutely sort of loved it. He was an aficionado, and Thomas likes whiskies, apparently because he's Scottish. Why that would work, I've got no idea, but he apparently knows all about it. And he was telling us the other day, you know, it burns. I don't like it. I mean, it just, you know, it's like, you know, when you start drinking, you try all the drinks. I ended up with Southern Comfort. Now, isn't it funny, all the drinks I used to drink, I can't drink now. Southern Comfort, way too sweet, almost sickly. Bacardi, sickly. Baileys, sickly. There were loads of different things that came out, and so I've just stuck with Prosecco, you know, which is okay for me. So if I'm in a pub, which would be a rare thing anyway, I might just buy a bottle of Prosecco. I like a cocktail, yeah. I don't know any of them. I just like them. We've been to a few at Christmas time. We normally go to a cocktail bar first. We didn't do it this year. We just went straight to Joe Allen's, but they do cocktails in there, and but you can spend an average cocktail now is between £10 and £12. And the profit margin on cocktails, I'm telling you, is huge. You know why? Hardly any alcohol. It's just a little bit of alcohol. The rest of it is all flamboyancy and chilled glasses and a little parasol hanging over the side of it or something, or a bit of celery in there. But I like a cocktail. I generally do about 4. That's quite enough. But that's a lot. That's like 40, 50 quid. It's a lot of money. That's more than you're spending on your girlfriend, for goodness sake. I like a cocktail. My brother used to go mad for cocktails. In his one of his bedrooms, he had a cocktail bar with, and he had I sent him all the little umbrellas, and you can buy all the stuff. It's fantastic, all the little accoutrements. So, do we believe that a 6-year-old girl has discovered a plea from a Shanghai prisoner, which says, we are foreign prisoners in Shanghai, Qingpu prison in China, forced to work against our will. Please help us and notify human rights organisation. Use the link to contact Mr. Peter Humphrey. I mean, and this girl called Florence Widdicombe found the card which had the note in there. And so Tesco has immediately ceased operation. The supermarket chain said an independent audit of the plant last month had found no evidence of forced labour. It was £1.50 for a box of 20 cards. And where it goes to from there, we've got no idea. But Jeremy Loon, chief executive of Cards for Good Causes, says no charity would want to be associated with any abuses of human rights. Whether it's genuine or not, I don't know. We don't know. We'll have to try and sort of find out. But at the moment, it's up in the air, as they say. 16 million of you gearing up for the holiday getaway. Manic Monday. You'll be heading for the airport. You'll be getting the coaches, the trains, the buses, everything. Fantastic. Fantastic. Although I prefer to stay here. Steve, why is Luke panicking? It's not Christmas Day until Wednesday, says Paul. Because he's going to see her tonight. That's why he's panicking. He's seeing the poor woman tonight. And, Steve, Merry Christmas to you. I work for Frontline Ambulance Service. You make for a great start to the day shift. Thank you. You have a deliciously carefree laugh. The best on LBC, followed by Ian Dale's soft chuckle and the mocking Nick Abbott. Men who laugh easily ooze sex appeal, says Jenny. Lord, not sure about that. Corey's all of a sudden become animated now and very interested in that one. Steve, for £10, get disposable hand warmers. She can shove them down her vest to keep warm. I'm not sure about cat. No, don't think about that. I've got those hand warmers. Viv says, if Nanny Luke likes golf, what about a box of golf tees or a fancy sock to cover her favourite golf club? They do lots of natty colours. Yeah, he's taken all this on board. He'll end up with a box of toffees or something, as per usual. Also, battery-operated fake wax candles. They sell them at my local garage, says Mary in Oxford. Lovely. Very exciting. Just bought a new Range Rover. Very luxurious. And I asked the salesman what this little plastic thing was in the centre console. He said it's a golf tee. You put your balls on it. Wow. Range Rover, Steve. Think of everything. Another one here. There's a little market store that sells handmade soaps in Covent Garden for £5 each, and they smell really good, says Sophie in marketing at Global. So there you go. Sent to Luke by email. And so there you go. Far side of Covent Garden, soap. A couple of nice soaps. People appreciate a nice soap, don't they? You're not buying this idea, are you, at all? No. What did you get? You can't remember. You didn't buy her anything last year. You didn't go round her house. I mean, why don't you take her some flowers? Flowers were always acceptable. The ones that last the longest would be carnations. Because other flowers might sort of wilt and die. But carnations seem to go... You could take some flowers around, 10 quid's worth of flowers. Go and have a Marks and Spencer's, they do roses, 6 quid. You could push the extra 2 quid on it and buy 2 bunches of roses, which are quite nice. I bought those before. Or you could buy 1 bouquet of for £10 in Marks and Spencer's with some nice, beautiful roses, sort of white tinged with pink. They're quite pretty. There's Marks and Spencer's in Covent Garden. You could go there. They've got flowers. You're writing it all down, yes. That'll be nice. So if you are going out shopping today, and this is possible, I mean, because you really, really do not want to be going out shopping tomorrow, it's going to be rammed to the rafters. It always is. It doesn't matter whether the shops complain about, nobody's spending enough money. You are. It's just that it's very difficult to actually get to the counters. There'll be people queuing for everything. I mean, it'll just be a nightmare. I always think, get it all done today, and then tomorrow you can put your feet up. Prepare all the veggies and everything else the night before. The idea is to make Christmas as stress-free as possible. That's the whole idea. You really, really do not want to have any stress over the festive period. But yet every year we get stress, don't we? Off to Littlehampton, says Trisha in Bedfordshire. Love the show. Should have got Nana a Steve Allen tea towel. Yeah. You got one yourself? You didn't get one? Oh, dear. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? You didn't get a Steve Allen tea towel. There aren't any left. All gone. All been sold. 5,000. And you didn't buy one? They are only a tenner. That's all they cost. They're just a tenner. But it's a bit late now, isn't it? I don't actually have any on me. So that's not going to be happening. So she can't have a luxurious Steve Allen tea towel. You've got to think of something else for her. You're going to end up going to Thornton's, aren't you, buy a box of chocolates with Happy Christmas Nana written on them or something. That's as far as it's going. Steve, I've been listening to your programme for years. I work Frontline Ambulance Service. You make for a great start to the shifts. Oh, no, it's awful, isn't it? Also. And somebody says, are you going to throw a New Year's Eve party or will you be going to somebody else's? I hate New Year's Eve. I hate it. I've never wanted that at all. Sam in Bromley. Merry Christmas. Thank you for brightening my mornings. Me and my mum are off to get the turkey now. 6 a.m. collection. Fully in the Christmas spirit. Yep, you can. You can. I don't know what time Stuart is doing them at Sandy's. I should imagine he's well ahead of it, as per usual. There'll be people queuing up the streets today and tomorrow. Because some people buy them today, and then it doesn't matter when you buy the thing, I don't suppose. Another one here. Lynn says, you do have fans elsewhere in the country like Inverness. Well, that'll be rammed today, Lynn. You know what that'll be like. Go, Inverness, you won't be able to move. The bus, the local town bus, the one in the year, that'll be packed solid. Oh, it'll be people brushing against people. It'll be dreadful, honestly. Steve, what about a nice torch? Says Sally. Was this when she plays golf in the dark? She could have a torch out there as well. Marston's Pets in Covent Garden have closed down, says Neil. Yes, you're right. I should have remembered that, actually, because somebody told me the other day. I remember thinking, that's a bit of a shame. So, a British woman jailed for spying in Iran has lost her bid for an early release. This is Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe, who worked for the Thomson Reuters Foundation, arrested in 2016, sentenced to 5 years in prison for alleged planning the soft toppling of Iran's government. Her family have denied all the allegations against her, but they've had a campaign running for ages and ages. Her lawyer said he'd submitted a request for a conditional release, and they said no. You know, I mean, that's it. That's Iran for you. Here is the picture of the Rebecca Long Bailey, the one with the fairly economical with the truth. This is, I mean, people have accused her of telling tall tales. Well, I mean, unless she's some miracle person who can remember what happened when she was 2 years old. I mean, which, of course, most people, that's why they're all poo-pooing it. Steve, Liberty, made from the timber of two ships, reminds me of a large wooden ship. Always does lovely Christmas decorations. Yes. Can we eventually find out, Steve, what Luke buys for his nana? That's from Jackie and Tom in Plumstead, middle of nowhere. So when you eventually, you have to remember what it is so you can come back and tell us. Send me an email or a text or something, because otherwise people will panic over it. There'll be riots in the streets and everything. It'll be ghastly. Not sure about a torch, actually. Somebody's got to pop in. Kevin the Milkman's going to pop into Harlow Garden Centre, town centre, for a couple of bits later. So if everybody be kind enough to shop elsewhere so I don't get stuck in queues, it'd be very much appreciated. Much hope in that, of the pigs flying, isn't it, really? Everybody's going to be rammed. It's London. It's always busy. I mean, it's busy, actually, even when it's not Christmas. When it is Christmas, it's blooming extra busy. It really is. 24 minutes past 6. Wait a minute. So, Prince Andrew. Sorry to come back to Prince Andrew again, but this time his flagship business project is to be wound up in Britain. 3 directors have threatened to quit its global arm. This is Pitchett Palace. Has been hit by weeks of turmoil in the aftermath of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. And it's controlled by the Prince Andrew Charitable Trust. It's going to be wound up after the trustees decided it has no future. Andrew has reportedly refused to give up its sister company, Pitchett Palace Global, prompting 3 of its directors to offer their resignations. Buckingham Palace refused to comment. It's funny, isn't it? You ask Buckingham Palace one thing. Oh, yes, we're more than happy to tell you the Queen's doing this and that. Can you tell us anything about this? We have no comment to make. Apparently, a source told the Telegraph Pitch Global is going to carry on, but 3 directors felt there was need for a strategic reviews, and they decided to step aside by resigning. So there's only 2 people now. The Duke's former private secretary, Amanda Thirsk, and his friend, Johan, I think it's Elach, a private equity executive. It's got the name Prince Andrew attached to it, and that's what people don't seem to like. Dear, what else? There's a lovely picture here, actually, but Scott would like this for Barbara. It's in the Daily Mail today, and it's 50 years since all Christmas television was in colour for the first time. And it's got a picture of a huge lineup of celebrities. Ted Rogers, 321, Millicent Martin, Tommy Cooper. I don't know who this person is. Somebody might have to tell me. Who is Jytte Stensgaard? Because she's the only person I don't know. Jytte, Y-U-T-T-E, Stensgaard, it's the double A-R-D. Hughie Green, Terry Sylvester, Barbara Windsor, Frankie Howard and Eric Sykes. I mean, it's a photo to see all photo. Barbara dressed up looking absolutely fabulous. And they've got loads of other pictures. Jimmy Tarbuck, Basil Brush with Anita Harris, starring in Cinderella. Arthur Lowe as John Bull and John Le Mesurier as Napoleon. This was for an army manoeuvre for Dad's Army. So here she is. So best known in... she's Jytte Stensgaard she's 73, Denmark born, and she was in Hammer's Lust for a Vampire. So she's one of those busty actresses did Lust for a Vampire. That's all I could say. I didn't know who she was, actually. I know all the other ones on here. There's also Ringo, joined by the Hollies, Lulu and Spike Milligan, and Eric and Ernie Morecambe. Eric and Ernie, Morecambe and Wise, pictured with Susan Hampshire. They were among TV's top-paid performers. But it's a lovely picture of the other ones. Great picture of Frankie Howard wearing a... He always looked such a mess, Frankie Howard. When he came in to see me, I mean, you could practically read what he'd had for breakfast. He was terrible. Terrible. Also, let's have a quick look. Missing boy found in cupboard 2 years on. Not in this country. And what are they all voting for on Cats? Well, they're not voting for it. It's as simple as that. They don't seem to like it. Not bad, says Matilda Hardman, age 12. But it's no Aristocats. So they've sent this pedigree group of people to go and review it. And it's very good. Award-winning Turkish from M&S. 65 quid collection. The perfect turkey serves 12 to 14. Includes stuffed thighs wrapped in bacon. Looks quite delicious. If you're a vegetarian, it won't look at all exciting, but I promise you, for me, at this time of the morning, it looks absolutely amazing. So, happy birthday to Matt Baker, Countryfile and outgoing one-show host. Grew up on a sheep farm in County Durham. A former British gymnastics champion. That's why. He's a gymnastics champion. So he's obviously still very supple, because he's putting his skills to use playing a tightrope walker in Goldilocks and the Three Bears at the London Palladium. Good Lord above. And one here. On December the 23rd, in 1999, former Beatle George Harrison's home on the Hawaiian island of Maui was broken into by stalker Kristin Kelleher. She cooked a pizza and started doing her laundry before the police were alerted, because it was obviously all alarmed. Tony Britton, the fabulous Tony Britton, that's Fern's dad, has died at the age of 95. Lots of people talked about him. People from Downton. Sanjeev Bhaskar tweeted profound condolences to Fern and gratitudes for the joy and entertainment your dad brought to me and millions of others. He was lovely. Fabulous voice. You know, one of those sort of voices that he was destined to play all sorts of parts, and he did. Neil Livesey is in the paper today. You won't know who Neil Livesey is, but if I tell you that he spent 42 years creating a 5,000-strong memorable Hall of Fame from Star Wars. He collects Star Wars memorabilia, and he's got 5,000 pieces from Star Wars. So for Star Wars aficionados, they'd be very jealous of him. Angela says Prosecco, 6 quid in the Co-op and Lidl. And another one says, Steve, if you can't afford the bottle of gin, get a can of ready-mixed gin and tonic from a supermarket, says Sue. I think he's a bit tight. I think he's panicking. And the Spikers, Merry Christmas to you and the gang. Why doesn't Luke write an IOU note to his nan, then save up to get her a meet and greet ticket for your theatre or Magic Circle shows in 2021? Well, no, 2020. Because we've got a meet and greet coming up for the Leicester Square Theatre in February, and it's sold out. So you can't get tickets. And it was way too expensive for him. That was way too expensive. No, you can't. The boys are coming. What day is it? What do you mean, where's your invite? Honestly, the cheek of it. Can you believe just actually speaking to me like that? Where's my invite then? Like, he's got no idea who I am, quite clearly. He just thinks I'm the person who sits the other side of the glass. Probably thinks I'm controlling the trains in London or something. Train just coming into Baker Street is the 3:23. It's late. Okay, and it's full, and we're not opening the doors, so there you go. You'll have to wait for another one. What have we got? We've got 6:30 morning. Come on, you've got to get up. I know you don't want to. You put it off. I was putting off doing things yesterday, and then I thought, no, motivate yourself, Steve. Get up, do this. And so I did. And so I've done all the things I should have done. So in fact, today I'm now having to... I have to sort of go back in my mind to what have I got to do today. And all I've got to do today is very good. I've got nothing to pack because I'm not doing anything on Christmas Eve. It's just another shopping day. So what I shall do is I shall probably go and get a little bit of food to bring in tomorrow morning. They haven't done those things in Marks and Spencer's, which were scallop shells with prawns and a bit of smoked salmon. They were delicious. It's a little bit lacklustre, the stuff. Most of it seems to need cooking. A bit disappointing. And so I'll do that. And that's about it, actually. I haven't got anything else to do at all, apart from change the time that the car picks me up tomorrow morning. Because otherwise, I'm going to be in here at 2 in the morning, which means I'll have 5 hours to kill. So I'm trying to work out what time to book the car for. Anyway, we'll worry about that a little bit later on. This morning on Nick Ferrari, he's here for breakfast. It's the final time before Christmas. The Labour leader, hopeful, Rebecca Long-Bailey, has been accused of telling tall tales on the campaign trail in relation to her working-class upbringing. Nick will be asking, do you care about the backgrounds that our politicians came from? He'll also bring the reaction to this, plus the suggestion by Stormzy that the UK is definitely racist and the problem's got worse since the premiership of Boris Johnson began. And the Home Secretary has met with the father of Harry Dunn, apparently to discuss how the extradition process works after Anne Sokolus was charged with his death. All of that with Nick Ferrari this morning from 7 o'clock this morning here on LBC. Greetings, says tanker driver Phil from Belfast. Heading to Londonderry, then back for the night boat back to England on Christmas Eve. And to all the other truckers, don't forget, without the truckers, the shops will be empty. So no Christmas shopping. And I'll message you tomorrow so you know I'm going to make it home for Christmas. That'll be driving home for Christmas, Alexa. Could upset somebody somewhere. Sue and Steve in Hanwell, celebrating being older than colour TV. I know, dreadful. John says, what a fantastic lineup, Steve. That's when it used to be fun watching TV at Christmas. That's why the radio's winning. That's why the radio wins. The amount of people who've written to me saying, I've had a check on what's on the telly, and to be honest with you, it's rubbish. Rubbish. We'd rather listen to LBC. Is Steve Allen going to be on? Hello, is the Pope Catholic? Have you ever known a Christmas when I'm not on? And then Noah's very interested in whether I like still or sparkling water. Well, this morning I have sparkly. But generally speaking, I'm a still person. I like still because I think that the fizz is artificial. I think it's put in, isn't it? I'm sure. I remember years ago, Perrier used to be sparkling, and then till somebody revealed that it was put in artificially. I think most people think it bubbled out of the ground, and that was it. And sales of that collapsed overnight. It was really interesting to watch. Now we're obsessed with bottled water. I'll stagger back from Costco with a big packet of tray or whatever it's called, I don't know, of water, like sort of 40 bottles, 48 bottles, something like that. Buy a few of those. All lovely. Great documentary on Dave Allen over the weekend. Did you ever meet him? I had dinner with him. I had dinner with Dave Allen. Long time ago. Him and the bloke who used to run the BBC. I was in very good company because they were known to a friend of mine called Dave. I pointed this out before. And he had a landscape gardening business. Still going. Still very successful, very, very successful. And he invited me round for dinner because he was a contestant on, I think, MasterChef or something like that, David. He was very good. He was putting together, all these menus, and people would come around to his house for dinner because he cooked. He cooked, believe you me, really, really well. Ria Prezi for Luke's Nana. I care for an elderly lady. Every year I buy her a Christmas decky to put on the tree. Always goes down well, says Sarah in Barnet. There you go, decoration. That's what Corey bought me. I got a decoration, I don't know what I've done with it, actually. What have I done with it? Yeah, it's somewhere around. It's in one of my bags. I think we're sort of saving it, which is lovely. Lovely afternoon in London yesterday, says Claire in Eltham. Lunch in Covent Garden. Best tree by a country mile. It's a good tree, isn't it? Good tree. Followed by the Palladium Panto. Fabulous. Then a slow walk back to Charing Cross. Taking in the lights. Lovely. That's my idea of fun, actually. Donnie says you're a fan of Mint Imperials. Not particularly, no. Not particularly. I used to like, not the Mint Imperials, the Peppermint Imperials. They were quite slightly greeny thing there. Check the charity shops for loads of suitable DVDs, thank you. And if my grandson only had a tenner to spend, Steve, I'd want a calendar, preferably of sexy firemen. I don't think Luke's going to be buying a picture of sexy firemen anytime soon. I don't think... It's not his thing. He would probably want to. He just can't see himself actually doing it. The girlfriend would not be happy. Going in there going, let's have the sexy fireman calendar. Standing there with their hoses in their hands, and things like that. People like that, don't they? I've offered to do the same for the LBC calendar. So far, no takers. Nobody remotely interested. In fact, if anything, Steve, keep your clothes on. We'll pay you serious money to make sure you never, ever take your clothes. Because I have always advocated for years there should be an LBC Christmas calendar where we all hide behind Nick Ferrari. And we're all holding little bits of sort of holly in front of us and twigs and things like that. I've got a complete bush. And you know, all those... Well, I mean, and that would sell, wouldn't it, for charity, for Make Some Noise? The LBC Christmas calendar. We could... well, I'd be December, of course. December, absolutely. Where would the holly bush come from otherwise? Oh, no, definitely December. It would be a closed set when we'd be having the pictures taken. I don't want James O'Brien to be in front of me either. I've just decided I don't think that's a good position to be in. I don't know who we'd actually have. So first would be Nick Ferrari. Secondly, Sheila. Would that be of any interest to anyone? Yeah, February. Sheila could be February. So what we could all do, we could all pose on different pictures. By the time it gets to Christmas, because I love Christmas, we could have a set sprayed, and I could be holding a small tree, large tree in front of me, and that would be that would sort of make your Christmas. I think that'd be good. Tallest person at the back, well, Thomas Warbrick. Thomas Warbrick, who I don't think he's on. I think he's off now for Christmas, because I turned on yesterday, and I think it was Nick Abbott. I could tell that because the lights keep going off when Nick Abbott's on. I don't know what it is. I think he affects them or something. He's got a sort of magnetic ring around him or something. Steve, I've been shopping in Morrison's. There are about 6 of us in there. So got in and out just how we like it. That is the best thing. That is the best thing to do. You don't want to hang around with the shopping today. I mean, I'm looking forward to literally I don't really need anything. Just a few things for tomorrow, which I'll leave in, and it should be wonderful. Should be wonderful. I better now send a message. I've just realised, actually, I should have sent a message to the cleaner. I've left him a nice bottle of shampoo. No, not shampoo, champagne. Why would I send him shampoo? I don't think he'd want that at all. So I shall have to send him that, and then he'll be a very happy person. There you go. Wait a minute. Chocks. And do you know, you type in Chocks, what comes up? Chicago. What's going on with this phone? Chocks and Champagne. Wait a minute. Champagne in your room. There we go. That'll keep him happy. He'll be driving down the road going, oh, blow, we've left the champagne and the chocolates. I always get him champagne and chocolates every year, actually, because he does a very good job. This year he's actually got Ferrero Rocher, but all the different ones. The white chocolate, the dark chocolate, the milk chocolate in a huge box. They look lovely, actually. Very nice indeed. So I hope he likes that. Steve went to the White Swan in Twickenham, had a great time. Says Adam. Yeah, it's lovely, the White Swan, isn't it? That's what you call an old pub. An old pub. Very old pub. Will Nick Abbott be on the calendar? I don't know. I mean, we're going to have to hold auditions, I think, for deciding if people are on there. Thomas and Corey could be on it as well. You're not sure? No, okay. Well, maybe not Corey. Thomas will be up for it, though. Steve, sorry to hear about Tony Britton. Stands out as one of the most charming and handsome visitors to the Morecambe Dolphin Marineland where I worked, helped by his equally charming 6-year-old daughter Fern. You always remember the nice ones, says Steph in Malvern. Yeah, he was lovely. I loved him in all the things. Of course, I loved him in Robin's Nest. I loved him in everything. It was effortless for him. Chrissy says, done all my Christmas shopping, off to the cemetery to put tea roses on 7 loved ones for Christmas. What they do at Paul Cooper's vegetable shop, Greengrocers, I can't remember what it was called, actually, Greengrocers, they do these wreaths, real wreaths made out of holly and with berries and stuff like that, which sell for about £6 something each, I think. And a lot of people buy those for putting on graves at Christmas because they last. And it's a nice thing to do, or flowers. Anything's nice, actually. Anything's nice. You always have to... My father always used to do that, to go to his mother's grave in the cemetery. If ever we were in the area, that's where he would go on just before Christmas. Paul in Poplar says, I'm already looking forward to Luke Nan's birthday. I think we should all turn up, to be honest with you. Hello. We heard there was a bit of a free party going on. It's in January. Yeah. I don't believe you. I think it's going to be held Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. There's going to be turkey and all the trimmings. Will there be room for me to park my huge car outside her house? Will it be... Is it a fairly safe area? Where is it? It's where? Oh, Cobham, that's okay. I can do that. I'll just put the wheel clamp on. Well, yes, it's very... Well, it's not that posh. It's okay. It's just down the... Actually, you're quite close to me, actually. Quite close to me, yeah. I could park the car there. Does she have a drive? Oh, a little bit of a drive. Oh, I've got a fairly big car. It's about 17 feet long. Quite wide as well. Garage. Does she have a garage that we could put the car in? No, obviously not. Right. Does it have... Oh, right. Does it have street lighting? I need to check about these things. What do you mean it might? You can't remember anything, can you? Have you ever been to a house before? You've got no idea where she lives, have you? They've just given you a postcode and you're going to be turning up. It's probably a shelter. Probably an assisted shelter. Or something like that. Nobody walks around Cobham. Take my word for it. It's safer not to. Another one here says, 8 a.m. alarm, but woke up at 6. Oh, well, it's all right, because you get this programme, which is good. I've got a couple of spaces for your texts and emails. Never think that we can't put you in, because we can. Is Cats really a dog's dinner? It appears to be so far, which is very worrying, isn't it? I think what they'll do is actually sort of change it a little bit. And, however, rogue firms sell fake glowing appraisals to online retailers for 13 quid a time. The companies use an army of testers to post the 4- and 5-star reviews online. They're given a small fee and a refund for the cost of buying the products they have to recommend. One of them, AMZ Tigers of Germany, boasts of having 3,000 UK testers. So it's €15 per review. So somebody will give you a posh... Because most of the reviews that appear in places like Amazon, they're fake. They're fake reviews. It's as simple as that. For Silicon Valley Sue, I signed 4 of my books the other day, which came out years ago now. But if you read some of the reviews of it, oh, this is rubbish and all the rest of it, you know it's written by a snowflake, because they never bought it, because they haven't got any money. Snowflakes are traditionally poor peasants. They don't have anything. They haven't got any money. They just complain about things. But they don't complain about it with any sort of backup. You know, they backed things up a bit. Why would you want to buy a book and then say it was absolutely dreadful? You'd be a bit stupid for that, wouldn't you, really? The White Swan in Richmond today, Steve, says Tony in Ruislip. The White Swan in Richmond? Do you mean the one in Twickenham? I didn't know there was one in Richmond. There might be, though. Can you confirm the sugar-free Prosecco is good? Corey is saying yes. Corey says it's better than good. He liked it a lot. Yeah, eat a little bit of drinking food. Happy Christmas to everybody. But he had it. So not only is it sugar-free, completely sugar-free, not even reduced sugar, it's sugar-free because of the different process that they use. It's also only 68 calories per glass. Mind you, if you work on the assumption I have fairly big glasses, I'm not sure if it works out the same, but it's still lower. Much lower than the other one. And it's suitable for vegans. So, hurrah for vegans. And I think it's about 15 quid a bottle. But you're paying for quality. Steve says, still want to know what you have on top of your tree. A star, a fairy, or a fairy star? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. My mother used to have a fairy on the top of her tree. We used to, in Hong Kong, have a star, and you would fit the last light bulb in it, and you change it for a flashing light bulb. So the whole tree would be static lights, except for the star at the top, which would flash on and off. And that was I always remember that. Always remember that. Nice, though. Very nice. Also, I've not been to a single shop, says Charlotte in Whitby, to buy anything for Christmas. All presents bought online and wrapped under the tree, and Tesco delivering food this evening. Most stressless, I've said to people, if you organise this in advance, it's the best thing you've ever done. The idea is to take away all the stress of last-minute shopping. You can do it throughout the year on Amazon. There's other companies, and you order it, and they deliver it, sometimes within 2 days. 10 minutes the other day, somebody ordered vegetables. Within 10 minutes, it was there. It's phenomenal. Unfortunately, Luke doesn't have Amazon Prime, so it's not really very useful, is it, really? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But next year, you need to be better organised. You can't leave it to the last minute. The whole idea is, so I don't have anything to do today. I could possibly, if I so chose, go home and immerse myself in Prosecco. But I won't. I should go out and get some... I might go and buy a pair of shoes. I don't know. I mean, I might sort of, Unfortunately, I'm really busy. Really busy. I couldn't help you shop because it would drive me mad. I would absolutely be driven mad. I could tell just how stressful it would be. I would go, buy that. Let's go and look at something else. Oh, no, please buy that. My mother would be like that. You go to a shop and she'd look at something. She'd go, oh, that's nice. I go, oh, good. And I get my wallet out because I used to like buying things for my mother. And she'd say, let's just go and have a look down the road. So we tramp down the road. By the end of it, the worst thing was I was at school at the time. and you dreaded seeing any of your school friends. Out with your mummy, are you? And, oh God, so embarrassing. It's like my mother as well. When she used to drive, she used to have a little blue Mini Mayfair, and when she used to come to a junction, she used to have to look right, look left, look right, then look left, and then she'd look right again. And if there was no traffic within about 4 miles, we would cross the road. Otherwise, we'd sit there forever. Seriously, I'd go now. No, don't go now. Don't go now. There's a lorry. Don't wait. And I remember seeing, I think she appeared on a television programme once. Somebody said, I think it was your mum. She came onto the motorway and she was in the wrong lane. And so she had to reverse off the slip road. And I remember thinking, that looks like Mum's car. That just looked exactly like her car. She was on the right road for going down to my brother's. And I remember thinking, I bet she's taken the wrong thing. It's like there's a lovely line and there's a lovely scene in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation where he goes out and they get stuck under a lorry, which the middle bit of the lorry, it's like a trailer, and they get stuck in the middle, so they can't get out of it. They've got to keep up with the lorry because they thunder down the motorway. Do you drive, Luke? You do drive? Oh, right. Do you have a car? A little one. Oh, what, 1 litre car? That's a bicycle, isn't it? A 1 litre car? Blimey, even my car's 7 litres. 7 litre. Well, it's 6.9. That's a lorry. Yeah, it's 7 litres. Yeah. Must be costly to run. We don't worry about that. We don't take it out very often. Yeah, it's 7. I'm sure it's 7 litres. 6.9. You can check it. I'm sure there's 6.95 litres. And yours is a litre. I leave you standing at traffic lights. But I never race people because that's where you waste money. I don't do anything like that. The tank is full at the moment. I'm very pleased with that, actually. Mr. Bazzino's finally got his stuff. That's good. Phew! Thank goodness. And, I'm sure it's 7 litres. Pretty certain. I think most of them are. Don't tell Greta Thunberg. I know. And yet the funny thing is, I don't pay extra for emissions or anything like that. There's no emission. No emission from my car. You could sleep in your bedroom with my car with the engine on. Wouldn't make any difference at all. Wouldn't wake up in the morning, but I mean, you'd sleep for all eternity. No, it's you don't pay anything for the extras. Anything for the extra. No emissions. How about giving your car to Nick Abbott for a Christmas present? He's obsessed with my car. Totally obsessed with it. I don't know why, actually. I mean, it's not like he can't afford a super-duper car. Steve, Luke's grandma, after listening to this show, is busy thinking where to hide tonight, says Monica, my favourite cabbie. She's now famous. Steve says, Chris, we went to see Cats. Not as good as Greatest Showman, but nowhere near as bad as the critics are making out. Great choreography, we thought. Problem might be it's an exact transfer of the stage show and doesn't explain the plot in a simple way. Aha. Noah says we might be eating fish fingers on Christmas Day. Listen, I don't think there's anything the matter with that. I think fish fingers is fantastic. Fish fingers roll? That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? A fish finger roll. Got to be good fish fingers. I've had some, over the years, we've had some substandard fish fingers. Popped into Waitrose yesterday, says Noreen. Heaving. I know, I did the same. Heaving. In the end, I had to do what I never do. I did the self-service bit, but I had to use my debit card, and I wasn't happy. I don't like doing that. But she says, we have an online shop coming today early, but a couple of things aren't coming, so we'll have to pop into a supermarket. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, my goodness me, Noreen, honestly. Jan in South Norwood's going to Southwark Cathedral this morning to light candles in memory of 7 loved ones who've passed on. Only one of them has a grave, so it's a lovely way to honour and remember. Then it'll be Borough Market for some fresh fruit and a wander. Well done on your 40th anniversary. What a fabulous milestone. I know, it's been quite a year. My friend Chris said to me, he said, it's been your year. He said, but I think better to come next year. And I thought, blimey, I'm not sure it could get much better, actually. I'm really not. And I've been banned by Amazon for submitting reviews, says Phil. I usually write with the cutting wit that you employ each morning. I wear it as a Medal of Honour. Yeah, if you're banned, though, that's it, isn't it? Because you sort of go onto all different sorts of websites and then they don't sort of take any notice after a while because they know, they start spotting it. It's like here, we have a filter system on the computer. So people have been banned. That's the last you ever hear of them. My stomach. Look at that, it's telling me I want a fish finger sandwich, which I would. Front pages of the papers, millions duped by trusted Amazon reviews. The Queen, lost in thought, Philip spending his 3rd night in hospital. Daily Star, wet Christmas on the way. No kidding. No kidding. Here we throw at darts. The Sun, Corden, how we saved Gavin and Stacey. Some bloke who used a power blast new car fragrancing and obviously didn't read the instructions, so he's sort of on the front page, made himself look like today's Christmas turkey. On the Daily Mirror, a little 4-year-old boy, he needs a new heart. They've issued a Christmas appeal for a donor. I don't know whether you just sort of open up the phone lines on that and say, we're looking for a donor. You know, it's very difficult. I didn't think they needed to ask people for hearts anymore. Daily Express, floods put a dampener on Christmas. Royals rally round the Queen as Philip fights to get well. And Alison Steadman wept filming Gavin and Stacey. And scientists discover why sufferers get type 2 disease. This is diabetes, of course. They're talking about it all over the place. And some choristers. A rehearsal at King's College, Cambridge, for tomorrow's Festival of 9 Lessons. It's funny, isn't it, that, you know, you see them, all innocent little boys who sing so beautifully and will be doing so in cathedrals up and down the length of the land. All Boris wants for Christmas is a bicycle, which I suppose we should all be getting. They keep selling them on the television, these electric bicycles. I keep thinking, do I want an electric bicycle? I think, I don't know, I'm not sure, actually. Tesco have pulled their charity cards over the prison plea for help. Whether you believe it or you don't believe it, I don't know. Florence's father, this is Florence Widdicombe, 6 years old, he thought it was a prank at first before contacting a former journalist named in the note. Still doesn't stop it being a prank, does it? We'll have to wait and find out. Weather warnings for travellers and the racist abuse marring Chelsea's win over Mourinho's Spurs. Plus TV ghost stories for Christmas. And that's just about it for this morning. But don't worry, fear not, we're here tomorrow morning. We're here tomorrow morning. Why? Because we want to be here tomorrow morning, because it's Christmas Eve. The boys will not be. They're going off. Luke will still be found trotting around Covent Garden and everywhere else going, I'll get a phone message going, Steve, I'm so depressed. I can't find anything. Meanwhile, we get one from Corey going, I've broken down on the motorway, Steve. I can't get anywhere. Help, please come and rescue me. Could be a nightmare. But I'm sure it'll all work out fantastically. So we don't see them till after Christmas, do we? We don't see them till after Christmas, but we'll have other people in here. I think Connor's around and Thomas is around and people like that. And it'll be absolutely fantastic.